send it out. He should have it from last time.
So I think now we're streaming. Let's see.
Let's see. Well, I'm delayed by 30 seconds probably, so I'll have to wait.
Yeah, so let's see. Yep. So, okay, hold on one second.
I almost saw you. I almost, wait a minute here. I think we're going.
There we go.
Yep, we're on.
Wait, are we off?
We're good.
Off
Okay.
again? Well, so hang on a second. Are we off again? On again?
No, I'm on.
We're on. So let's open up to the next audience.
And we got the live stream going.
We hope. Hang on for 1 second. Let me see this. Okay, that looks like it should be good. And okay, so I guess we're okay.
Okay, so now, why don't we ask anyone in the audience out in Radio Land, can you say something so we know, you're out there?
So hopefully people can see us, but yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Usually Richard Alm is on. So.
I was going to say that same thing. I tested the chat box. That works also.
Yeah. Okay.
So hang on for 1 second here, guys.
Yeah. I have to realize people probably were trying to get on and didn't, so they might have left and they'll come back.
Okay. And I think we're okay now. So you guys are seeing everything on the screen okay?
Yep. Now we have three smiling faces rather than two with a Met hat.
All right, then. Well, good. Hey, everybody. Welcome. Sorry for the little glitch here getting started, as usual. So we're coming to you live from, I guess Paul and I are in Lake Oswego, Oregon. Steve is coming to you. You're in New Jersey now, right, Steve? You're not, or are you down in Florida?
No, I'm still in Florida. I'm going up to New Jersey on Tuesday. So I'm getting hot and humid rather than going up north and getting nice weather in May, but that'll change.
Yeah. When do people usually when do they usually come back? Is it May that they usually depart?
Yeah, right around now, and they were beginning May, because you really see a change here. It's starting to get, hazy, hot, humid, rains in the afternoon starting in May, and while all the winter was beautiful, and also the other flip side is May is my favorite month. So I think that's when people tend to come back. If you have things like a pool or lawn service, things like that, you have to start getting that going. So that's typically the time you have to go back.
Sure.
And it's auto train this time, right?
Yep, auto train. It's fine, and you're not going to like this, but when we went down on the auto train, you got served in the room with masks and everything like that. Now, if you're vaccinated, they have let's call it a lounge dining center that you can go have dinner and breakfast, stuff like that. So it's really a convenient way of going, especially when you have to get your car up there, and you can pile in as much in your car as you can. And we will. A lot of tank tops, golf shirts, bathing suits, and things like that.
Yeah,
but it's wonderful, and I recommend it for everybody. Live a double life, guys. If you can get a job like this where you can do it from anywhere. Telemedicine, everything's great.
Who do you pay to be last on the train and first off? That's always
you pay when you pay the bill for the train. There's a box to say you pay an extra $50, and that will be priority onboarding, and they guarantee that you'll get your car in 15 minutes. And that's great because there's a lot of cars, and you don't want to sit there for an hour and a half waiting for your car when you have a long drive.
Oh, yeah.
We drive from basically Washington, D.C. area all the way up to New Jersey, so it's about a 3.5 hour drive. Not a bad drive, but it's fun. And much better than taking a plane and shipping your car down and keeping your fingers crossed that it gets there, and it winds up costing more money doing it that way.
Yep.
Yep. So they don't have it cross country. That would be great having it New York to California one, and you sleep on the train for 2 nights or something like that. But I guess
you don't want that. I don't. One night without a shower is enough.
No, they have a shower. If you ever went on a cruise, it's about a third the size of a cruise ship shower. So now we're talking about if you weigh more than 160 pounds, you can't get in it.
Oof. Well, guys, so I think before we get too far off track, I just want to remind everyone that the courses are going on right now. And Steve, I know that you said there are thousands of people there. In fact, Mark Friedberg alone in his room had how many people?
over 500. Yeah,
Good
and
Lord.
they keep coming in. So, and the bandwidth is holding up. Everybody's smoothly. No complaint. I've listened to the sound, and the sound is fine, and the videos are playing fine. So no complaints from anybody. And everybody knows now that if you've signed up for the conference and you put your OE tracker number in, that's all you have to do. There's no quiz, nothing like that. Just listen to the lectures, and at the end, you have to stay for the whole lecture. You should have credit for your attendance, and you can click the upper right-hand corner, and you'll see it in your certificate right away. We will send it to Arbo, but there'll be some delay with all the voluminous data that we have to send, but not too long.
Yeah, so Arbo right now is running 2 to 3 weeks behind, so it's going to take a while. What we're planning to do too, the way it works on, people always ask, they don't know. This is a semi-manual process. The information doesn't get transmitted to Arbo automatically. We actually send it over, and usually after these weekends, what we do is we collect all the data, and you're talking about tens of thousands of credit hours, and we make sure that it's correct and that the OE tracker numbers are in and everything. And then we send it over in a gigantic blob, usually later in the week, to give us some time to sort out if anybody had any problems. So for instance, if you didn't get a credit recorded because you missed the first few minutes of a lecture, usually we can go back and look at the timestamps to see that you were really there. And so we fix all these little things up before we send it off to Arbo later in the week. So the people assume sometimes that this is an instantaneous process because they, frankly, in other areas of their life, it might be, right, where they see these systems communicating with each other. But the way Arbo has architected their system, it involves human intervention on their end to get those credits in, and that's why it takes so long. And I'll be honest with you,
imagine now with
the pandemic, they're understaffed too, which is the real problem. And I don't think I'm, insulting them or betraying any confidences when I say I think they're understaffed. Just from the sheer amount that they have to do these days with so many conferences going online.
And just imagine very shortly when CECO goes, and it's going to be online as well as live, and then shortly after Vision Expo East, and they're going to have that huge bulk of credits coming in from them, as well as all the online platforms. I hope they hire some more people.
Yeah, it's hard for them, right? People. What's horrible too is that people complain sometimes about, why do I have to pay $30 a year for the OE tracker or whatever it is? Those little dues add up when you think about the number of ODs around the country so that Arbo can keep running, because it's not cheap to actually run a system like this. And the alternative is way worse, right? Arbo allows all 50 states to work, in sort of a common way. Without this, it would be a disaster because each state would revert to their own rules. You could imagine CE providers having to register individually with each of the 50 states. We couldn't do this if that were the case. We already have problems just dealing with a couple of the states who are different. If all 50 had their own rules, it would be a nightmare.
And yet, you're an MD, as you know. I'll remind you, in medicine, it's far easier. The CME credits.
Oh my gosh, it couldn't. It's like night and day, and those credits are totally portable. The states really don't even seem to care. If Category 1 CE is the same everywhere. You can do almost all of your CE, if not all of your CE, online, depending on the state that you're in. So,
but to be fair, the fact is that most medical doctors have residency and a specialty where they take exams through their specialty. There are very few MDs now that are in quotes general practitioners that don't have a specialty.
Yeah, the number of credit hours that you have to take in most states isn't very big. So if you have a specialty, usually you can fulfill the requirement by going to a CE event for your specialty and just taking stuff in your specialty. Although a lot of doctors are encouraged to take courses outside of their specialty as well. So for instance, if you work in a hospital setting, all the time you can go down and do a grand rounds about something else. And as you're there watching it, you can fill out a little form and you'll get Category 1 credit for it. And so a lot of people will do it that way. If they want to learn things sort of outside of their specialty, they'll just sit in on what's going on around the hospital.
Yeah, right. And the difference is when you attend a live thing for MDs, you get lobster, shrimp, and steak. If it's optometry lecture, you get rubber chicken and a salad.
So I believe these rules have changed. Like I know in the 90s when I was going through this, you are correct, Steve. They would take us to places like Ruth's Chris to give us a 45-minute talk about whatever. And I think that it's changed a great deal now. I don't think they're doing that as much or at all anymore, unfortunately or fortunately, depending on your perspective.
Well, that's good to hear.
Yeah. Yeah, you try to think, oh, I'm not influenced by this, right? You always try to put yourself above it. Oh, I'm not influenced by that. But the reality is, if it didn't work, they wouldn't have done it, right? So at some level, people were influenced by it.
And if it's pharma and all things are equal, meaning you have a choice of 2 drugs for hypertension, diabetes, or whatever your field is, and all things are equal, you're going to tend to be swayed with the company that was a little bit more friendly to you.
Yeah, I remember. I mean, I don't want to name names because that's always a gauche thing to do. But I remember back when I was at Michigan in the 90s, there was one department head who it was an antibiotic manufacturer. I forgot which. But they sent him on a fishing trip to Alaska. Now,
pretty good.
I mean, you just have to wonder about stuff like that. I mean, it's you're doing CE on a fishing vessel. Like, what is this? This is why these rules were put into place in the 90s, right? Because there were all kinds of abuses going on.
To give you a difference, in the 90s, a company called Wesley Jessen was still manufacturing lenses. And they gave their clients a tie that said contact lenses written all over it. That was their gift.
But Paul, I'll back up for you. Wesley Jessen, the same company, in 1989, 90, something like that, took about 40 ODs and MDs together to St. Thomas. Yes, we had a few lectures, but it wasn't CE. It was more promotional. And then a whole bunch of other things that you can do in St. Thomas. So we did get, and we were on the same footing as MDs, of course, because they were a contact lens company, and they had just come out with the colored opaque lens. So Wesley Jessen did do what these other companies were doing back a few years earlier. So I got the benefit of that, and with my wife, that sort of thing, and there must have been 50 of us. I still remember some of the people I met there that I'm still correspond with.
But what's interesting about this, and I know just from my experience in all this, the drug companies, they did this. They spent a huge amount of money, right, catering to people's whims, taking them to Ruth's Chris to hear about their drugs or whatever. And in the end, it was like an arms race, right? Because all the companies would have to play that same game, and it was a huge waste of money. So on the one hand, I'm glad that they're not doing it anymore. On the flip side, they started to allow consumer advertising, and the consumer advertising absolutely dwarfs what they were spending on the clinicians. So we've gone from bad to incredibly worse since the 90s.
You just imagine, you always hear these commercials on TV with whatever drug. Let's say it's a drug for, God forbid, chemotherapy or something like that, or oral drug. At the end, they say, well, tell your doctor if you had hypertension, diabetes, or you're allergic to the drug. Well, number one, he should know the first 2.
Right.
And number 3, how would you know unless you took the drug? So it's just silly, the disclaimer they have at the end of these commercials.
No, those commercials are ridiculous. And if I ran the world, they wouldn't be allowed. You watch baseball on the MLB app, and you get ads for small cell lung cancer drugs, and it's like, what? I mean,
yeah, and they're having such a good time while they're putting the side effects of these cancer drugs. These people are having a wonderful time sailing boats.
Oh, they're always smiling.
Doing all sorts of things.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen anyone with small cell lung cancer smiling. So,
for a drug that's going to keep them alive another 3 months.
Yeah. So anyway, in my world, once I rule it and I take over and I become dictator for life, those ads are the first things that go. I mean, if you want to advertise Claritin, whatever, but for these prescription drugs, there is absolutely no reason consumers should actually be faced with this choice.
You're going to put a lot of old actors out of jobs. These smiling faces get paid.
Yes, it's a jobs program for old people, right, doing these pharma commercials. But hopefully I'm not offending too many folks in the pharma community. I think a lot of people feel the same way as I do, that these commercials, they cost a huge amount of money, and I'm not sure how effective they are for certain classes of drugs. Certainly for the allergy drugs or whatever, it's fine. But for these
Well,
others,
we're going to see. After yesterday's lecture, I have a feeling there's going to be all sorts of things about myopia disease on TV next year. If I had a bet,
Sure.
there's going to be all
Everybody's
sorts of
going to get
things.
Reynolds detachment and glaucoma.
And with myopia, also they're going to have a lot of kid actors that'll have jobs. Happy children. So somebody will be working.
And they will use some ethnicity, as we talked about, without getting into it. Did we just hear Dr. Blumenstein log in? I heard a thing.
Nope, nobody yet. We're still by ourselves here. So, and let me actually put up on the screen, since we're boring people to death with our pharma discussion or alienating our sponsors, one or the other. Let me actually put up our sponsors right up on the screen so people can see it. So thank you to our sponsors for for sponsoring the event today. You can check out all of them in the booths. And you can see it right there. And actually, I want to speak specifically about one sponsor, right? Since we're talking about pharma, we'll talk about Dompe for a second. So this is an example of a drug that, is one of these specialty drugs that you wouldn't expect to see advertised on Major League Baseball. And they had a really great interview with us about how to get access to the drug, right? Because it's not the kind of drug that you would find at your local pharmacy. And later today, I'm going to play that interview again. So, if people have heard of Oxervate, you may not know where to get it or how to use it. And this interview will show you how easy it is to get you in the loop with the folks at Dompe so you can prescribe this for your patients in an easy way without dying and drowning under paperwork.
So why don't you let people know that maybe behind the times what Dompe does? Right.
So they make a drug called Oxervate. And let me actually see if I can pull it up here. Let me pull this out of the way for a second and see if I can get to Oxervate's pages. So you can go to their website. I'm going to pull up the website actually. Let me get it going here. I'm not even set up this morning. This is how out of sorts I am.
Well, and a small glitch at the beginning.
Yeah. So let me pull it up. So this is Oxervate's website, and you can let me pull it up. So it's
is it Oxervate or is it Dompe?
Oh, hey, Mark, are you here?
Yeah, hey everybody. Sorry,
Hey.
I was having a login issue. I thought my phone was going to give the code to get in, but it didn't. So
yeah, we had glitches this morning too. Steve had trouble calling.
Also, but you were able to dial in.
Yeah, I was able to dial in. Hence, here I am.
Excellent. So, Mark, what we were just talking about? You heard me talking about this. We were talking about pharmaceutical companies and consumer advertising, and then we switched over to Oxervate here, to Dompe, talking about how you actually can get a drug like Oxervate and how they've tried to sort of streamline how you can get it so you don't have to go through a paperwork nightmare when you want to give it to your patients. So that's just kind of what we're talking about.
But it is still a quasi bit of a nightmare. I mean, to be quite honest with you, it's a phenomenal drug. And I think the fact that Dompe has put the time and effort into it, the resources are the reps. Talking and having the reps help you walk through that. So the streamline really is once you get the paperwork filled out, it's also just educating your patients about the fact that, there's such a financial burden for this drug that most patients, if they call them and they say, hey, do you need financial assistance? They're like, no, I'm good. And they're like, okay, click. And then it's like, well, what happened? They're like, well, I didn't need financial assistance. And so now they don't get it. But it's almost like just making sure your patients know that, no, you do not want to pay for this drug. It's going to, it's not worth it. You can have this drug or you can get a Tesla. Make up your mind. Which one do you want?
Right. And people don't realize that, it's funny. My wife just started taking, and I'll violate HIPAA and everything else, but she started taking a drug for migraine. It's an injectable monoclonal antibody. And they asked the same question, right? Do you want financial assistance? And I'm like, how much could this drug possibly cost? Each injection is $1,500.
Holy moly.
Yep.
Jeez.
So, yeah. So I see where you're going with this. The docs who prescribe Oxervate really should just tell their patients, follow Dompe's rules, right? Get plugged in with them and do exactly what they say.
And the other thing I would say too about that is that, especially with, kind of a niche drug like this, it's not going to happen overnight. So what ends up happening is that, you see an issue, you see somebody with neurotrophic keratitis and you're like, okay, I've got a great drug. We're going to get you started on this. there's going to be a lag time. I mean, sometimes upwards of 2 or 3 weeks. So we can't drop the ball from what our normal treatment would be, whether it be something like maybe an amniotic membrane or a bandage lens, or still medically managing them. So I think that's another, it's like you get excited, you want to get somebody on this medication, and then you realize that, oh crap, it's like going to take a while before they actually get it.
Right.
But that Oxervate's ridiculous though. I mean, I want to say that I've had a half a dozen patients, and I'm like, oh man, I'm not prescribing very much. And they're like, no. I mean, I think if every eye doctor had one patient who was on Oxervate, these guys would think that this was like the greatest drug since that migraine medication your wife's taking. Because I'm going to be honest with you, if my wife had migraines and they were consistent, I would pay $15,000 just to have treatments, just to save me. So I'm just saying.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
the fact that you had 6 patients, Mark, is a testimony to your type of practice and how you practice, and why you're a great lecturer. By the way, if anybody hasn't heard Dr. Loomisteen lecture, I had several times. I think he called me dude 4 times once. His lectures are funny, animating, and extremely great lectures to begin with in terms of the information. So if anybody hasn't heard him, when you go to a convention or do something online, seek out his lectures, because they're always great in terms of information, and they're fun also. So short introduction.
I think I'm going to do like those affirmations that Al Franken used to do on Saturday Night Live. I think next I'm going to call in here when I'm feeling a little blue. But thank you for that.
So
I will. It is interesting though. It's you talk about years ago I was up in Berkeley and I was lecturing for Patty Harvey, and she's just the sweetest lady, and she runs their continuing education. And I gave a talk, and I'm just like, yo, I think I actually, even if I can, give a little shout out to Shock G, R.I.P. Shock G. He's the lead singer of the Digital Underground. And so literally, if you ever heard the Humpty Dance, the first line of the Humpty Dance is, stop what you're doing, because I'm about to ruin the image and the style that you're used to. And so I remember, like, way back then, I was like, yo, I'm like Shock G from the Digital Underground. And I'm like, anyways, dude. And I think I might have said dude like 15 times. And Patty pulled me aside and she said, hi, Dr. Blumenstein. First of all, excellent content, except this is Berkeley and we're a little bit more conservative. So maybe you could refrain from using the word dude and having like rap references. And I'm like, yeah, I will do my best. And I think the next morning when I went into talk, the first thing I said is, I think I said something like, yo, Patty, I will not say dude. Okay, girl? And then I just started calling everybody girl for the rest of the time. So, yeah.
Well, I think it's a good technique because it bonds with the audience. They feel more relaxed. You're talking one-on-one to you rather than a stodgy old person just talking up there. So my compliments, and I disagree with her.
One thing, however, you have to worry about the state that you're speaking in. What is normal subjects are taboo subjects in other states, mainly because of the conservatism for that particular state. So you got to be careful.
I know. What's funny is that I've never really. I think I've walked that line and crossed over too often. It's like I was in Montana once, and one of the guys who practices here, his name's Richard, and he goes by Dick, and his brother was in Montana, and I mean, I think I made some comment about, I know your brother, he's a dick. I mean, he's Dick. Dick, your brother's Dick. And they haven't invited me back. And I'm not sure why they haven't invited. But what's funny is that the way I talk to you, the way I talk on this podium, sadly, I mean, 27 years I've been practicing, and I still talk that way to my patients. So there's sometimes when they walk away and I just go too much. I mean, and my technicians or my staff will look at me and they go, it's always too much. It's always too much. I'm like, oh, you guys monsters.
And just so everyone will know, by the way, I put up a picture of Shock G on the screen. I didn't realize that he died.
Yeah.
This is terrible.
Yeah. On Friday, 57 years old. I think they found him in a hotel room. I mean, I don't know. Is it just me, or does it seem like, these iconic rappers are just dropping left and right. I mean, DMX, Shock G, somebody else from Bad Boys just passed away too. He was the one who sang that song, Wow. I can't remember the specific who it was, but if anybody listening knows, yeah.
Yeah, it's
I
almost
think it's more the
yeah. I mean,
more things change, more they stay the same.
Yeah.
You had Jimi Hendrix and Mama Cass and Janis Joplin and Dwayne Allman, and I can keep on going on with that era. Same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not that old. I'm not that old.
So meanwhile,
I mean, I'm
I read a
old,
book
but I'm
about it.
not that old.
Meanwhile,
You wrote a book about it?
If you, you know, and I put up on the screen again. So if you take a look, you know, Mark, you know, Steve was just talking about the, you know, the style that you actually like to use when you're lecturing. The name of your lecture, by the way, at this conference, I almost couldn't type it when I was actually setting up the curriculum. I'm like, wait, am I spelling this all right? Like, what is this? So I put it up on the screen. Out with the hackneyed and in with the nouveau-eyed, looking at new eye care treatment and diagnosis. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
you know, going for the shock value there, I want, because I know people are going to be on their phone. So I want to give them an opportunity to at least Google stuff related to, you know, it's like, what the hell is he talking about? Hawk and eyed? And how does that, is that like from MASH? Is that like an Alan Alda reference? Because I could totally see that, because I think Alan Alda and I think that MASH right now should be trending. I'm just saying, you know, but, you know.
So what is this? What is this lecture? I mean, I you know, when I was typing it, I'm like, oh, this is going to be something different. And I haven't sat through it yet. So why don't you tell everybody what it is?
So, you know, one of the things, you know, we started talking about Ozurvate, and I think, you know, at the very beginning, you guys were commenting about advertising and drugs. And one of the things that I found always challenging is that we get kind of, we get entrenched in our concepts of what treatment should be. And a perfect example to me is the way we treat recurrent erosions. You know, I mean, the standard fare has always been, I mean, back in the day, it was like, let's put a pressure patch on an eye. Let's see him back in 24 hours. Let's put a bland ointment and a pressure patch. See him back in 24 hours. If we're happy that it looks healed, then the reality is, hey, we're done. Bye. You know, then we started evolving to this concept of inflammation and how that affects the epithelial tissue and the healing response. And so, you know, we started going to bandage contact lenses because they were easier. But the newer thought process here is that if we don't clean the margins, if we don't, you know, decrease the inflammation, if we don't stimulate an opportunity for that tissue to heal and regenerate in a sense that it's stronger than it was before, then we're not helping our patients. And so to me, what I was trying to do here is say, look, there's lots of new technology that's happening. There's lots of new thought processes. So let's kind of replace some of our old thoughts, these Hawk-and-eyed kind of like, you know, ways of doing things, and replace them with some newer thoughts. And what I was hoping to accomplish was, you know, there's drugs that have already been approved and how they can integrate into our mindset, especially around like ocular surface disease. And I noticed that you have me following Dr. Epstein, and, you know, and Art has always been a very kind of, you know, forward thinking doctor, especially around dry eye. So it's kind of a good setup, because he's talking about what we're currently doing. And then, you know, I came in and talked about a little bit of changing mindsets and adding new products, and then also things that we can look for, especially like towards the end of the year. One of those being in particular is Presbyosol. You know, I don't know how many people are aware, but I mean, Allergan got a NDA in February for a new drug application, which is their final step almost in getting approved. And this is I mean, to me, I think this is quasi-revolutionary. This is a drop that our patients can use to give depth of focus and near vision while maintaining distance vision. So
I'm going to recommend you listen to a great speaker, Dr. Bluestein. He lectures at 12 o'clock today. It's me. I give a whole lecture on all these drugs, including that one, and I was aware that's the lens softening drug, correct? That or does that?
Yeah. No, that's the Novartis drug. The Presbyosol is the pilocarpine, the juiced up pilo drug.
Right.
And I know I say pilo, and people go, oh hell no, I am not going back to pilo. Because for those, I mean, do you guys remember practicing and having patients on pilo 4 times a day and the headaches?
4%.
Oh yeah. Ugh. But
that's the point. This whole field is going to change as you speak, and there's 3 or 4 drugs that are very close to being at the end of the pipeline. Novartis will be first.
Yeah.
We're actually. Are you aware of this new drug from Visus that uses carbachol and brimonidine?
Yeah, and it's interesting you say that, because Visus. You said Visus, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Visus is carbachol brimonidine. That's the mindset that brought us RPS, which brought us the Inflammadry, and what was the other test they did? But what's interesting about those clinical trials is they feel they can double the length of the effect, where the Allergan drop, I believe, is about 6 hours, give or take.
Yeah.
And they're thinking that Visus is going to be about 12 hours. I think that's fantastic. So let me ask you a question. Where would you guys see that drug being, applied in an optometric practice? Because, for somebody who's worked in a refractive surgery center for 25 years, people are always saying, well, the optometrists aren't going to want to prescribe this because it's going to take away from their optical. And I've always had the mindset, no. To me, waters, high tides rise all boats. Having more opportunities in your practice to help patients means patients are coming into your practice regardless. So where do you see the sweet spot?
I actually address this a lot in my lecture with certain slides and certain cases. People are going to want to take the drug, like you say, it lasts. It might have some variability, etc. And whether it be a lens softening drug or a drug that has a pinhole effect, they're going to want a secondary pair of glasses when they don't want to use the drug, when it wears off, just as a secondary. They might need even a lowered prescription, let's say a +1, when it starts to wear off. So you might be able to prescribe multiple pairs of glasses. And for the patient who has cataract surgery or LASIK surgery, it's just fantastic. So I see it as an add-on, which will A, generate more office visits in a professional manner, and B, you're not going to lose any eyeglass sales because you're not going to use this as your sole, only permanent way of doing things unless they develop a drug like a Novartis where you take it for a long, long period of time and it actually makes the lens softening. Then again, as people get older, those lens softening drugs probably aren't going to work so well. The myotic drugs might up until 80 years old. So the answer is, if you're a wise practitioner like you are, and hopefully I was, we'll be able to develop a system where the patient is in a program for presbyopia, where they're using drops. And there's going to be an evolution, as you might know. Like the first drug that comes out for myotics might be good, and just like a glaucoma drug gets better, you might be switching to other drugs or a combination. Can you see, for example, using Novartis product and the myotic product at the same time?
Yeah, totally.
I
mean, everything.
A plug for us. We're having the CEO of Visus on at 3 p.m. Eastern time today. So if you want to get an insight of what the future is going to be, he's allowed to talk. The FDA doesn't hold back these talks. So we'll get some information firsthand from the chief of the company at 3 o'clock.
Yeah. They hold back in terms of he has to be very specific and stay on his program and not talk off label, etc. We've all talked on pharma, at least I have Mark, but he has to be a little careful what he says. But we could talk about the drug in a positive way outside the purview of CE. When you're doing it as a continuing education lecture, you can't promote or say one thing is better than the other, as you well know.
Yeah, and he's also an ophthalmologist. So, I mean, I think, he can speak to how this is going to help, especially within our profession. I think he's an ophthalmologist. Am I right?
Yeah.
He's not. So.
No, he's he's a businessman. The original developer of it was an ophthalmologist. He was an older fellow who developed it, but he's still with the company. But he's just a CEO. He was CEO of another company. He came on board. But just think what we're talking about. The two major pillars of optometry have always been myopia and presbyopia. Yeah, we do a whole bunch of other things. Yeah. I don't have 14 neurotrophic keratitis that come into my office every day. I don't know if you do. I might cause some, but but you're going to have a lot of presbyopia and myopia. And now that we're doing both, we have that maybe in the next year or so, we have myopia control and we have the presbyopia treatments. Those are the great majority of patients. It's create a lot more traffic in your office, and optometry has to take the lead here because ophthalmology might be a little bit more reticent. So I think it's a good thing rather than something
Yeah,
that
I do too. So to that same point, when you talk about, taking control and just, looking at our patients and providing them with, these newer opportunities, it's interesting. Two things came to mind. One is when you were commenting about, Allergan's going to be first out of the block, and good for them. But it always kind of reminds me of, like the Apple Newton. I mean, the predecessor to the iPhone or the iPad, and it's like nobody remembers it, but it was like, when it first came out, you're like, oh damn, the Newton is amazing. And so it's just, I think we're going to keep seeing better and building on better. But the other thing that you made me think of is the way we look at cataracts. I mean, cataract surgery back in the day, 40, 50 years ago was a laborious, dangerous procedure, the potential of inducing endophthalmitis and that whole concept of ripe, waiting till your patients are ripe. I mean, what is that? I mean, seriously, and so nowadays, I mean, cataract surgery is just an amazing refractive procedure, and it's a great opportunity for patients to kind of liberate themselves from glasses and contacts and improve the quality of their life. That we as optometrists really should be embracing that and looking for, looking at cataracts sooner and preparing the ocular surface sooner, and just there's so much opportunity around that. So to me, it kind of circles back to when you talk about, what's Hawkenide versus Nuvo. To me, it's like this mindset of cataract surgery. I mean, this mindset of wait until your patients have problems. No, when they first start seeing changes, that's when we need to really start telling our patients, look, this is something to get excited about, because I'm excited about it.
Yep. And certainly, look, as you know, being the optics that are coming out, they could get rid of their reading glasses, get rid of the distance glasses, and maybe again with some of these presbyopic drugs, get better distance vision if their pupils getting stopped down. Well, we'll see what happens there.
Oh, great. Yeah, actually, you know what? That's a great point. I mean, because we use brimonidine as kind of a it's more of a meiosis stabilizer at night for glare for patients. But you're right, a combination of like a carbachol, brimonidine, have that patient who has maybe a little glare at nighttime. I like where you're going with this. Yeah, a little off-label action.
So we both have used that off-label Alphagan when it was only Alphagan for LASIK patients and cataract patients for the glare at night, and off-label very safe, and then the lower concentrations work better. And they are going to try to keep the amount of brimonidine down to the smallest amount that's effective, because of the fact that it does have an allergic reaction profile. So they want to keep that to a minimum. That's good news also.
Yeah, very good.
So let me ask you guys this. What would you do if you had someone who was in their late 40s, early 50s, right, who came to you right now with the state of the science as it is? What would you tell them if they were sitting there and they're saying, I'm sick of these reading glasses?
What's their prescription?
I'll let Mark answer first.
So are they
out?
They're Plano? Oh, I would tell them, suck it up, Buttercup. I would tell them, wait. This is what I tell my patients now. I'm like, this is a great time, because we now have a drop that's going to be approved before the end of the year. You're going to be perfect for that. So I'm going to see you back in 6 months, or I'll see you back in 8 months or something, because I'm pretty sure we'll have it by then. So let's set up an appointment. We'll make sure, do maybe a dry eye evaluation, just to make sure you're going to be compatible to be putting that drop in. And I'm not even sure if that's relevant or not, but we're going to do it anyway. Now, if they were a hyperope, that 40 to 50-year-old hyperope is the challenge, because to be quite honest with you, 50 and above, and right before we got on this call, a colleague of mine from Yuma, Arizona said, hey, Mark, I have a friend. He's a dentist. He's 57 years old, and he's like a plus 150 and a plus 175. He's mainly concerned about his distance. Well, can I send him to you for referral? And my mindset, 50 and above is refractive lensectomy. Is, why dither around with hyperopic LASIK or PRK? So that 40 to 50-year-old, I think I would just have a long discussion about their expectations, because one of the nice side effects of hyperopic LASIK is they do get a little bit of a multifocal effect. But because of the thickening of the keratocytes in the periphery, they tend to lose some of that treatment. So I don't know. I think I would have a long discussion, but I'd be pretty excited about getting them on Prestosol.
Let's take another case where somebody's plus 150, hyperopic, 40 years old, and complaining of reading. That the Novartis drug might work really well for them, because it will, obviously they do have a lot of accommodation. So there's a lot of ways to skin a cat. And exactly the way you put it, you can have the patient back. You're going to be doing a professional evaluation of the anterior, of the cornea, etc., creating more visits, doing the right thing for the patient, and giving the right treatment with more offices, with better products. You're making more profit and doing having the patient have a better outcome. That's how forward-thinking optometry should be.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean,
and also, I just thought of a whole new referral source for this group. You have to give your cards to the divorce lawyers, because divorcees suddenly want to become younger.
Oh boy!
And
there you go.
What's the nexus there, Paul?
You gotta be a little ahead of the curve there. So that's the first group too, because you get referrals from.
Well, you could make it like an optometric, divorce attorney, combined practice. I used to think, how can we, like, when we're laying patients down to do a DFE, how can we combine that? There's clinics in LA where they do spa treatments, where they have eye care professionals that also have like pedicures and manicures happening at the same time. That's just too busy for me. So then I was thinking, what if we did combined optometry and dentistry? So they're already laying down, we could do our DFE, and then they can get a dental exam at the same time. Just, I don't know, I'm working this out in my head as we're talking about it.
Sure. But you always got to look for into the future,
Yeah, exactly.
Making plans.
Oh my gosh.
People are busy, so.
Well, Mark, thank you for doing this. Thank you for coming on here today.
Hey, thanks,
and maybe we'll catch up again next time around, because we're doing this all over again, I guess, in a month, and then one final time in June. So, maybe we can catch up again. These drugs are slowly creeping to market, so perhaps by then we will have, refined our thinking around them as well.
Yeah, definitely. It's been good. And just want to let you guys know, you do a great job, and what you're doing for the profession is outstanding. I literally, yesterday morning, I was lecturing, and I had somebody live lecturing, and they said, hey, I'm actually going to be watching some CE live on CEwire at the break. I'm like, what is this, like nonstop CE for these people? So they did a great job.
This is the backstory. We don't give too much COPE approved information, but they get stories that they will never hear.
Yep.
That's COPE approved.
Yeah. So I always find this part of the conference more fun, right? Because we can say whatever we want. We don't have the regulators breathing down our necks. So it's always good to have a guy like you here, Mark, to keep us honest.
I appreciate you guys.
All right.
Thank you for coming.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
All the time. You too. Enjoy Sunday.
Catch you later.
Take care, guys.
All right.
I told you he's outstanding. I mean, if you see him live, he's even funnier. Just a really smart, nice guy.
Yeah. No, he's really cool. And hopefully we'll have him back next time. We can talk a little more, because that was actually an interesting conversation that you guys had around these new drugs, because I don't think the path is necessarily clear for a lot of folks and what they're going to be doing with it right now.
But look at him. He's he's in the place. He knows all about these things before they're coming out, while the average OD doesn't. Why? Yep. Because he takes an interest, and obviously he can master the material also. So we were talking. I love that conversation. He was doing my lecture. I'll have him back doing it next year.
Yep. Yeah. So this is a cool one. Actually, I'm going to probably edit what we just did and put a little snippet out online, because that conversation was, I think important for a lot of people to hear, especially ones who don't know about these drugs yet. So.
And maybe give this snippet to me to send to a person at Vices, so they can hear how we spoke positively about it, because it's a great drug that I think is a nice combination.
Yep.
And what he said was very true. that I make a point in my lecture, but it's all of optometry, really all of medicine, that things that come out that are first are not necessarily going to be what you're going to be using a year, 2, 3 years down the road. You're going to segue into more improved, better products as they get more refined. And that's what's going to happen with these materials or these topicals.
Yep, absolutely. So right now it is 12 o'clock on the button, I think, on the East Coast. So I guess, Steve, you have your your little talk.
I have my lecture. I'm in my lecture now. It's starting now. I'll be there, and I'm also going to, I'd like to help you with Ms. Dr. Falco.
Yep, if she gets here. So yeah, so hopefully she'll get here on time, and we can have a little conversation with her. So Jamie is actually big into nutrition, so this will be an interesting talk. We'll have to.
She'll keep you alive another 10 years, as I say.
10 years, hopefully 15 plus.
Oh, there she is. How's it going, Jamie?
Oh, that'd be great.
I'm doing well. How's everybody doing today?
Well,
great.
You always ask this question, and you want everyone to say great. So I got my second Pfizer shot a couple days.
Honesty.
I got my second Pfizer shot a couple days ago, and to be honest with you, this has not been as easy as I thought it would be. I feel like death warmed over today, and I know it's going to go away, but it makes me really wonder what actual COVID feels like if the small vaccine with that little bit of spike protein makes me feel like this.
Oh, well, it was terrible. I had it, and it was, I contracted it 2020 when I delivered my son. It was a presumed case because we'd cleared antibodies by the time there was testing. I mean, there were, just to give you context, we were diagnosed with unknown upper respiratory viruses because we were negative for influenza, and I was so tired I couldn't stand up off my couch.
Wow.
So it was interesting. I mean, we're here on the other side of it feeling great, but yeah, I understand how taxing it can be for people, even with just the vaccine, for that kind of immune response. It's tremendous.
Wow. And so you were actually in the kind of the epicenter of the pandemic in the beginning, right? So you're from New Jersey. So you were kind of right there in the beginning.
Well, let me introduce
Jamie.
Yeah, that's really a good idea.
Well, do you want to tell your story? Jamie has the largest region that she covers of optometry, I think, in the country. She's in Texas and New Jersey at the same time. I don't know if she does it, but she does. You can now expand.
I'm nomadic. Yeah, well, I am blessed to have an amazing practice in New Jersey, where I employ 2 amazing doctors. We have a great team. The practice is a legacy practice that's been private, standalone for over 40 years. We do all primary care, disease management, also a lot of dry eye, your more non-drop related therapies, IPL, meibomian gland expression, all the things along that spectrum we really like to offer to patients. And then I am also straddling Texas, where my fiance and our 2 children are. And I am blessed to work for an amazing doctor with an amazing team down there as well.
Wow. So do you commute?
Yeah, basically. Well, it was a little hard with COVID, but yeah, I'm just back and forth. I've always been my whole life. I like to be nomadic. I don't like to be tied down to one place too much because there's so much to do and learn everywhere.
And this was with having 2 young children. I would think they're about 3 and 1 now, or something like that.
Yes, exactly. 3.5 and 14 months.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I'm getting tired just thinking about it.
Jamie, I think your lecture, your lecture about food and nutrition, your time has come. I am now looking at a newsletter that I received from the Health Professional Follow-Up Study that's from the Harvard School of Public Health. For the past 35 years, I've been filling out annual reports on lifestyle, as many other healthcare professionals, to come up with what keeps you alive longer. And some of us have now survived 35 years. And the bottom line here is I have a picture of food, 5 healthy lifestyle habits that prolong life free of chronic disease. And at the top of the list is what you eat. The That seems to be the thing that's going to keep you healthy longest, provided your genes are there. So
precisely, and we know a little bit, with the studies from John Nolan, that there is potential for carotenoids to create positive responses even in people who may have either genetic or nutritional deficiencies leading to neuropigment loss. I mean, Steve, you do more with MPOD than I'll ever do. You can probably back me on that, but it's amazing what you can do.
Yes.
Yeah, it's amazing what you can do putting real good food in your body. My favorite analogy is cars. Oh, go ahead, please.
No, I was going to say, and just to finish up on the MPOD, you can see the results. You can test the results. You can measure the results. It's not just that the person's saying, oh, I feel better. You can see that their macular pigment is getting thicker, which means it's helping elsewhere in the body. So you're correct. But I don't interrupt. Go do the car, because I don't take it.
Well, but the car analogy I use with my patients. I like to tease them a little bit. I'm sassy, and I'll tell them, I want you to be a vintage Corvette. You're going to take a little more maintenance. You're going to need a little bit better, fuel and attention, but you should be zooming. If you're some broke down Pinto up on blocks on somebody's front lawn, I don't really want you as my patient. You're not a person that is going to work in my paradigm of space. Everybody needs a doctor that fits their lifestyle, right? And some of it, to some people, might sound a little hokey. They prefer to treat symptoms rather than etiology or root cause. And that's fine, because that's the beauty of healthcare, right? You're empowering patients to make decisions that are best for them. But if we guide them to more knowledge to make a better decision, I think we can empower them to live healthier passively and reduce the total burden of care to the practitioners, the cost of care, as for all of this as a nation. It can go down. I mean, diabetes care, there are thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of hours lost a year for people receiving care due to diabetes. And type 2 diabetes is mostly pro-inflammatory due to diet. Yep. There's a lot that goes into it, and there are other causes, of course, but your type 2 is the predominant cause. It's 90% of what's in the U.S. And if you look at the dietary habits of people, what they're putting in their bodies, it may lend to those pro-inflammatory states.
Right. Jamie, I had a question for you. I saw yesterday there was a survey that over the past year, right, 61% of people said they've gained significant weight during the pandemic, and I suspect the other 39% are lying. So, in that context, right, what can you as a clinician today do to try to help people that you're seeing, since the majority of people that you were seeing gained weight over the past year that they did not want?
The best strategies are really a personalized approach, because while most of weight loss is diet related, the neurology and the amygdala response and just the neural pathways that promote pleasure and reward from food consumption, those are going to be the things you have to kind of tackle. Because giving somebody, okay, eat X, Y, and Z, yeah, that's cool, but do they like it? No, because there's not a pleasure center being activated by consuming the carbohydrate or the fatty food or the salty food. Unfortunately, it takes 6 weeks to break a neural habit. It takes 72 hours to create a feedback loop in the brain. So it is an uphill battle. I think teaching patients that it takes time and they should be accepting of their losses as much as their gains, because a couple pounds extra, yeah, it takes some time. Take a few months, lose it. Exorbitant amounts of weight where there's obesity, I mean, I'll call in a nutritionist. I'll pull in their primary doc, when their mass is so large that they're not able to be mobile on their own, that's when, for example, I'll call in other professionals to assist, because it's a lifestyle change. It's not a fad. We want this person to be successful the rest of their life with it. And this pandemic is a blip, but ultimately the American diet hasn't lent to very good health for probably 50 plus years.
Yep.
Do you have specific handouts for specific type of problems like a diabetic or some other issue, or do you have generalized things and you talk to the patient about what might be more customized to them?
You know, a lot of offices are anti-sticky note, but I give everybody bright yellow sticky notes in either pink or purple pen. And I write down my personalized suggestions for each patient. They can receive physical handouts. There's content. You can create content. You can find content. CheweSyourPlate.gov is a great resource. I talk about that in my lecture. It's free, and it addresses fat intake, your vegetable and fruit intake, your carb intake, the types of carbs you're eating. It's a really, really great resource, and it's free. And there's recipes. I'll send people to that. You know, you don't have to reinvent the wheel if something's out there. And fortunately, in my lecture, I touch on that, but I'm always glad to expand further and recommend resources, you know, whenever people need it.
Excellent. You know, one question that I had, you know, over this pandemic, I have tried. So I'm one of the 61%, right? You know, not moving around as much, not being able to go to the gym, eating more. So I've tried to be a good boy over the last couple of months, and you know, trying to get back to reality. One thing that I started taking was omega-3s. I started, you know, taking some fish oil. And looking into the research, a lot of the benefits, you know, for certain conditions, you know, they don't look like they're there. For others, they do. So there's a lot of conflicting data. And I'm wondering, you know, with you as an expert, maybe you could help everybody sort of cut through it. You know, what is the reality around omega-3s, and what should people be taking?
That's a great question. Thank you. I think that the omega-3 is a blanket term, right, for a fatty acid, essentially. You have your natural triglyceride form fatty acids that have a glycerin-based backbone and then 3 acid groups off of it. Your ethyl ester are generally free-chain fatty acids. The ethyl ester is the predominant omega-3 source over-the-counter products. You're looking at an average of about 600, maybe 800 milligrams of total omega intake from that ethyl ester. And we know Lavazza is actually prescription ethyl ester. It is used for cardiac implications and to lower metabolic cholesterol. Cholesterol is produced in the liver. And so metabolic remodeling is really the intent behind omegas. But to your point, you know, how do you decipher what's real and what's not? The source is really where you start. You want to find I prefer your phospholipid-bound omegas, which is krill-based, or your natural triglyceride form omegas. The ethyl ester comes from boiling sardines and sticking it in a pill. So that's why you taste it. That's why it smells. That's why there can be repeats. It's actually carried through your intestine differently in a different sort of chylomicron than the natural triglyceride or the phospholipid-bound omegas. So, for example, like let's say we're using omegas for dry eye. Your phospholipid and your natural triglyceride will generally work a little better in the white paper literature. And that's where I get most of my data. I look at longitudinal studies. I look at nutrition studies. I look at the white papers. The Framingham Heart Study is the longest running heart study in the US, and they swear by omegas. Last data published on omega-3s promoting cardiac health was 2020. So in finding a good omega, you should look at the total concentration, the source, and the form, to summarize.
Got it. So actually, I'm staring at a bottle right now of, I have my Nordic Naturals in my hand, right? So this is a brand I think that a lot of eye care practitioners are familiar with just because they're always at the trade shows. But under the ingredients, the first thing it says is purified deep sea fish oil from anchovies and sardines. So that's a good thing, right? That's what you want to look for the first ingredient.
Yes, small silvery fish, sardines, mackerel, and anchovy are the highest, have the highest omega-3 content in their tissue. They're also generally going to be wild caught fish versus farmed, because the dietary intake of the fish does affect their fat ratios in tissue. We know that the farm fed fish that provide some omega-3s, they're eating a lot of linseed oil and other oil base, and it does skew their 6-to-3 ratios.
Got it.
But Nordic Naturals is I can personally say that I take it. I can't really, I'm not endorsing the company nor the product, but I take it because honestly, when I was pregnant and nothing agreed with me, it was the only thing I didn't taste. And I know
Okay, and
from the literature.
I have a bottle in my hand from Kirkland, from Costco.
Kirkland.
My favorite,
You cheapskate.
my favorite supplier of this stuff. It's krill oil.
Awesome.
Okay, so krill oil, and that's also an omega-3. So where does that rank? Without you don't get the fish feedback with this.
Well, the phospholipid-bound omegas are also bioactive. Our body does absorb it as nutrition in the small intestine during reuptake, and it is transported eventually to the liver, where it does create an effect on the cholesterol metabolism in the body. It works. My understanding from all of the studies I've done is that the ethyl ester are really the ones that are taken and used in a much different way than your NTG or your phospholipid bound. But from what I've read, I don't see any manufacturer issues with Kirkland. I'll send patients for, I forget what it's called. It's an orange and blue label. It's made by Trident Seafood. But you can pick that up at Costco. That's a natural triglyceride form omega. I called the CEO of the company to check their manufacturer. It's pretty clean. It's nice. And again, doing the research to find out where things come from or what form has the activity is important.
Absolutely.
Jamie, you're so knowledgeable and stuff. How did you do this? I mean, it's not in the purview of optometry or even continuation lectures. You just self-taught, self-educated, self-researched?
Yes, sir. My first maternity leave, I took 300 hours to get a teaching certification for yoga and mindfulness. And then I recognized that in changing your mind, the body has to have some sort of change as well to create enduring habits. Yes, I can think about eating healthy, but if I'm still eating crap and then my subconscious is, enjoying that, then there's more to it. So the dietary aspects of understanding how to enjoy the foods I like, but not create problems for my body became a challenge. Because I love ice cream. I like chocolate. If you give me a bag of potato chips, it won't be there in 10 minutes. And that's the family size. I have no shame. But I can make my own potato chips now, and I fry them in olive oil. You find adaptive strategies, and then I realized that not everybody knows. So I got very passionate about it and decided I'd share it. Yeah, dark chocolate's excellent. I will never, listen, even dark beer has protective properties against osteoporosis. Technically, coffee has protective properties against diabetes. Food isn't always bad. I don't like to shame foods, right? If you want to have a piece of chocolate cake and your chemistry of your body allows it, have the cake. Do you have to do something on the back end? Yeah, probably. You can't eat cake every day. Otherwise, you'll look like that kid in the movie Matilda. Y'all know when the chubby kid ate all that cake?
My wife gets mad at me when I have 2 glasses of red wine eating dark chocolate, which it goes together, it tastes great. And I tell her, I'm taking my vitamins. This is my health thing. And you have no problem with that. You also are a gym rat, aren't you, at this point? Or you can't do it because
me?
of the children? Yes.
Oh, no. Well, funny story. I bought a rowing machine. I installed a home gym. We call it a prison gym as a bad joke, but we installed a home gym in our garage because I'm very big on still social distancing and wearing my masks, even with a vaccine. I still think what I've read is that COVID can exist in the oropharyngeal and nasopharyngeal mucosa. So I'm still very, very social distanced. And I went to work out on Sunday. I set everybody up. I said, I'll be back in 20 minutes. I'm going to go do a 2,000 meter row. And about 10 minutes in, I hear screaming. And my son had fractured his elbow falling on, I don't even know what.
Oof.
So I used to be a gym rat, but now I am a sneak it in when I can gym body.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're a mom, that's why.
Precisely. I have other priorities than a bathing suit body. Heck, I don't plan on going out this summer.
So what do you think about alternative medicines, like naturopath and that type of thing?
I think so. Naturopathic medicine, homeopathy. I think there are some really great fundamental ideas. I think some of it is snake oil, and I'll be the first to admit that you have to again understand source and understand chemistry and what drives the physical change to apply it. So, for example, I'll be talking about mushrooms later today. The Lingzi mushroom has been used in Chinese herbal medicine for 2,000 years. We know that mushrooms contain beta-glucans. Beta-glucans can pass through your stomach undigested and go into the tissue and have activity. They're taken up by macrophages, and they improve the ability of your natural killer cells to attack infection, essentially. So would I prescribe reishi mushroom powder to somebody who has inflammatory dry eye and blepharitis? Absolutely, I would. Because one of the other byproducts is ganoderic acid, which is a precursor to some of your steroid hormones. And we know that good steroids in the body decrease inflammation, your COX-1 pathway.
Amazing. One little comment that I'll make, this is important for the people attending the lectures. As you know, Jamie, in New Jersey, we require a certain amount of oral lectures, and yours is characterized as general optometry. But I'm sure this passed the mustard based on this conversation and just common sense to be an oral lecture. Would you agree?
Yeah, I agree. I wasn't so educated on the different classifications initially, but there is about a solid hour of oral pharmaceuticals. I discussed the various treatments for hypertension, hyperlipidemia. I do touch on thyroid because it is an endocrine disorder that can lead to metabolic dysregulation.
But orals also apply omegas, all the other things you're talking about that are not
omegas,
legend drugs.
Your natural products that do have bioactivity in the literature. Yes, sir, I do speak on those.
Good. So anybody from New Jersey listening, I would count it as an oral.
Well, it's funny, you New Jersey folks, I get so many questions from people emailing me all the time now. Does this count as New Jersey oral? And I'm kind of wondering, does the board really look? How does this even work? Because it seems like everybody's making it up as they go along.
In the old days, when we had local and regional and statewide lectures, that you'd be able to get orals all over because these people would want to speak on it, and they would be the hook of getting you in. Now, because everything's online and it's more nationally oriented, things aren't designated as oral, so you have to kind of seek it out, like I'm explaining about Jamie's lecture.
Right.
If it's something like Ben Casella's doing, or a lecture with a PH pharmaceutical designation at the end called Orals and Optometry, well, that's the slam dunk. But you have these other lectures that are certainly orals in nature, and I just would have the person make sure they document everything, and I think the state board will have no problem. I haven't been audited in 25 years. Have you been ever audited about your continuing education, Jamie?
Oh, no, sir. I'm
so
probably good on credits for another 5 years anyway, so if they don't like what I picked, they can choose something else.
Yeah. They're not going to kick you out of the state and take your license away. You just might have to take a course later on. It's not a big deal, but people, they try to follow the rules, and it's a good thing they're trying to follow the rules with how many therapeutic credits, how many oral credits, how many you could take online, etc. But other states don't have the same requirements. Others have glaucoma requirements and requirements in other areas. There's a couple of states that require a trafficking lecture. We require a narcotics lecture, so we try to include that. So you have to have some diversity to try to satisfy all the state-wide needs, not just the national needs.
Yep.
And I support that personally. I think that as medical professionals, we should be taking the same things as our MD colleagues. It's a different, some of it is technically different, but a lot of it's the same, right? It's caring for people and using the tools available. So yeah, even the narcotic lecture, I didn't have a problem taking that, even though I wouldn't prescribe a narcotic to anybody.
Right. It would be interesting if the states all kind of got on the same page, though. So, for instance, in Florida, where I'm licensed with my medical license, everybody has to take human trafficking. And it doesn't matter if you're medical, optometry, social work even. Everybody, you must learn about human trafficking. And it would be great if there was sort of a standard for these kinds of topics around the country, because they are really important.
Agreed.
Well, we did get the, let's say, most prominent OD who lectures at, I believe, Michigan University on trafficking. This is her mainland. This is kind of her wheelhouse. So we're lucky to get somebody who really knows his stuff, Dr. Kaczynski. And she, if you have an opportunity, just listen to her lecture now or on demand. And it's amazing what you might find out in prior practice that you could be doing. So
That's great. Thanks.
All right. Well, Jamie, thank you for coming here today and doing this. And I urge everybody to watch your lecture. You know, they can catch it again in, you know, if they didn't get it this time around, next time around, and the next time around, since we're going to be doing this 2 more times.
Well, if y'all like dad jokes, definitely tune into my lecture.
Yep. She's animated.
Nice. All right. Well, Jamie, thanks for being here.
I don't want to be a dry chicken dinner. Thank you.
And hopefully we'll catch up again. We'll catch up again next time. I have more questions for you about all these supplements that I'm chugging. So next time I'll ask you about a different label.
All right. Well, I'll make sure that I have a whole stack of white papers next to me so I can ingredient search.
Right.
Thank you, gentlemen, for the time. I appreciate it.
Thanks a lot.
Oh, listen, my brain is Google. If I could take that piece and convert it from song lyrics from the 80s to curing cancer, I'd have 2 Nobel Prizes. Instead, I just have Wham on loop.
Nice.
It's a good thing.
All right, Jamie. Thanks so much.
All right. Thanks,
have a nice rest of your
Y'all have
Sunday.
a good one.
All right. Bye.
Thank you so much. Take care, everyone. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right.
She's just great. If you met her in person, she's a personal friend, and she took over for me from iDoc as a administrator, having dinners, and was much more organized than I. She's now she's a little older. She maybe I guess mid-30s, but when she was right out of school, she was a dynamo even then.
Yeah, I just can't believe she goes back and forth between Texas and New Jersey. The frequent flyer miles must be astounding.
Yeah, and she has a major role in Texas. She kind of manages a group offices, so 4, 5, 6 offices. She kind of like coordinates things as well as examining patients. So she does use every second of the day.
Excellent.
Well, the women in optometry amaze me. Yesterday we had this gal on that she's pregnant with her 4th kid. She's a national speaker.
Yeah.
Yes, our first speaker yesterday.
Tammy, yeah.
Tammy is pregnant with a 4th kid. She's nationally known as a speaker. She goes around. Can you imagine a man giving birth to 4 kids and doing anything other than moan?
And she produced a whole product with Brunel that has her name on it at the same time.
Yeah. So and then here we have someone that commutes to Texas and is in Jersey and has kids and almost in a second marriage. And she can do these things, and I don't think men are nearly as good as women in multitasking.
Yeah. It's not a second marriage; it's just that they're not married yet, but they have 2 children. So I don't want to give wrong information.
So yeah, no, I think you're right. At least for the people that we deal with, right? And I know that we deal with some very high level folks at CEwire, but it's kind of amazing just the energy that they put into all of this. When I look at someone like Sue Resnick as well, I just kind of wonder how did she do it? How did she do it for all these decades too? Just to keep it up, I just get tired looking at her schedule.
Yeah, just amazing. And there she goes. But this food thing just knocked me off when I got this newsletter, and after filling out these forms for 35 years. It seems to be the bottom line is food. Well,
wait a second. Wait. Time out, though. You can't tell me that your diet is the thing that's kept you alive, because I've seen your diet.
No, what kept me alive is genes. The genes, you cannot fault genes. I mean, that seems to be, but let me tell you something. The 7 pounds. You buy them in
Macy's or Nordstrom's? Where do you get your genes? Sorry, bad joke.
So
yeah, but the 7 pounds I got is not the same, because my 7 pounds gave me a big belly and is making my walking difficult. So the bad food starts catching up later in life. So if you have the great genes and you keep yourself thin, you can live to 100 with no problems. So that seems to be the takeaway from here.
Yep.
Choose the right parents.
and plus the fact that if the Harvard School has taken the energy to send this thing out to practitioners for the past 35 years. They're serious about this. So you can read their newsletter, and it's not junk science. It's the truth.
Yep.
So who's next?
So we're going to have Twee is coming on next, but she's not here yet, but she will be, I'm sure. So we have a few minutes before Twee gets on. But before we do that, then let me remind everyone about our sponsors, because we have to thank our sponsors, of course. There we go. Don't forget to visit the exhibit hall. They would really appreciate it. I would really appreciate it. Without our sponsors, we'd be dead in the water. Just getting everything set up, right? We rely on these sponsors to help us, sort of erect the structure of the conference each year. So thank you to all of them for taking part. And don't forget to, when I email folks, those e-blasts that you see constantly and always come from me usually. Don't forget, when I talk about the sponsors, it would be really great, if you would actually go in and visit their booths or visit their websites as well when I talk about them in an e-blast that I send to you, because they really do appreciate it. It's been a very difficult year for a lot of the equipment vendors, right? Because they can't get face-to-face with anyone. And so the sort of electronic outlet is the only outlet they have to reach a lot of people. So definitely go check all of them out. And hopefully in the coming year, maybe in fall, people will really start traveling again so we can kind of see each other and we can lay our hands on the equipment again. I'll keep my fingers crossed.
Yep.
Hello?
It's going to be interesting to see how many could go to CECO.
That's one, I wouldn't touch that one with a 10-foot pole, even with my vaccinations right now, to be honest with you. I'd feel incredibly uncomfortable going there. Just the mechanics of getting there, being in Atlanta, I don't know. It just doesn't feel right.
Back to back with Vision Expo East.
Yeah.
They're competing against each other. So it's crazy.
I mean, I know I'm a chicken or whatever, but there's still significant parts of the population that are not vaccinated. I know that the pandemic is still running fairly out of control in some places. And even though these vaccines are protective, I wouldn't want to be part of the problem because they're not 100% effective. So until community spread gets to such a low level where the odds of you running into someone, with the virus is low, I wouldn't participate. But that's just me. I'm very risk averse. And I think Twee came on the line. Are you there?
I am. You can call me Lan.
Oh, Lan, great. Well, thank you for showing up.
Hi, how are you guys?
So
we are good.
You
Thank
have
you.
a hard schedule. You do 3 lectures is amazing.
Oh my God. Yeah, let me actually put that up so people can see. So Lan had a huge schedule. Actually, you don't have the record, though. I will say this. I think, is Melissa Barnett did 4? Somebody did like 4. Maybe it was Clark Chang. And I kind of wonder.
But he did it with other people.
Yeah, but like back to back. So they had to sit there. And I'm kind of wondering, like, how strong is your bladder to actually sit through all of this without getting up and leaving? So I was very impressed.
Yeah. I didn't have any, of those issues. But when I was recording one of my lectures, my cat did start making these really weird noises. So I had to sit really still, pause, and then try to get back into that exact same position and make it look seamless. So there was some background noise issues during one of my recordings.
Oh, that's hilarious. I think all is forgiven though, because especially with this past year, everyone is used to interruptions, right? I have frequently have screaming, 11-year-old running around here, so I get it.
Yeah. But my cat normally doesn't make any noises at all. And she decided to make really, really strange noises right in the middle. And I didn't want to scrap the whole thing and start from the beginning again. So I tried to just pause without it making it look like I had paused. Anyway.
That's awesome.
How do you attribute your diversity that you're able to talk about the cornea, multifocal contacts, and abuse of totally different area, prescription, non-prescription drugs? At NOVA, do you lecture on all these subjects or primarily in the contact lens cornea area?
Mostly in the cornea and contact lens area. I also do quite a bit of lecturing for practice management for the 4th-year students. The abuse of medications lecture. The topic I had inherited several years ago, and it wasn't my area of expertise when I got it, but then since then I've done a ton of research for that lecture. So we at Nova, we had provided that lecture as part of our therapeutic certification course several years ago.
Right. I want to ask you. I want to actually ask you about that last one, the abuse lecture. You know, you focus not just on prescription drugs, which is usually where these lectures go when you hear them, but you also focus on non-prescription drugs. I'm curious about that part of it. So what's that all about?
Well, I had asked around and I had considered doing a segment on over-the-counter medication abuse, but I didn't find as much interest in that. I asked around and talked to people like, what would you be interested in listening to? So then I veered into the street drugs, which technically aren't even labeled as medications. And at the time is when Flocka was really becoming an issue, especially down here in South Florida. I know a fair number of pharmacists, and they were saying that they were getting Flocka cases in hospitals that they were being pulled in to consult on a ton. So that's when I went into the street drugs, just because there was an interest and people said, hey, I'd like to know more about this because Flocka was a hot topic.
Yep. And so Flocka, for those who don't know, maybe you could actually tell us what it is and why it is actually a really, really dangerous drug.
Yeah, so Flocka is a street drug, sometimes known as bath salt, and it's found fairly easily, unfortunately, but you may not realize that you're looking at it. So it's sometimes marketed and labeled as fertilizer or cleaning solvents or even insecticides. And then when individuals abuse it in an effort to get that high and that euphoria, it actually causes a lot of, psychotropic side effects that make people sometimes, in extreme cases, very violent even. So it's easily found, which makes that a scary street drug.
Yep. And I put up the chemical composition of it on the screen so everyone can take a look at it, just so they know what they're dealing with. So that's kind of cool that you're addressing this in your lectures, because I mean, for most ODs, their experience with these street drugs is probably pretty remote, I would imagine. And the terminology is changing all the time. So it's great that you took the time to do this to familiarize people with it.
Yep. And unfortunately, I also had a few patients who have told me that, of course, they're sitting in your chair, you're doing their routine exam, and they're not taking street drugs themselves, but they have secondhand knowledge of their children or friends, acquaintances that have been unfortunately affected by it. So while the abuse of medications may not be affecting your patients directly, you never know, what struggles individuals have that they may not tell you about.
Absolutely.
Now, I'm most interested, I know one of your wheelhouses is contact lenses, and specifically multifocal contact lenses. Do you have a go-to lens? Do you have a process that you fit the patients with? Because I know it's challenging for the average OD and MD, for that matter, in fitting multifocals. Even this day and age, we have a plethora of choices. Give me your broad strokes opinions and your specificities.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, having so many choices, so many brands and designs sounds like a great thing, but it can become overwhelming for both the new grad and the experienced OD to know which lens to start with. I would love to tell you that I have one specific go-to lens that works for all of my patients across the board. In reality, that's certainly not the case. I definitely veer towards daily disposables first. And fortunately now we have several daily disposable multifocal designs that are very good. So amongst the daily disposable multifocals, I use a little bit of everything. I probably favor Dailies Total One and AccuView One Day Moist.
But
Mhm.
lately, I have found that now that patients are going back out into the world and they're not quarantined, they may still be doing a lot of computer work, but they're out in the world a little bit more. The demand for contacts is definitely increasing again. So I've been using a little bit of everything. BioTrue one day for presbyopia is definitely in my mix, as is Clarity one day.
Okay, that's a large range. We were talking,
Yeah.
just to get on subject, off subject, with Dr. Blumenstein about and it's my lecture about the new drugs for presbyopia. Now, for example, in your practice, let's say you prescribe there's a drug that's coming out by Novartis that's a lens softening drug, actually increases accommodation, doesn't do any miotic effect. Can you see now being able to back off? So let's say you're going with a lens, let's say the Cooper lens is with a plus 250N. You might be able to go to a plus 1D. You see what I'm saying? With the use of the softening, because they won't need as much accommodative help because they're getting some from the drug and some from the contact lens. Do you see that happening?
Yeah. Yes, I'm actually looking forward to that potential someday. Because again, in general, patients who are young presbyopes who still have a good amount of accommodation, but maybe they just have excessive near demands. Those patients are easy to fit, and you could probably reach for any design, and those early presbyopes could potentially do fairly well. So the idea of taking a more advanced or moderate presbyope and softening their lens medically will allow you to go back towards some of those lower ad designs. So I'm looking forward to that potential, hopefully soon.
Maybe a better outcome and a higher percentage of success because of that. So we're making older people younger and younger people really young. That's a cool idea.
Yes, exactly. I love being able to tell, that, moderate or older presbyope, hey, I can't make you 20, but I can make you 47, and they love that. So they would love the idea of not having as much dependence on, their contacts and being able to see the smaller details with their contact lenses. They love it.
Which plastic surgeon do you use for that? Which plastic surgeon do you also use? Which plastic surgeon do you also use for that? Sorry, you can't do it all.
One thing that you mentioned brought back memories. You mentioning that you're teaching practice management to the fourth year class at Nova. From 1992 to 1995, I was a professor of optometry at Nova, and I spoke about practice management, believe it or not.
I don't think I knew that. Goodness.
They didn't put a plaque up for me because they let me out. They fired me, and I was let out. So there's no picture of me up there. However, I did one thing that I don't think anyone has duplicated for the senior class. They hated it, but I made every senior send me in an application as if they were applying for a job with an optometrist, and I made them sit through a job interview with me. See, and I wanted them to dress appropriately for that particular job in that community that they were going to apply to be a part of, and we did the interview with each student. I don't think they liked it, but I think it was a great learning experience for them. So basically now you're at this situation where you have to get these kids ready for job interviews and practitioners ready to interview them. How do you handle the kids now in school?
It's a challenge. I do make the students write a cover letter and a resume or CV. And then one of my colleagues who also teaches a practice management course, she brings in a human resources expert, and then she does some mock interview techniques. But when it comes to their cover letter and resume, the thing that I find the most is that sometimes their cover letter reads like their application for optometry school.
They talk about everything that they did, as a tech and in preparation for school and what inspired them. And I said, if you were applying for a job to be a tech, this would be a lovely cover letter. Same thing with their resume. Often they don't have a ton of optometry work experience. They've been in school. So they write this half a page description of what they did as a tech before they started school. And I said, again, you're not applying to be a tech. What have you been doing in the last 4 years? So oftentimes I'm having them reword and rework their resume to talk about their accomplishments while they were in school, whether it be academic or during their externships. And sometimes they struggle when I ask them. It's like, okay, well, what makes you unique? Why are you different than every other new grad and candidate out there? And then that's when they struggle to try to find what makes them unique, and what they're interested in, and what they're willing to do.
Go ahead, please.
Go ahead.
Continue.
Yeah, when it comes to actual interviewing, I force them to prepare. I said, be prepared to have specific examples of patients that made an impact on you and that keeps you motivated. Talk about what you're willing to do for this practice and why you're worth, the thought.
As someone that interviewed many students, once I was in the practice field, we had a lot of associates in the past, and from the optometrist point of view, sitting there looking at the student, they're thinking, well, what's in it for me to hire this person? I'm going to have to spend months training them, and will they make it? Can they hack it in our practice? And I look for what specific skill are they going to bring in that we don't have in the practice. And one thing that students have overlooked through the years is the one important skill they have is a second language. They take it for granted if they can speak Vietnamese at home, it's no big deal. Or if they can speak Spanish at home, it's no big deal. It is a tremendous deal. If you're moving into a Spanish or Vietnamese neighborhood, you could build an enormous practice just having that language skill. So that is a very important skill that the kids should have and put in their resumes.
Yeah, I agree, and that's something that once they start working is a skill that they can easily market and reach out to the local community that is looking for some diversity and some flexibility when it comes to who they go for their eye care. So yeah, I agree. That's definitely something that I'll remember to tell the students to market a little bit more and highlight in their resume if they speak a second language. A lot of
as an example, I was going to say, as an example, in New Jersey, I know of a young OD who was Polish, spoke Polish, and opened up cold in a specifically Polish area. And within the years, his practice was busting out the seams. So that's a perfect example of using a skill and just marketing it correctly. Did you, in order to do practice management, do you also practice in private practice now, or did in the past, or just you're just smart enough to know everything?
I did. So I've always had a relationship with Nova since my residency, and for several years I was part-time adjunct faculty while I was in private practice. So I did that for about 12 or 13 years before I came back to do full-time faculty. So a lot of what I teach in my practice management class is a lot of stuff that I made mistakes on when I was in private practice. And, there wasn't always a manual on what to do for your day-to-day. Sometimes you had to figure it out on your own. And a lot of what I teach them is things that, hey, I learned this because I made a lot of mistakes, and you have to figure out how to fix it, and you have to grow from it on your own. So I usually just teach them as much practical knowledge as I can. The other part of my practice management class is somewhat I just call adulting skills. Again, writing that resume properly, interview techniques, negotiating, some of the basics of contracts, which, again, when I was going through it, I relied very much on experts to help me, which is a good thing to do, but you have to know the basics in order for the expert to advise you properly.
Mm-hmm. Well, based upon your abilities in Chief of Cornea and Contact Lens Service and your diversity, I'm going to write a letter to the Dean of Nova to promote you to at least associate, perhaps full professor, if that's okay with you.
I would that recommendation. Thank you for that.
That and the Sun Pass will get you through it all.
My advice, they're probably better now, but get a long-term contract if you can.
Yes,
don't sign a one-year deal.
Yeah, you're not bitter at all, right, Dad?
Yeah. I'm not the exact academic that you don't have to take my experience, but not bad to have a long contract.
Oh my gosh! All right.
Academia definitely has its challenges. When I came back as full-time faculty several years ago, you have to retrain from being in private practice and doing things quickly and making decisions on the fly. Whereas this type of setting, it's a group effort. Lots of people have to be involved with all the decisions, which makes you feel more confident about it. But you have to retrain your brain between that two different modes for sure.
Yep.
Right.
Great. All right. Well, Ann, thank you for being here. Thank you for doing all those lectures. I'm impressed by just the sheer intestinal fortitude to sit through 3 of these. And hopefully we can have you back here next month when we do it all over again, and we can speak again.
I would love it. Just let me know when you need me. Thanks.
All right. Thanks so much.
Thanks a lot again.
Thanks for coming.
Bye now.
Bye.
Okay, that was a good one.
Yeah, she was recommended by Julie Rodman, who I got originally, and they're friends at Nova, and obviously going to stay there for a long time. Very, very impressive.
Yep.
And
diversity.
I guess you handle the speakers, but I guess she wrote in her stuff on time. There was no delay with her.
Oh, those two I just mentioned, there are 2 levels of speakers, and we do get all-star speakers, people that are very, very prominent in the field. There are some that are so good and get the stuff in right away, no errors. They listen to what they have to do because certain things have to be done correctly. And then there are others that drag their feet, and it's always the same ones. And it's like herding cats or cattle, but you could tell from her organization skills. If I sent something to her, it was with me the next day and better than I could have written it myself. So you're correct. You can tell the ones that are very easy to work with.
Yep, I think a lot of people don't realize how much effort there is in getting stuff through Arbo and getting a COPE approved and everything. And there's a lot of time that goes from the time we submit the materials to the time that we get them back and everything's approved. So, and it helps when you have people who are cooperative, right? Because when you're doing it once or 5 times, it's not that bad. When you're doing it 60 times, it gets to be a little bit much. So you need people to behave when they're sending stuff in, and most people do. It's the occasional one where it's a disaster in it, and we have to really hound people. So, but most people are pretty good. I mean, we've been doing this long enough now. We know, and we work with people who are good at doing it. So, it's been great. So, guys, I have to actually step out and do I have some tech support that I have to do for people, but we're going to have Dr. Polino coming up. I'm going to put his slide up on the screen, and why don't you guys talk amongst yourselves? If he shows up, feel free to start speaking with him. And I'll be back as soon as I can.
Okay. Well, Steve, you and I can talk.
Sure. I'm just going to, I am.
Go ahead.
You first. I'm just writing a little bit of a note.
I would just thinking about how difficult it is for most optometrists to interview potential employees. In our practice, the only interviews I would do would be for potential associates. I would never interview we would have a manager handling the management part of things, the employees that were administrative, and I would end up seeing them once, before they began, but the decision who to hire was not in my particular hands, whereas with the optometrists, for sure, the optometric associates had to pass the muster of the new person coming in. And we always look for something. What are they going to add to the practice that we don't already have? And that was very important. So when new optometry students are out there, they've got to have that ready to fire off at a potential employer.
You're right, and it's hard because somebody. I agree, and it's hard to assess somebody with an interview process because they can tell you what you want to hear. They could be very polished there, and then you see within a week or two or three that what they said and what they do are totally different. I had that experience when I was hiring my first associate. The best thing is if you have somebody that worked at another practice, but it's very difficult, as you all know, hiring a new grad out of school because they've worked always with a proctor under the purview of having much more time to do things. And in prior practice, obviously, things are different. You have to be much more efficient, not necessarily less care, just more efficient in how you do things. And with the different layers of things like electronic records in this day and age, and they might not be cognizant about the new equipment that we have, because at universities, they obviously have great equipment, but you don't have the use of all these things all the time. Well, in prior practice, you often do. So you find that very quickly, and sometimes you have to go to, I'm sure you did, 2, 3, 4 candidates before you found somebody that actually worked out in the office. I certainly did. And when I did find out, it was somebody who was out of school for 5 years, not a new grad. You always see these ads, new grads,
yeah.
You see them in mostly, I hate to say it, commercial settings because they're always looking to fill these spots. And then the student becomes, now it's a much different issue where now they're examining people at a much higher rate of time, and they get out of the mode of what they learned in school very, very quickly. So they change, and they change because they have to survive. And the really smart ones do survive, but sometimes their skills erode of all that great education they had for 4 or even 5 years as a resident.
Yeah, and you know, it was easier for us because if you're fortunate enough, some people complain about having an optometry college nearby, and they say that it's bad competition because too many graduates come out. However, we always hired optometry students to be technicians for us on weekends and vacation time. So we had a pool of people that could come into the practice, and every year or every couple of years there was one superstar that was our people working for us that came into the practice. So it was much easier for us to figure out who would be part of the blend. And it was like personality differences. It was like language skills, like social background. That would appeal more to certain patients that we might not have in the practice. So these are some of the traits that you look for in a potential optometrist. But it's still not easy. However, it is a seller's market. Basically, certainly in big cities, there are more optometrists wanting jobs than there are jobs available. In far more rural places, there are not enough optometrists available to become associates. There's a complaint that the kids don't want to move into farm country. They want to stay near a big city. So that's a big issue.
And they say, yes, move to a community that's in need, etc. But you know, often ODs are married or they have a fiance, and there's social and family issues. They don't want to move far from their family, their mom and dad. They might be planning a family, and they don't want to have the family there. So it's easy to say move to an area that needs you more, that you can do better in it. But very few want to, let's say they grew up in the Northeast. They don't want to practice in Butte, Montana, for just mentioning a city that came to mind.
And they may be socially uncomfortable there. They may be the only, certain individuals that grew up in a certain way, in a certain background, will not find a place to settle in. in rural areas,
Well,
and that is a
well, for
problem.
example, you're a perfect example. You were a New York City person and you moved to Boca. Not too much difference except for the temperature, correct?
Right.
And then you moved to Oregon, where now that's a tremendous difference in terms of the perception, how people live their lives. Would you agree with me? And you had to adapt.
Oh,
to that.
absolutely, absolutely. Then they can spot me, and then they'll say, "Oh, yeah, I can see you're from the East because of your accent." Well, whoever thought I had an accent? You know,
Yep.
but
I don't think you do.
for sure, you know, people. So it's. However, the advantage, of course, in moving into a smaller area is that $1 million house in the Northeast that will be a $250,000 house in a rural place. So the cost of living drops precipitously. So you can make a heck of a lot less and put away heck of a lot more in a rural environment.
Well, the lifestyle sometimes is better. A quick story around that time. We had somebody move into a house next to us many years ago, and my wife's name is Nina. I don't want to say it. And one of the children said to the parent, "How come he calls his wife Nina?" In other words, Linda, Nina. And I was just talking the way I speak the way I normally speak. Is that Dr. Polino we hear?
Hi, everyone. Yes, it's me.
Hi, Carla.
Hi, Carla. Well, we're just chatting again. You know, we're the kings of trivia. So anytime there's a break, we have trivia to talk about forever.
Yes.
Oh,
both optometry and anything else.
What's the
I'm
topic?
sure you could join in.
Yeah, where do you practice, Carla? We were just talking about rural versus city. Where do you practice?
I'm in Philadelphia. I'm at the optometry school. So I have a satellite clinic that I run for them. And if you're familiar with Philadelphia, it says Chestnut Hill.
Sure.
It's a suburb. Yeah. So it's
I'm in central New Jersey, sir.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So it's pretty good. I have 7 exam rooms. You know, the Eye Institute, I think you're probably all familiar with it. It's a very large building on Broad Street. And so I get the same population, excuse me, with a little bit more of a private practice feel. You know, it's not this massive type of building. So it's good. And I live in Jenkintown, which is a suburb in Montgomery County, right outside the city limits. So it takes me about 15 minutes to drive there every day. So it's a nice little drive, and you know, it's nice to it's nice to kind of, like I said, be in a little bit more of a controllable environment. You know, with a.
Are you originally? Are you from that area?
No, I grew up in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So I went to Gannon University in Erie, and then came to PCO, and then I was all ready to go back home to Pittsburgh, and then I did a residency here that finished in 1995, and one of the faculty members was sick at the time, and they needed someone to possibly fill that role. So they asked me if I would be interested and, you know, apply for the position and so forth. So I thought, oh, maybe I'll stay for a few years and get a little bit more what I would call education here. And that's led to 27. So it's been pretty good. You know, it's always an adventure. The biggest thing now, as you probably all know, the biggest adventure for me, believe it or not, is how these kids have changed. And it's amazing because they're totally different in their mindset now. Everything is, I want everything fast and easy, and I don't want to work for it, and what's the simplest way to get from A to Z. So it's been a little bit of a transition for me, and I never thought it would be that way, but that's the challenges that are in education now. So how are all you doing? Okay. Everyone's safe and sound?
Yep. I think we're all double vaccinated, and we're out and about where I am, and no big concerns about COVID. And there's still some little challenges, but nothing like last year. So we're kind of getting back to normal. I come from the same area as you, but I'm in Florida now. I'll be going back in a few days, and I assume the Northeast is just a little bit more closed than the southern states. Now, you also did the retinal fellowship. Was that at Salos, or was that at some retinal office that they had a program?
Yeah. So what happened was in 2003, they approached. At that point, I had been out for about 8 or 9 years, and I was considered at that point heading into like the middle tier academic. So they said they pinpointed a few of us, and they said, "Hey, listen. Do you want to go get a master's? Do you want to get a PhD? Do you want to get a fellowship?" And so there were about 4 of us, I think, at that time. And we all picked different things. And so they had a fellowship set up with Dr. Steve Sinclair. He was from Harvard and then went from Harvard to Penn. So Tom Lewis was the president here at the time. So from July of 2004 to 2005, I was with Dr. Sinclair and his fellows and things of that nature. It was nice. It was good. It was a different, eye-opening experience because I got to fall. I became what I would call a retinal fellow / resident. Just followed whatever they did. So we were there at 5:30 in the morning. Went to surgery. Came back, saw patients. If we had to, we saw surgery at night. So it gave me a different perspective on maybe how optometry trains people and how medicine trains people, and medical doctors. So it was good. And then hopefully I brought some of that back here, which was what they wanted. And I don't know if you guys know Kelly Malloy. She was my same roughly age, but she does a lot of neuro. She went and did the neuro fellowship and got to spend some time at Jefferson and I think, I forget, Albert Einstein. So it was pretty good, and that was for one complete year. And then I came back in 2005, and they let me teach a little bit of retina and a little bit of clinical medicine. So that's what I've been doing. I see patients, and then I do that, and I'm happy. So it's been good.
That's great.
Great. As far as other generations, though, this has been a universal problem, I think, as long as mankind. There was a musical by Rodgers and Hammerstein called Flower Drum Song, and came out of, I think, the late 50s, early 60s. And there's a song, "What are we going to do about the other generation?" So there were complaints about parents talking about their kids in the 1950s and 60s, and I think every generation has that problem where the kids are different. So you're not alone.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you told me that because I struggle with that daily, and we all do, and it's just they really do. They think a little differently. The computer age. They want things very quick. As I said earlier, you don't even see them in the library anymore. I don't even know if they know what that means. Because they have their computer to look things up, but. Yeah, I'm glad you said that because it is true. And to try to be effective is not always that easy. I have to sometimes think like they do, which is okay, but it's what we do, right? So, but are all of you, what part of Florida are you in? Not all of you.
I'm in Boca right now. Boca Raton and
I'm in Oregon.
Back.
I'm in the other corner of the universe.
Far
from Florida. Adam and I, we run ODwire from a suburb about 7 miles from Portland, from downtown Portland, and that's where we are now. But we basically our thinking is still, at least for me, most of my life was in New York City, so I'm still pretty much a New Yorker. So that's the way it is.
Getting back to the students, I had a question because just recently I posted a picture of my graduating class, which was I'm about a decade or so older than you, and then the graduating class from SUNY this year. And obviously the demographics were totally skewed. We had 2 or 3 girls in our class, and now it's probably 75% women, if not more, and some diversity in terms of ethnicity also versus Caucasian white guys. Now I'm curious because that background typically usually is very, very didactic in their approach to education, but you're finding that no, they still want it the quick, easy way out. So that was a little surprising to me. But definitely demographics that Salas or what I'm saying as with that Sune, I would imagine the same
thing. Yes. And it's interesting because what I've found, and all of this is said with humility and things of that nature. What I have found also is that not only do they study differently, and they only put a minimal amount of. What I found is that I'll give you an example. If I have to meet with some of my 4th years, let's say on a Friday session, and let's say I have 15 of them, I will say to them, hey, did you read what I told you to read? Did you look at your studies? Did you look this up? Did you look up that? They will do it, but they will do it like at as minimal as they can. And then finally I said to them, if I'm more concerned about your education than you are, something's wrong. And you'll like this statement here. There was a very smart female that I just had last quarter from New Jersey, really nice female, is going to practice in New Jersey. And she said, Dr. Polino, I'm going to be honest with you. Most of us want to be on social media. And I said, well, how much of you are on social media, per day? And they said, well, about 2.5 hours per day, something like that. And I said, well, why do you do that? Because I want that 2.5 hours to go towards studying. And she said, well, because the way we think is that by being on social media, we remain relevant. And I said, relevant to what? Because my mind doesn't think that way. And so that's just a prime example. It was an eye opener for me because I was glad that she was honest with me. And that's what they do. They want minimum effort for maximum result. And it doesn't work that way. And then this whole new concept of remaining relevant in their social media sphere, let me take that back, their social media part of their life, that's all new territory for me, that someone who grew up in the 70s and 80s, I have no concept of what relevancy means on social media. And so it was an eye-opener, and then I said, okay, well, what do I do now? And that just occurred last quarter, so early part of this year. So now I got to figure out what that actually means and how do I apply it to their education. So at least she was honest, so. Yep.
This is a problem that we face on ODwire. We designed ODwire, it's over 20 years ago now. And then we had a forum for students and recent grads. And I figured for sure these students and recent grads would love to be on ODwire to interact with those older ODs to get to answer questions. Well, that forum is dead as a doornail. It's rare that a student will post on there to ask a question or interact with the older ODs, even though they know that if they would get their name known, it'd be much easier to get a job when they get out. But it's just not there, and we're struggling to figure out how to reach the youngest students because our 24,000 membership is aging. If you're going to be relevant, we need the young people in there, and we don't know what to do. Yeah. So it's a problem.
Exactly. And you know what else I found as well? And I'd like to get your input on it. A lot of these young kids, when I say young kids, that's not very nice, but a lot of these young doctors or young, the students, they don't understand. I think as they have knowledge, but wisdom is different. And this is, I think, what you're saying. Like, wisdom is like experience and time. So someone who just graduates optometry school, they might have current knowledge, but they don't have wisdom because they don't have time behind them and circumstances and things like that. They don't respect the wisdom part of it. That's what I can't through to them. Does that make sense? So if I say to them, yep, I want you I want you to talk to older doctors. When I say older, people who are in the field, get their opinion. Try to go to private practice if you can. Don't just jump at the highest bidder at you, and try to maintain a private practice mentality. Try to, like you just said, go on to what you said, your program, and pick the brains of people and make connections. Try to do things that I've told you, maybe get my wisdom to why you might want to do a residency. They don't value that. That's why I think they've changed as well. Not only do they want everything quick and easy, I think sometimes they don't value what you just said, and that's why they don't value, hey, let's go and pick the brain of someone who has wisdom. And I don't know why they don't think that. I never thought that way. I always thought, let's go to the people who have the wisdom. They're going to share it with me. They know it all. And that's within.
I agree. They think that if they could read an OCT and pick up a pseudomacular hole or have a retinal image or whatever, I think a lot of the optometry has become more of a data analyzing profession rather than a data collection profession. We used to use a retinoscope, etc. So that's part of it. But they think, first of all, they don't know what they don't know. I think you realize what that means. They don't understand that, they're likely to get 80% of the care right, and the 20% that zebra, as you know, they won't get right because they haven't seen it in school, and they won't put that experience of a practitioner who's doing certain things for whatever condition it might be, and it's not working or things are not going as smoothly. They have to switch gears, and that experience is invaluable, whether it be a contact lens fit, a retinal problem, a dry eye treatment, etc. And 4 years in school, especially the last 2 years seeing patients, is just not enough time, especially when you have that proctor behind you, knowing what to do, and they don't realize how valuable that was until that person isn't there. So it definitely is a problem. I think it's more of a problem now because optometry is not easier, but the technology has made it more easy to see things if you have it.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, so that's been my biggest challenge. It's good to hear you guys have similar viewpoints, and
absolutely. And the danger, of course, is that they're right to become employees. They'll never want to get to the point where they're creative thinkers that can go into a practice and to have to reach the challenge of the practice. They'll want somebody else to make the decisions for them. So it's much easier to go into a slot where they're just employees, and that can change the whole face of optometry to become sort of like pharmacy, and that's not good.
Yeah, sure. Correct.
And there's certain personalities that they have to learn how to bond with the patient, and this you don't learn in school because you see the person once, you don't see them again. You're not seeing them continuously, maybe for a contact lens fit or some vision therapy, but even that was spotty at my school. The social skills, I always, when I would have people interview for jobs or interns coming into my office, I'd say competency is probably number 4 or 5 on the list of what makes you successful. Being able to speak to people, being able to speak to, let's call it the bum on the Bowery or the dean from Princeton, and talk to them in their level without showing they're patronizing, and some other things besides that. But patients assume competency and the other aspects of people skills, etc. No, a retinal specialist doesn't have to have that because the cataract surgeon has to have it too much. We have to have it because we deal with people on a one-on-one basis every single day, whatever, 20, 25 people, and you're talking to them first and last, and etc. So they have to develop that, and if they don't develop that, they can work for somebody and make a decent living, but they'll never be truly successful.
Yeah, exactly. That's well said. It's true. Competency is something that the patient already has that in their mind that you're competent. It's those other things that mean something to build that bond. Yeah. So, but it's been a challenge. I just never, it's okay. I guess it's life, right? We can't all hit fastballs. We have to hit a curveball every once in a while to be successful. So that's what, I'm just learning, and it's changing over time, and we'll see how it goes. But it's been fun. Can I ask you guys a question? I was just curious about this. First of all, what you guys are doing is super, and I want to thank you for inviting me. I was just curious. When this is all, when we're done in June, and the 4 sessions are done, is there any way, I was just curious, how you were kind enough to let me do the, present the narcotic lecture. Is there any way to find out how many people actually attended so I would have an idea, just to see if it's popular? Okay.
We can give you those stats completely. In fact, we usually give it to all doctors. So, by the way, the attendance has been amazing. First of all, there's a lot more people because of the COVID virus and because of how Arbo has changed the rules. But lectures like you are very well received. As an example, Mark Freeberg, he's a retinal specialist out of Red Bank, New Jersey. He was the first lecture today, and at the end, he had 600 people in his lecture. We had asked for more bandwidth because the system, and this is with 3 other lectures going on at the same time. So we'll provide you with those stats, along with it's going to be on demand until July 1st. So a lot of people take it in between the live sessions, depending on their state requirements. So they'll take it on demand where you're not there, and they just listen to it. So I'll be glad to provide that to you, no problem at all.
That would be.
One of the reasons we get people back, and you're certainly one of them, is that we also have everybody hopefully fill out a survey, and we do get a nice bell curve of who and what topics people like. We try for the diversity. We try to have varied doctors and even PhDs and MDs, etc., just so we have some diversity. But some people like certain things rather than others, and it's challenging because we don't want to have the same speakers all the time. We have the high-profile regular ones like you, but we also like to integrate other people into it. So certainly we'll give you those stats, and I'm sure your lecture will be well received. Because I'm concerned with content, I already listened to it, so I loved it.
Yeah, well, that's thank you so much. It's just good. It's just good. I like to look at those things, just for my own sake. Hey, we got a lot of people here. It must be an important topic and so forth. And I know in Pennsylvania, they make us now take a 2-hour narcotic course. And I don't know if that's, do you guys happen to know, is that how it is throughout the country? Does every state require opioid? Many do, but I specifically had you talk about that and a few other people talk about it to satisfy. The states are diverse. New Jersey requires 1-hour narcotics course. Yours requires 2 hours. Some states don't require any at all. So you have to have those in there. We have to have a course in human trafficking because many states are requiring that now in optometry. And we have the let's say, expert in human trafficking in optometry do that. So the answer is that's one of the reasons I asked you to do the narcotics course. To segue a little bit into what your interest is, I've given 2 lectures on genetics and epigenetics. That's my kind of wheelhouse field. But I never was aware of what you talk about, the genetics in narcotics. Can you speak about that a little bit? Because I know you're going to talk about that in your lecture, and I'm really interested in that. Yeah, sure. That's fine. Well, it's interesting. That is I'm so happy you just said that. What I mean by that is I have an interest in the epigenetics of most diseases. And I find that, I figured genetics is are the keys to the piano and the epigenetics, obviously is the pianist. So, but the epigenetics of most of these diseases, the methylation of the DNA, the acetylation of the histones and so forth of that nucleosome, I just find that tremendous. And so what in this narcotic lecture, I just briefly at the end, this Life Kit Predict, this, it has about a 97% specificity in the sense of trying to find who might be addicted. It's at least the first phase of looking at the genetics / epigenetics. And I find that these 2 type of gene segments can pretty much say, hey, listen, we may not want to consider an opioid for longer than maybe 4 or 5 days. Let's go for something else. But I think that's going to become, the state of the art within, 15 years that, hey, let's, whether through blood draw or through a swab, looking at this genetics / epigenetics. But I'm just so happy you have that interest because I really believe epigenetics is where it's at. And then I'm sure you guys know about this CRISPR, this gene, Harvard is big on CRISPR in the sense if you want to learn about it, where you can go in and change the gene sequence to try to get a different outcome and things of that nature. So I don't know. I think the other reason I'm big into this is because not only from who's going to be genetically prone to getting addicted to, opioids, but just let's look at like they've already started to do. Let's look at the genes and epigenetics of AMD, glaucoma, all the things that we talk about. So hopefully that'll be the future topics with the epigenetics. And we have to, I've got to admit, we have to stress it more here at PCO because it's not stressed here enough. And whatever those epigenetics changes are, we know that it's methylation and acetylation, but externally, what turns that on and off? Is it food? Is it stress? Is it inflammation from a different means? Things of that nature. Is it exercise? Is it, too much sunlight? I'm making that, using that as an example. So very interesting topic. And I hope that they find this for the opioid earlier than later, the specific genetics of it. So, yeah.
Carlo, I'll send you. In 2019, I did a lecture on genetics, which also was CEwire, but also was published in Optometry Times. 2020, I did a lecture on epigenetics, which is in the queue to be published. Everything, it seems like. It covers CRISPR and AAV vectoring, which I'm trying to explain to people. That's the Johnson & Johnson thing, as well as stem cells, as well as all the other ways. That's genetics, but the epigenetics is much more specific to what we're all talking about, of how diseases can be controlled with changing methylation and histone manipulation, etc. So I'll send you those two lectures, and maybe we can lecture as a team in PCO and Salis when I get back north at some time. It'd be great to do a team lecture on that, 2 hours as a one-time thing.
Let me know. Please send them to me, because what I can do, they have to take what's that called? Electives. And that would be a wonderful thing. And if we could do it maybe as an elective the first year, maybe we can then get it into the curriculum, or we can do it every year. Not that we can't do the elective every year, but see, I think those things are extremely important for them to understand. We also don't have, and I'm in the process of trying to, talk to our administrators. We don't have a very good well, let me rephrase that. We don't have a nutrition course here. So like, there's no means. And how, I don't know if you know this, but at PCO, they changed it to Salis because they added all those other, PA school and audio. And so there's like 4 or 5 schools now. None of those schools have nutrition as a course in any of their curriculum or curricula. So that's another thing. So my point of that was, not only we need that, and we need epigenetics, genetics, related to diseases. Yeah. So good. Yeah. Send them.
Paul knows it's my wheelhouse, and it's so interesting. And now it's becoming. I've told people, anybody with inherited retinal disease, especially RP, LCA, but all the ones, choroideremia, go to Will's Eye, get tested, because A, they might have a treatment now, or an experimental treatment, and B, if not now, for the near future, they very well might be. And you're just shafting your patient if you don't get them tested, because as you know, at least 1% of the RP patients to be helping, all the LCA patients, as well as some other the single genome changes are the ones that are the most fertile, and the eye is really good because it's a preferred tissue. It's privileged. So I'm giving you my lecture, but you know this stuff already.
I'm still looking forward.
I get really excited about it, because it's really, and the epigenetics just showing again how there are drugs now that will demethylize things that are methylized and diverse, so that you can get genes to be expressed that should be, or repressed that should be also. But we're at the beginning. I think 10 years from now, this will be at the forefront of all of medicine, forgetting about optometry.
Yep, that's exactly right. Yeah, and the big one, one of the bigger ones, which I totally agree with you, is inocular melanoma, because they can use the histone deacetylase medicines,
Correct.
Valproate. Yeah, you're right. That's exactly right. And that's why I hope it comes a little quicker, but that's right. Melanoma is one of the big ones. And the other big thing is the immunomodulatory, the Humiras and things like that, the checkpoint inhibitors and all of those, but they all play a role. And I hope, I hope our students understand that and get that. And like you just said, even though they might not be doing it, they know where to send the patient. So,
Before you leave,
talk, Paul.
I just got a question in from a listener. Can you talk about genetic progress in XLRS?
Let me take a look at that.
XLR.
X. Letter
I'll
X.
see what that means.
Yeah,
Does anyone know what it means?
I don't know that either, so I'll look up there.
Oh, maybe it's
It's
juvenile
it's retinoschisis. Yes, X-linked retinoschisis.
That's what it is. Yeah.
It's inherited disease. The trouble with that is it's multi-genetic. Multi-genes are affected with that, so it's much more challenging to do gene therapy in a multi-genetic problem versus a single gene therapy. So I'll write something at the bottom here. But they should certainly at least send them. There's an organization, but there is no treatment, and they really aren't doing gene research on it. Okay, I'm actually just Googling it at the same time. It's X-linked, which is good. So it's a male problem, like everything else in life. So I'll send them some information via the web. It's really. By the way, the last thing I'd like to talk about, based on this, it's my field, is that the AAV vectoring, as you know, puts the, let's say, gene into the DNA, it gets converted into RNA, goes to the ribosomes. The advent of messenger RNA might make all these gene therapies much more efficient, skipping a step, so we don't get, in quotes, the Johnson & Johnson gene therapy for the eye. We get the Moderna and Pfizer representative. It's a lot more clean. So the messenger RNA might have uses everywhere, cancer, etc., as you will know, but it effectively might make gene therapy in the eye much more easy to do because of the ease of producing a messenger RNA vector approach rather than an adenovirus where you put the gene in the virus and it goes into the DNA. Paul doesn't know what we're talking about, but you do, right?
Yeah, it's a lot. Yes, right. It's more. It's an easier approach. That's correct. Yep, totally.
Easy approach once they figured out how to not cause problems. It takes away a step. If something's in DNA, things can happen with the genes around it. But if you're going directly into the ribosomes, producing a protein that goes into the bloodstream, it just seems that keep it simple, stupid, it works better. But it wasn't simple to do, but it's a simpler approach just in terms of the mechanism. So this is what we can talk about with the students. They would love that stuff, or they would hate it and throw darts at us, but whatever.
Either way,
I'll send you the 2 lectures.
Yeah, you never know what you're going to get, but that's okay. Yeah. So, but no, I think it's good to peek there for.
Hey guys, I don't mean to interrupt Adam here. I just came back, so I've been listening as I've been working in the background. This has been a really interesting discussion. You guys could probably talk on this for hours and hours. So your students should be so lucky.
Yeah, thank you. Well, guys, thank you.
Thank you. And Carla will be in touch.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for everything. I appreciate your kindness, and it was good talking to all of you. And please stay safe, okay?
We'll do
absolutely. You too.
Okay. All right, guys. Thanks so much.
Thanks so much.
Have a good day, okay?
Catch you guys later.
Nice chatting.
Bye.
Okay. Bye-bye. Bye.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, that was actually really interesting. As I was doing tech support, I was listening to you guys.
Oh. I mean, I would love to go down to Salas. It's an hour drive from my house, hour and a half at best, and to do 1 or 2 guest lectures with him would be like just a pleasure. I didn't want to get paid; just it'd be fun because he knows what I know, but I know what he knows. He knows what I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah, no, that was great.
We'll talk later, but was that one issue thing, or you don't know yet?
I don't know yet. I was handling multiple people's issues, and Kerry Gelb called me in the middle just to make sure that he could get in. So
yeah, he called me also, but I couldn't talk because I was talking. I'm sorry.
So, I mean, it happens, right?
Grab lunch, guys, if that's okay, because I'm starving.
Yeah, no, and we're going to go on a break here anyway. I'm going to put on a webinar with Dr. Jones. We're going to be speaking to him later. This was one that we did for Luno. And since we're going to talk to him later anyway, I'm going to put it on. And when we come back, we're going to talk to Richard Hom. How does that sound?
Yes, but we're coming back within a half hour.
40 minutes, right? So Richard's going to be here at 2:10. So
I think so.
10 after. Yep. So we'll come back at 10 after and we'll talk to Richard then.
You got it. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Everyone, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome to another ODwire webinar. Thank you for coming out. I know that the pandemic obviously is still raging on across the country, but as we've seen on ODwire, people's practices are rebounding in a lot of different ways, depending on your location. And we have a lot of folks on the site who tell us that they've never been busier, in fact, because there was so much pent-up demand. At the same time, people are also telling us, their gross has been dropping a little bit, even though the demand has been high, perhaps due to slowdowns in their opticals, or because they're starting to get these holes in their schedules when people are canceling. So the rate of cancellation has been higher for a lot of people across the country. So, there are all these new challenges that we're all facing, adjusting the way we work during the pandemic. And that's really what this show tonight is all about. It's all about how to, transform your practice using new digital tools and try to run more efficiently, which everyone sort of has to do now in the era of COVID. And specifically, we're going to be talking about a digital refraction system, the Visionix VX65 by Luno Technology. You can sort of see the picture of the tablet up on the screen today. And we have a special guest here who actually uses the system, and he's going to talk to us all about how he's sort of transformed his practice using technology. Before I introduce our speaker tonight, just a reminder to everybody, you can see on the right side of your screen, there's a box that says questions. If you have a question throughout the webinar tonight, just type your question in there. I'll hold it aside. And at the very end, I'll ask the speaker the questions so we can have a little back and forth at the end. And I guess that is about it for now. So let me introduce our guest tonight. So we have Dr. Jordan Jones, who is an optometrist and director at ECPs in the Chicagoland area. Their practice actually has 2 locations. So there's one in Chicago proper in the downtown area, and then one on the south side in Orland Park. So his practice is a full scope optometry practice with sort of a high-end optical at both locations with 2 ODs and 6 opticians. So his practice might look very similar to yours. So I think it's a really great thing that we can actually talk to him about how he's using this technology to improve his practice. And the fact that he has 2 locations, I think, makes it even more interesting. So with all my blabbing out of the way, Dr. Jones, why don't you take it away?
All right. Thanks, guys. And thank you, everybody, for kind of joining us today. As Adam said, we will be talking today about specifically Luno Technologies and the Visionix VX65. But I'm also going to kind of just generally and broadly kind of overview how and what we have done to, as you can see, kind of future-proof our practice and try to stay ahead of the curve, which in this case with the pandemic has actually served us pretty well from the jump. The agenda that we'll go through tonight, we'll kind of start obviously with the introduction, go through kind of our journey as our optical and as our practice into an integrated patient experience, kind of rethinking the usual, kind of the old school, new school thought, if you will. And then moving forward in our air quotes, again, our new normal, whatever that is, and as it's ever changing day by day, and how I believe that kind of the advancements in the technology and everything that we have with our Visionix equipment really allows us to do what I think is the most important thing, and that's really work on the patient education, allowing us to have more time for that. And then how that translates into helping the bottom line of the practice, which we all need and want, especially in the eras of shutdowns and everything else that we have going on. We'll finish with the recap and then go through the questions that you all have. That's me, or a younger version of me, when I had a little bit more hair. As we go through this, I was 12 years in practice. I graduated from ICO in 2008, stayed in the Chicagoland area. As Adam said, director of eye care at ECPs. We have 2 locations, again, one right downtown in the heart of River North, and one in a southwestern suburb, which is far more kind of family practice. I'd say the River North practice, a little different than the far south side and the suburban practice. So again, I think we have an interesting perspective on things. And then just about me, I truly am passionate about educating the patient about their system and kind of the overall health. And most importantly, I'm a full-time dad, 24/7, literally up until 1 minute before this phone call, I was changing diapers and making dinner. So that's how life is. Our personal journey into an integrated patient experience. We started, and I'll say again, kind of the global we, before I was even involved with the practice and with ECPs, it was started by 2 opticians. And they were under the guise of, again, kind of the high-end optical, no doctor involved. Let's get outside scripts and let's fill that and just kind of be the go-to place for a high-end optical in River North in Chicago. As kind of the year 1 turned to year 2, they started to realize that people were asking to have a doctor in the office, like, hey, can I get my exam here as well? And they realized that they were missing out a little bit on something. So as basically an afterthought, they decided to add a doctor part-time, kind of as many of us do, with, a day a week, a couple hours here or there, to just try to start seeing where that went. Had basically free donated equipment that they got through, networks that they knew, old stuff, again, everything that, barely still worked, but someone was willing to give to them. And the doctor started kind of practicing out of a closet and doing the very basic kind of bare minimum with the old school technology. I mean, we're not talking SHIOTS tonometry, but pretty dang close to that. I came into it and was, kind of wedged into that closet, and had just graduated in 2008 and kind of had seen some of the newer stuff and saw what was out there. And I really kind of pushed to say, hey, as we're going here, if we're really going to make this into, an optical as well as a full service kind of and full scope optometry practice, we really need to kind of upgrade. And rather than upgrade into just kind of a new manual kind of setup, I wanted to push and kind of, again, future-proof us and move us into the technological era and say, hey, if we're going to do this, we might as well spend a few more bucks and get the latest and greatest and kind of have what everybody would want to have and what would make us stand out. We went through and we kind of evaluated some new tools and the programs to just kind of overall improve the patient experience. And again, my experience might be very different than yours, but again, I have partners that are opticians that are not doctor backgrounds. So for me, everything is kind of that hard sell of saying, hey, I need the technology that we all need and want. And they're looking at me and saying, well, how is this going to improve our bottom line? And can't you do it? You've been doing it in a closet with, a manual keratometer and a phoropter that barely works and a slit lamp that only moves to the left, but you've been making it work. How can we move forward from here? So for me, it's always kind of a hard sell, but I feel that gives me a good view, again, from like practice owner side and doctor side of why we should do things and really, really evaluate what that's going to bring to the table. The kind of overview, if you will, kind of our traditional approach, what we've learned in school, if you're like me and you're 10 years plus out or 20 years plus out, I mean, everything is done by you manually, from keratometry, from refraction, from slit lamp exam, from, literally every single step of the way. You're collecting data, you're having to write down data, you're having to transfer the data over, and you're wasting a lot of time kind of getting that data collected, putting it in. If you move to kind of a screening model, again, now you have techs doing some of that stuff, but even there, again, in the past, it was limited on what they could and couldn't do. Now we're seeing, again, with the ability with everything that we have, and especially with, we have the full Visionik suite from Leno Technologies, but even from the very basic stuff, you can go from start to finish with very, very, very quick and efficient kind of processes that will pipe right into your system, that eliminates the transcription errors, that moves you from spending time collecting data and entering data into what I think, again, is the most important thing, and that is having that time with the patient to explain, to go over, to let them really know what our value is and how we can make things better for them and what we can do outside of the exam room. Really let them know that we're listening to it. I mean, if you look at spending, 5, 10, 12, 15 minutes of collecting data and entering data, you're turned away from the patient. You don't have the time to sit and look at them in the face. You don't have the time to ask them questions about their work setup, their home life setup. You might not even be able to elicit the correct question that would really make a difference in their life. And I think, again, that is going to help you create those kind of lifelong patients by just looking someone in the eye and really addressing their needs. This is the new approach, if you will. And this is the approach that I think is the right way to do it and the best way in the kind of the current setup. On the far left, you basically see the VX40, which is the Visionik's version of a auto lensometer. You put it on there, it will read it, it will show you progressive zones, it does wavefront analysis. Literally, put it in, drop it, go. Very little training. You get the data, it's out. Kicks over to your system. You go into your next box, your VX100, 110, 120, 130 with the varying features there. Again, will allow you to screen from everything. It does topography. You can have tonometry. You have wavefront analysis, keratometry, pachymetry, everything all in one. And in about a 3-minute span, you have all of that data, more than most of us collect, generally speaking, because we're not doing topography on everybody, usually. But now you have it. Pachymetry on everybody, not usually, but you have it. All of these things that allow you to have all of the data in front of you And then again, you can kind of parse through and see what's important to you in this case versus not important to you, but you have all the data at your disposal in no extra time. Kicking over into, again, what we're talking about tonight, the Visionix VX65, the Autophoropter. Everything pipes in, straight in, again, no entry, nothing there. You automatically have the wavefront data. You automatically have the previous lensometry. You automatically have a without correction all set up for you at the touch of a button and ready to go. Again, you can see how much quicker that process would be and all the data that you collect, which again leads us to that greater time to educate the patient. The workflow efficiencies, the less time spent on the data entry, our reduced risk of transposing data, that more time to spend, again, leads us into everything that we want to do as doctors, and that is treat the patient, not collect the data. Kind of, again, rethinking the usual and finding out what works for your practice. As Adam mentioned, and as I kind of said off the jump, we have two very, very, I would say, unique and different practices. Our River North practice in downtown Chicago is much higher volume. It's younger patients. It's young working urban professionals that are popping in and out between lunch breaks, that are able to come over for 30 minutes, break away from what they're doing. Most of them, again, are contact lens wearers, so a lot of kind of anterior segment stuff that we're dealing with. We had, in the past, always done everything with the doctor. So even though we had all this integrated equipment and we were using it, we as the doctors were still collecting the data. Again, although it only takes 3 or 4 minutes to do it, we were still collecting that data. And my initial belief was, by us doing that, we were creating a patient experience that would elevate over a different practice. Someone who says, hey, I'm going to pipe you from room to room to room. And I know, again, a lot of us have those setups. Some of you maybe don't. Maybe you have more set up like what we have with one exam room and patients come into one doctor. We are now in this time where, again, reimbursements are going lower. Time is of the essence. We need to shorten exam time to make the same kind of bottom line at the end of the day. We have to spend more time cleaning. We have to have time in between patients now to clean rooms and disinfect. With that, we have now implemented in the last couple of months pre-testing outside of the exam room. So we now, in our downtown River North location, we're running one model with pre-testing outside the exam room with the doctor actually not collecting the data, more your traditional kind of medical model, versus, again, what we're doing in our suburban location, which is still the patient walks into the exam room, they sit down, and they have this basically one-stop shop of everything done in front of them in 3 minutes. I'm explaining what's going on through it, kind of showing them the value add of what they're getting and how it's different than the alternative of where they've been before. We're going to kind of reevaluate when the beginning of the year comes in, and I've been in touch, again, we're keeping doctors separate at this point, so I'm only in the suburban location. My other doctor is only in the downtown location, and just kind of get a feel for, what are we gaining? What are we losing? Are we losing our personal touch? Because we believe, again, that our personal touch is what is our differentiator. And having the doctor explain and have the time to do that is that differentiator. We do not want to have to go to, 5-minute, 10-minute exams, well eye checks or whatever the case may be. But can we still get that same experience and that same feel in 15 minutes if it is 15 minutes solid of the doctor doing it and we have a well-trained staff collecting the data on the front end versus our traditional model that we've been doing for the last 5 or 6 years. The digital refraction and kind of the huge benefits that have worked in the new normal are absolutely apparent and right in front of us. My own story, this is kind of pre-pandemic, and one of the things that was a big deal for me is I have chronic back and kind of shoulder pains. I played football through college. I actually had a spinal fracture that created some drama for me, and as such, sitting all day long and reaching across often created some issues. So from that standpoint, again, I know a lot of us, we have some neck and back pains. When you have this setup with the Visionix VX65, you have an untethered tablet. It literally is an iPad type or Samsung Galaxy tablet type that you can hold anywhere at any place with perfect ergonomics. And again, move and adjust yourself into a position where you're not going to have that repetitive stress type injuries. There's none of the awkward angles or spinning dials. You're not leaning over the patient, which again is different for now too. It's very important. We'll get to that. And again, from the standpoint of at the end of the day, I feel better. With the ease of use, there are two modes with the Visionex VX65 by Leno. The autophoropter mode, which again is the screen that you see in front of us. If you've ever worked on an autophoropter of any kind, this is more of the screen that you're used to. It's run through, you know, kind of a jog dial as well that you could run if you want to, or you can run it on the tablet as it looks in front of you. Again, there's a learning curve with it. Once you get used to it, it's very quick. It's very efficient. Again, it just goes. To your eye off the jump, it might look different, especially if you've never done anything like this, and it looks intimidating. I promise you, again, if you give yourself a couple of refractions through it, it becomes very, very easy, and you will really, really enjoy kind of and the speed with which you can do things. With that being said, again, they have lots of support. They kind of will work with you through it. I personally like this mode better. This is the mode that, again, 5 years ago, I started with our Visionex equipment. And as you can see, it looks like a phoropter. It's in front of you on the tablet, exactly as you've seen, as exactly as it's been there before, but it's now sitting on you and sitting in front of you on a tablet. Where you would normally spin up, you spin up. Where you would normally occlude, you would occlude. If you want to twist a dial, you twist the dial. You literally just touch where you would normally touch, and it responds in the way that a phoropter would respond. There is absolutely little to, I shouldn't say absolutely no, but there is little to no learning curve. And again, kind of as a side note, we recently had to have a fill-in doc at our downtown location, and our doc literally spent 10 minutes on basically a Zoom call with him and said, this is how you do it. And within 10 minutes, he was up and rolling and did 16 patients that day, having never seen the equipment in his life. So it really kind of, it takes the scare factor out of going into a digital format if you're used to the kind of the manual mode of everything. It is seamless and efficient and easy. Here we go. Our COVID, 6 feet or more. I used to joke with patients when I first got the Visionex VX65 that, you know, I didn't even need to wear deodorant anymore because I didn't have to lean over them and didn't have to be so close to them. Some would laugh, some would be appalled. Again, some are still my patients, probably some are not. But in this era, again, where we do need to keep and be cognizant of that 6 feet or more to not only keep ourselves healthy, our patients healthy, but just to respect that space and to make everyone feel comfortable if they're coming into your office, that you're doing your part and that you can do it safely and efficiently. This is a huge thing that you can broadcast out to everybody and say, hey, listen, the old school way of people reaching over you, not at our office. We can literally run this from a tablet and be in a different room if we wanted to. But I grab my tablet, I slide back to the other side of my room. I'm 10 to 15 feet away from the patient. I can still see exactly what they're doing. I can judge, you know, facial expressions, everything else that we do as we're going through our refraction, but I'm 6 feet or further away. It is a huge win. You know, that untethered tablet, during this pandemic has been huge, huge, huge. And again, you're not within that 6 feet. So the whole concept of, hey, I'm 15 minutes or more and this, that, and the other, you will absolutely be well under that. So if you have patients that are concerned, you have the ability to really quickly kind of put them at ease and make them feel comfortable that you are doing your best to keep them safe and yourself safe through it as well. The staff side of it, again, if we go back to the kind of that screen earlier that you saw with the other Visionex equipment that does auto refraction, wavefront, keratometry, topography, again, it is one button push operation. The patient sits in there, line up, you're on the other side, you push one button, you step back. I am not within 6 feet of my patients, even though my room is only 12 feet across, basically for much more than, a minute or less when I'm doing a slit lamp exam. Everything else I can do from 6 feet or greater away. If you have staff that is doing kind of the pre-testing, the same thing will hold for them. Single button push, away they go. You can kind of see again from just this slide, that whole concept. Again, you can imagine, if we were sitting there with trial frame, you're up in their face, they're touching, they're moving, they're shaking. You go to manual refraction as we've done, again, the joke of they could smell your armpits. Well, from that standpoint, again, we're right there. With the Visionex VX65, you have that ease of use, you have the efficiency, you have the safety, you have the patient comfort, you have your comfort. Again, win, 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 win. It's almost too easy to just look at it and say, well, of course, why wouldn't everybody do this? To my favorite part of this whole thing and why I was able to convince our practice to go forward with it again, was the idea of elevating patient education. Built into it, and again, you can kind of see this screen. This right here is the screen that you would see that will show you an objective, a lensometer, a subjective 1, a subjective 2, and an unaided. Literally with one button push, you can flip between any one of these, and within 10 seconds or less, 5 seconds or less, you have every lens switched over to their new prescription. Again, it is absolutely amazing what you can do when you show someone, that quick and easy from, hey, this is your subjective today, and this is what you have in your current glasses from your lensometer, that like, oh, is it really? I can't tell you how many times patients will like pull their head out from underneath the slit lamp, or excuse me, from the phoropter, try to grab their glasses and put it on because they don't believe that it's that significant of a change. And then they look at it and they're like, yeah, that is, yep, that's right. It really kind of just slams the door on that, hey, there is a difference. We need to make a change. I personally use that subjective 1, subjective 2 a lot of times for varying levels of, say, an intermediate versus a near, or trying to explain to someone a progressive, say, hey, listen, if I fix your distance, you're going to get this. If I fix your near, you're going to get this. What happens to your computer? For that person that's kind of on the fence of like, well, I don't really need a progressive, or I don't really need that intermediate pair. You can show it to them instantaneously and have that wow factor right in front of them. And again, it really, really reinforces everything and allows that patient to kind of be involved in their own kind of care, if you will. This screen right here, again, also very quick, very easy to kind of see. With the VX130 and the VX120s, you'll get this screen that is a simulated no correction view versus a simulated like lower order aberration screen. The main one that I use this for is for my pediatric patients, and not necessarily to show the pediatric patients because they know what they're seeing, but more importantly to show the parents. When you have that 7-year-old or 8-year-old, or for that matter, 5-year-old, who is plus 50 minus 175, and they can fake their way through the chart, and they get down to 20, 25-ish, and they're missing their P's versus their F's, and the patient's parent says, oh yeah, they're still learning their letters, and they try to, brush it off, or they try to coach their kid. Come on, you know that letter, it's P, it's right there, you can see it. You can show this to that parent, and they get a much better sense really quickly of, oh man, well, I don't want my kid to see that, versus hearing their kid kind of read through it and half-heartedly kind of get some of the questions right. Again, that patient-parent buy-in, letting them kind of really see through, quote unquote, their own child's eyes, it puts that pressure on them to make a decision. And again, what I would again argue is the right decision. Don't make your kid work harder. Give them the tools to succeed. And in this era, with remote learning, I have prescribed and had filled more plus 50 minus 75 prescriptions than ever before in my life for 8-year-olds, 10-year-olds, 12-year-olds. Because now those patients are coming in and saying, holy smokes, I have a headache, I have strain. The sheer volume of near work, what they're doing is exposing it. In a normal school classroom, that patient slides right through 2025, we write it off, they say good enough. Now when that 10-year-old complaining of a headache at the end of every day, this really, again, will help kind of the patient and the parent understand and reinforce that buy-in. The value selling, basically kind of been hitting on that. But the big thing here is when you are educating your patients and they see what they're missing out, it's easy. It's no longer a sell. And I know a lot of us don't like to feel like we're selling. I don't feel like I'm selling. I feel like I'm educating. I'm showing them this is the best. This is what you could see. Why would you want to see less than that? I try to, again, elicit from them. Do you have headaches? Do you have strain? How do you feel at the end of the day? Do you have any difficulties when you've been staring at the computer and you look back up across the room? Do you have delays in focus? Do you feel like there's anything going on there? Having this time, by having things automated, it allows you to have the time to explain through to the patient, to really dive into it, and again, address the needs. If you think back to one of your first kind of days in clinic, you're supposed to address the chief complaint. Oftentimes, I think we lose that. You know, sometimes we start kind of going on our routine and we go through it, and we will maybe address the chief complaint, but we're not trying to elicit that secondary or tertiary complaint, and the patient might not even know until you show them or explore them. They might just think, that's what I'm supposed to do. Having that little bit of extra time, whether it's 4 minutes or 6 minutes more, it will allow you to educate. That absolutely will translate into sales. I can promise you for sure. And that is how I was able to, again, no pun intended, sell my other co-owners on this technology. It was translating into sales and when we go out into the optical. It's now the optician reinforcing what the doctor has said, not the optician trying to feel like the upsell is going on out there. If you as a doctor say, yeah, you need a digital progressive, you know, or you need a secondary pair for, you know, you're a trader, you've got 4 monitors in front of you, they're all at 32 inches and they're at eye level. A progressive isn't going to work for you. We need to do something different. Your life is different than everybody else's. Let's make you a pair that's, you know, an office lens, a computer lens. It's good for that and allows you to be successful at what you do. Those things now are in the patient's head. They've seen it. They've been able to see the differentiator of it before and after, with versus without. When they go out into the optical, the optician is basically helping style them. They're not having to reinforce any sales. It's just happening on its own. In recap, just in summary, again, I think you can tell that I'm fairly passionate about this technology. And again, the whole suite of technology, not just the VX65. I think the VX65 right now is huge, and it's really, really, really great in this era from the idea of that 6 feet social distancing. There's no way that you can do this with, you know, the manual phoropter. If you have that in your office, unfortunately, you're forced to be right there in their face for that period of time. I literally am sitting 10 feet away. I'm running from a tablet. Not only do I feel safe, the patient feels safe, the patient feels comfortable. Your patients, again, will feel that kind of that wow factor, that, wow, this is different. This is not, I've never had that done before. Well, shoot, you're doing the same exact thing. It just feels different to the patient. You elevate your overall patient experience for them as well. And they're really, really wowed by it, which again, will translate out to kind of that, hey, we got another sale. You know, we're moving things in our right direction. We are having that integrated workflow and kind of just moving into the new, kind of the usual of what we do, right? How could you do it? How are you doing it currently? I was laughing the other night. We had a lovely little rainstorm here in Chicagoland, and I had to go downstairs and check on my basement, make sure my sump pump was still working. And lo and behold, down there, I have a manual keratometer, my old slit lamp, it's sitting there, you know, collecting dust without a camera on it, an old manual phoropter. I'm thinking, wow, that's how I used to do it. And now it is literally sitting in my basement as kind of a relic. And I feel like those things are kind of relics at this point. When we have these tools out there for us, it is a really, really, really nice thing to have. And again, I think that, you know, Linode Technology and Vigionics have it hammered down, and just that full kind of experience that allows us to do what we need to do, educate the patient, counsel them, get them where they want to go. And again, you can be the best advocate for the patient, which will, again, breed loyalty, further patients. 1 leads to 2, leads to 4, leads to 8. And that's what we all need right now, is to have those patients come back, fill our opticals, fill our exams, and be good patients that are loyal for us going forward. It is that foundation for value selling, as we kind of hammered on. You don't have to sell. It isn't a sell when you're telling truth. You know, when you are showing them what it is, it shouldn't feel like a sale. It should just feel like you are trying to give the best to the patient, and you now have the time to do that. You're not having to pick and choose your battles. You can have the time to kind of have that foundation for them. With that, I think it's time to turn it back to Adam and see if you guys had any questions. Again, you can see the website right up there from Linode Tech, Linode Technologies. Again, if you go here to this website, they will have plenty of other information up there, way more than what I would have. But again, I have kind of the firsthand experience of working with it for 5-6 years at this point.
All right. Well, thank you, Jordan. That was really cool. So let me pull up these questions here. Let me see what we have going on. Let me get the tab open, and we can go over here. So So here's an interesting question, marketing question. So, obviously you mentioned that you could stay 6 feet apart from the patient. Do you let patients know that even before they come in? Do you like tout that or advertise it in any way?
So we did, when we first started back, so we were shut down from March 20th through May 2nd. Again, I think as most, right? And we were able to go back May 2nd when elective procedures were again re-allowed here in Illinois. With that, we basically kind of had changed our website around and tried to kind of just tell people what we were doing. We did send out a questionnaire that's, kind of your COVID questionnaire and what have you. Our staff was doing a really good job of just kind of, I would say, allaying the fears of people. We didn't overly harp on it, again, in the sense that a lot of our patients already knew. For new patients, we definitely do let them know, like, hey, listen, we are doing things to keep you safe. It will be different than what you're kind of used to. You won't have people in there. And some people, again, as everybody, we have some that are concerned and some that absolutely are not concerned at all. But we definitely, with the new patients, we did. The good thing is at this point, we've been doing this for, 5 or 6 years, 6 years, I think, at this point with this technology. So our patients are, kind of aware. And again, that word of mouth, as I was speaking of, this trickles back. It is absolutely, a patient comes into our office, they go back into their workplace after being the first time in there, and they tell them, listen, the dude was running it from a tablet. Like, you got to see this thing. I mean, I feel like I'm in the future. And so again, I don't think that we did necessarily a huge market, but I think you absolutely could. And especially if you're bringing this in, I would be sending out blog posts and everything else, throwing it up on Instagram. We do show our things on Instagram. We do show it, on Facebook. We have Facebook videos. We've talked through that. So again, people get a feel for what they're going to go through before they even get there.
Right. Cool. So another real 2020 style question here. People wearing masks. How do you deal with fogging, or are there any fogging issues?
Yes. So we do have fogging issues. Again, I try to have people keep it as tight around their nose as we can. Have patients, kind of press and pull back on their ear straps, things like that. I do keep a cleaning cloth handy. As many, I joke with people, again, if you're old enough to get this joke, I'm like, here's my ShamWow. I have a very, very large cleaning cloth that I'm kind of, constantly wiping down. I do kind of preface it with the patient because, again, sometimes patients won't let you know as well. Hey, listen, this has a tendency to fog right now. If it does, please let me know. Don't just say I can't see either, or, just make an arbitrary decision. If it was good and now all of a sudden it's really bad, let me know. But we're definitely still, we're still fighting the fog battles, if you will.
Right. Question here, I guess it's an internet question. Can these exams be done from a different location?
Yeah, so that's an interesting one and a great one. I didn't mention it, but speaking with Melissa, who is kind of my close contact at Leno Technologies, she told me, she's like, that you can run this, from your home if you wanted to. And I was like, well, I guess I kind of assumed you could because you guys have remoted in on TeamViewer to do updates and things like that, but I never really had kind of processed that as a way. But you absolutely do have the ability through kind of a TeamViewer type thing to run absolutely everything, as long as you could get a patient seated and in front of there and lined up. So if you had a technician, get them in the chair and put them there, you could run everything remotely as long as there was kind of an audio feedback back and forth or some kind of a video feedback back and forth. Yes, you could.
Wow. Question here, does the device check for Prism?
Yes, so it does have a Prism. Basically Prism dial on there just as you would your Jackson cross cylinder versus, again, flip the dial the other way. Again, when you look at the kind of the manual phoropter looking mode that I use, and again, you just kind of spin the Prism up, spin the Prism down. As far as your kind of standard binocular balance, you can program it to automatically have it in with 3 up, 3 down, whatever you'd like to do there. So again, I have mine kind of set that way. So when I do binocular balance, I hit one button, flip, boom, it's there. I hit one button, flip, out, done. But that does have Prism just as you would have on your manual phoropter.
Right. Question here, this is interesting. So you mentioned that you have different setups at your different locations, right? You have one where the pretest is outside, and you have the other one where everything is all in one place. Do you have a preference for either setup, and have you noticed that any one is more efficient than the other? All right. So I'm going to kill that webinar since we're just out of time here. So Steve and Paul, hopefully you're back.
I'm here.
I'm here.
Cool.
Here.
Okay.
It was an interesting webinar.
Yeah, I thought it was a pretty good one.
Yeah.
We're going to be speaking to Dr. Jones later.
Are we speaking to him live?
Yeah, he should show up later, hopefully.
Okay. Good. So I hope we have some questions for him.
Yeah, that would be good. And Richard contacted me. He's going to be here momentarily, so we can talk to him and go from there.
Okay, good. It was an interesting morning, actually. It was a lot of fun speaking to all these different speakers.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then we pretty much freelance, and everyone. I mean, when you're talking to Polino and Blumenstein, it's not difficult. These guys are really bright and so diverse.
Yeah, they. It's always good to talk to new people too that we don't usually speak to, and get their opinions about what's been going on. So it's kind of cool. So in the meantime, I've been handling tech support and then lying flat on my back because I I really need this day to come to an end. I'm tired.
Sound good.
Well, I'm tired though. I have these nodes that are in my axillary area that are just huge. Actually, on the same arm where I got my shot. So I am just not feeling great today from this vaccine, but hopefully by tomorrow everything will be done. That'll be it. So, yeah.
2 days. No. You're on the upside though. You're not on the downside. Correct?
Yeah. No, I'm feeling better. I'm just feeling drained, like just really tired. And they say that it can actually take some people up to 4 days before they start feeling normal again. So
Wow.
Yeah, so it's one of those things.
Can you imagine if you would have got the virus?
Oh, I would have been a mess.
Even though you're relatively young and healthy.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen people younger than me in the obituaries, with no other medical problems.
You got to see their weight. They have a memoriam each week on PBS. On each Thursday or Friday they have one, and the ones that die young are usually whalers. I mean, they're big.
Yeah, but some people, are of average weight and they die too. So it's a crapshoot, unfortunately.
But I think the track record is the younger person does experience more side effects from the actual vaccine, so it's not surprising.
Yeah. Yep, my immune system does not like this, so at least I know I'm making antibodies and it'll be good once this is over. So anyway, hopefully Richard will get here in a few minutes and we can talk to him and go from there. Otherwise, it seems like the system itself, things are going smoothly today. We haven't had anybody say that things have cut out on them or anything bad.
Crystal had one small problem, and when you do it to the two support people, when I send them an email, they want me to go directly to the chat support, which is, it's not immediate, and it was no big deal. That person went in and out of the room and they were fine. Typical problems, but you're right. They give us a lot of bandwidth. Now, since only one person gave us that one issue, that would have been pervasive, that issue. So I think that might have been a glitch or whatever. He doesn't remember, or he said something wrong. So let's see what happens. But so far, I don't have anything more in my certificate, and I'm in all the rooms, so that's good.
Oh, good. Yeah. So, hopefully it's all okay. And we'll go from there because I haven't heard anything else. So it's been relatively smooth sailing, which is fantastic. So,
and a lot of, let me see how many people are in the rooms now. Oh, goodness, it's hard to attend it. In sessions now, 924.
Yeah. So a fair number.
Sure.
So great.
Okay, I'm getting a message from Dr. Holmes, faulty number. He probably got the same thing I did.
Yeah, so you might want to let him know that some people have been having trouble if you try a different phone, if he has a different phone. Otherwise, we may just have to scrap it with him this time. Because, there's definitely a problem with a service that we're using for the live stream with people calling in today. So, Steve, you had the first problem, and I have a feeling it has something to do with the way the phone service is set up, the way it's peered, that some networks can't reach it and some can.
Okay, so I wrote it to call on the cell. That's how I was able to get through.
Yeah. And again, if he can't make it, he can't make it. That's totally fine. and we'll pick it
We
up
can
with
have
him next time.
Richard is always in the room anytime anyway, so we can have it next May and June. And just be aware, everybody who's listening, that this is just the second of 4 iterations of the live event. So you have plenty of time to get literally another 32 live credits if you do all the math.
Yep. So.
Interesting. I think I got a gig at Salus. Talking. I would love to be a guest lecturer. Talking with Dr. Polino on genetics and epigenetics, and it's literally an hour and a half drive to Philadelphia.
Did you reach that person that wanted to know about retinoschisis?
Yeah, I researched it. It's a disease that they are not doing gene therapy research yet because it's multi-genetic. If something is a single gene, you really can, get a gene in there very easily. So they're looking at it, but it's rare and it's more difficult than RP or that other one, Libra's congenital amaurosis and some other things they're working on. So all these retinal diseases are going to be treated first because they're a lot of them are just easy. The eye-brain system is secluded. But what we were talking about at the end, I don't know if you heard, that the whole messenger RNA thing, the way we're doing gene therapy now, we're doing it with AVV vectoring, which is basically the Johnson & Johnson and AstraZeneca approach. And messenger RNA is much more elegant. So I have a feeling that everything's going to be accelerated because of COVID. A lot more. The COVID killed a lot of people, but it might wind up saving a lot more lives just on the science that had to be developed to make the vaccine. So we'll see in a couple of years.
Yep. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting time to, be in that particular field, and they must feel very vindicated because I know that a lot of people were very skeptical for a very long time about mRNA working for anything.
Mm-hmm. They had to figure out how to get it to not kill people before they could save people, which is always a good thing.
Yep.
Some really good speakers this year. I'm glad that we got, like, for example, the 2 or 3 that talked this morning. Jamie is amazing. When you asked her a question, Paul, about something basic, and she went into how it's metabolized by the liver, etc. She knew her nutrition like. And then Carlo Polino comes on and says there's no course in nutrition at Salus. I mean, give me a break. You've got to get our act. If we're going to give people an education, give them an education. Don't give them what you think is the right. Try to see what's really happening out there.
Yeah, it's interesting to me.
It takes years for academia to catch up. By the time they design courses and get a professor in to do it, it can take years.
It's like moving a cruise ship through the Panama Canal rather than a canoe down a river.
But it's interesting that the schools are so variable in the way that they teach things, right? It's not like that in medicine so much, right? At most schools, the curriculum is going to be pretty similar from place to place. And it still seems like there's that variability between the optometry schools, in different regions.
Yeah.
Well, it's also, look at the medical school model. By the 3rd year, you're in the hospital, and the hospital is the real world. In optometry, yes, you might be in some adjunct clinic, but you're not going to be in a hospital setting, except maybe the VA or something like that. So, and then after the 4 years, you're doing a residency in a hospital. So you're really doing what real life doctoring does. And then most of these attendings typically have prior practices also. So you're getting real life experience from your 3rd year on. So that's why it's different, just the way the educational system evolved in optometry versus medicine and even podiatry.
Yep.
But we'll see. Anyway, it's very good lectures, and again, no problems. I just went into all the rooms, and people are, some lecturers, I mean, they had a million questions for Dr. Freeberg. His lectures have been great, and I listened to it the first time, but I don't want to plug one person versus another, but they're all good, but some are just best in breed.
Yep.
Yeah. Is there a way to reach Richard using a different phone?
Did
you reach him?
No, it's going to be very difficult. It's going to be very difficult to get him on using a different method. He needs to use the same numbers you guys called into, or else this isn't going to work easily.
I sent him an email, call on your cell phone if you are not. So that meant if he's using a landline, go to the cell. If he's using the cell, go to the landline. So it's one of those issues. I tried again to connect via my landline, and I got that it thinks I'm going to an educational webinar that has 15 other numbers after it. I'm not sure why, but could we have used your regular login phone number, or that wouldn't have worked because it's integrated with YouTube? Oh no, that's nothing to do with YouTube. Regular login that we have for our meetings.
No, say he needs to call in on the same number that you guys did, or else you will not be able to hear each other, which is the problem.
And I would not want to back off and call on that number and then have to back out that number and call on, because that would be challenging. And we have some nice speakers coming up soon. Not speakers, interviews coming up soon.
Hopefully they can. Yeah, hopefully they can get in. If not, then we're gonna have to just call it a day early here today, because.
Well, we only have 10 minutes anyway, so.
Yeah. But I mean, in general, hopefully these last two folks can get in as well. We have two more people to talk to, and if they can't, then we're just going to have to call it a day early. I'll put up a webinar or whatever, and that'll be that. So. Oh well, this one. So what I think's happening here is the conference call provider that we're using is having trouble with their circuitry connecting to certain phone networks, right? Because some are working and some aren't. So this is way beyond our control. You have to remember when we're doing this, we're relying on a bunch of different technology working properly. If you think about it, the number of providers that have to actually do things properly is pretty high. And this one apparently today is having an issue.
But your provider you're using, obviously it's not just our issue, it's probably everybody else trying to use the service.
Yeah.
I think, but and the fact that it's body, that's been problems are the worst. You guys are getting through on the regular line, and I did not. So, and yet I get through on my silly little cell phone here. Okay. And while this is happening, the report, the Yankees hit 2 home runs, they're up 3-0. Just a little short. What?
We still have people attending classes.
I just
late on the East Coast.
I could look at what's happening at this moment. There are in sessions now 933 people.
Yep.
So we have 2,600 plus attendees, and about 40% are in classes now. In fact, one person just came in. Because this is fertile, because it's 2 o'clock, 2:30 on the East Coast, and 11:30, and it's Sunday, so this is the time where people might have done all their things in the morning, and they're now just looking for things to do.
Yep.
Okay, so everybody just to be aware, this is only the second of 4 live events. The next one is in May, and then June. I'll check the dates.
Ed, we have 10 minutes. You want to put up our sponsors?
Yeah, I think we should.
One more time for today.
Sure.
Just to give them a little plug.
Sure thing. There we go.
Yeah, we want to talk a little bit about Leo's business.
Okay.
Because there's a unique business that people could really take advantage of.
Okay, so you are referring to Vision Equipment Incorporated. This is the company of Leo Hadley's, who they specialize in refurbished equipment. So Leo actually started, I guess, 15 or 20 years ago doing edgers, right? He would take a used edger and totally tear the thing apart and rebuild it to like new condition. And now he's, of course, expanded into all kinds of instruments. And he takes in the equipment, refurbishes it, and then resells it. So if you're looking to cheaply upgrade, this might be a way to do it without, having to go and break the bank or get a loan for new equipment, because Leo always has a huge inventory of equipment, different every day. So I can't tell you what he's got now, right? Because it is refurbished. But check out his booth and then go to his website and you can see what he's actually got in stock right now. So it's easier usually when we're doing physical trade shows, live trade shows, to see what he's got going on, because he'll schlep a lot of it to the shows like Expo, so you can actually see his inventory in the flesh, which is pretty neat.
And you use the expression used, it's really refurbished. Once he gets a hold of it, he'll redo the equipment. So when you get it, it's almost like new again.
Yep.
So that's and for a much, much lower price.
Yep.
So the one thing you don't want to be when you go into practice is cash poor after a couple of months. That is a disaster. You have to leave yourself some room to grow the practice.
Yep.
And sometimes you get fooled. You get fooled when you open. There's like an influx of new patients coming in on the opening day because you got relatives and you got people in your town waiting for you to open. But after a month, that dies down, and then there's a waiting period, and you have to have enough cash around just for the waiting period to end. So that's where Leo comes in, so you don't put yourself in debt.
Yep, and he can, sell you an instrument that, that you might not want to purchase new, right? Like an OCT, which could be perfectly functional, right? Obviously, it'll be slower than the newest models. The resolution might not be quite as high as the newest models, but if you're just getting started, why not start inexpensively? You can still bill for it, right? I mean, it's still an OCT, and it still gives you most of what you need. It just won't have the latest bells and whistles. And, it's like that with most things in tech, right? The last generation stuff is not necessarily bad for your intended purpose. So you may as well give it a try. Look, for instance, the computer that I'm using to actually put up that slide right now that you're seeing on the screen, believe it or not, is 5 years old. And believe it or not, when I bought it, it was refurbished. So, it's not rendering movies. It's not doing anything super complicated. It's just putting up a slide. So it didn't need to be super fancy. Now, the machine that's actually handling this broadcast, on the other hand, is super fancy, right? And so that's something that, I didn't, go to totally budget on. So you just have to think about what your needs are and know that overbuying equipment won't necessarily help you if you can get something that's a little more modest that works okay.
Mm-hmm. And with the most expensive stuff, whether it be $50,000, $60,000, $70,000, pretty soon it'll be last year's model, and you'll have it for a lot longer than that. So you're right.
Yep. I mean, it's like that with all equipment, right? You can think about it, even when you buy something from Apple or whatever. I usually buy it refurbished because who cares, right? The second you get it, it's used, and last year's equipment works pretty darn well, especially if it's been refurbished to a high standard. So why not try to save a little bit if you can?
And patients are impressed no matter what you have. They would say it's the best exam I've ever had, and isn't this very modern? They don't know the difference if it's refurbished or not.
Well, unless it's avocado and has a CRT and looks like it came out of a 50s sci-fi movie, yeah.
Yep.
Well, the doctor's usually wearing a tin hat by then. I think I told you last time when I might be repeating the story. One of my professors, when I was at SUNY, he didn't have much equipment. He opened up new, and he'd have his patients look through the lensometer and rotate the wheel till it was clear, the Myers, and he'd look in and go 0. That's good. Could you follow that, Paul?
We actually have 2 minutes before our next victim was supposed to be here, right? It was Jordan, I think, the gentleman you just heard in the webinar before. Hopefully he can get in. I just shot him an email letting him know about the problems with the call provider. And we will see. We will hope that he can get in. So anyway, sometimes I guess that happens with tech. Next time around, what we'll do is we'll use a different conference call provider, or frankly, next time we may have people Zoom in. I'll feel more confident about being on camera. I should have actually taken a picture of myself so you can see just how desperate my situation is here. I look like I have the flu. My office looks like a bomb hit it. I haven't been able to really do much to sort of clean up the studio, so that's why we're not on camera today at all.
Well, next time around.
Next time around, I should be healthy, and we'll do Zoom, and that'll be because the last time we did Zoom, I think it worked pretty well. You guys did great on camera, and the software worked fine, so we can do it that way next time.
Okay.
Yes, and I still could wear pajamas on the bottom and a nice shirt on top. Zoom of the world.
So hopefully, wait, we have a third caller here. Jordan, is that you?
That's Melissa. It's Melissa.
Oh, hey, Melissa. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you, Adam?
We are good. Thank you so much for calling in. I'm glad you made it. So, because we're having trouble with our conference call provider this morning, and we're like, oh boy.
Really?
Some people can get in, some people can't. Some people, like Steve, tried to call on a landline. It didn't work, but he tried to sell and it worked. So,
wow.
Yeah.
Well, Jordan should be here because we were literally just texting back and forth. So.
Yeah, so he actually can't get in right now.
Marcus, if you tell us
Melissa,
something about yourself while we're waiting.
So wait, let me get an infographic for Melissa if I have one here. I got to find one. So everybody knows Melissa Renfro from Luno. She has been on our broadcast how many times now, Melissa? Like 1,000?
Yeah, 1,001.
So Melissa, as you will all know, is the person at Luno who will go in if you actually buy some of their equipment. She will get you set up and make sure that you know what you're doing. So thanks for being here again, Melissa. So Jordan, I'm gonna actually email Jordan right now. He's actually having trouble getting in. So this may be a one-woman show. we may have to put you on the spot. So hold on.
So are you calling from a cell or a landline?
I'm on my cell.
Yes, my cell got through. My landline got a weird message to go to a webinar that's education.
And I'm on a cell, so why don't you advise him to try his cell phone?
I think that's what Adam's going to do now.
Okay.
By the way, on a side note, Jordan Jones and his wife just had a baby boy on Thursday.
Oh my gosh!
Wow! Congratulations! Wow.
That's terrific.
So I just emailed him again. I don't know if we're going to see him, but I could put up his infographic because I had his ready to go. I'll put it up there. You can pretend to be him if you want, Melissa.
Well, tell you what, here, we'll tell you something about Jordan. He's my customer because he has several Visionics devices, but also just last month, my husband and I went to see him because I needed new glasses. My husband wanted contacts for VR. And so just so you know, besides, being my customer, I think he's a great doctor. That's why I went to him. So.
Oh, that's hilarious. So actually, while he was doing the exam, you were watching him use your equipment.
I was. It was really cool, actually. I mean, I was, and I got to watch, and then he went over the results because he's got our VX120, which is the anterior segment with the dry eye, then he's got our digital 4-opter, so he did our refraction on that, so, and I love my glasses. So he's a great refractionist using our equipment, which
Excellent.
I love.
Excellent. So I'm actually putting up pictures right now of his practice so people can see. So it's kind of stylish and modern. I'm seeing, very high-end brands. He has actually frames up there. So you can get a sense of what his practice is like. So one in Chicago proper, right? And one in Orland Park?
Yes. Correct. Exactly. And I went to Orland versus going into Chicago because I live out in the suburbs. But yeah, they have a great frame selection. His girls there, they're really nice. So very helpful because my husband, knows nothing about, so they helped him a lot with picking his frames, so I appreciate it. And then, Jordan's got the devices in his room. He's a, one-stop shop. And I mean, he does everything himself. So it's pretty cool.
Yep. Yeah. So maybe you could just speak to us a little bit about the equipment that he has so people can understand, what it's all about. Just verbally, you can maybe work us through it and then I can, put up some pictures of it as well. Since you're probably more familiar actually with his equipment than he is. Right? I mean,
Maybe, yeah. I mean, he actually, this is kind of funny, but Jordan is my go-to guy. When I get a new device, I take it down to him and he beta tests it for me.
Ooh.
So, yeah. So, but yeah, he has the VX120. So in 90 seconds, you run the all tab and you get your refraction day and night, pupils day and night. You get PD, vertex distance. You get Ks, topography maps. You get pachymetry, and you get pressure, and also pressure adjusted for corneal thickness, and an external photo of the lids and lashes.
Excellent.
So that's the all tab. Yeah. And then if he decides to, he can also run the dry eye, which is a separate test. It does a non-invasive tear breakup time, takes additional photos, and you do a tear volume measurement. So it's pretty cool.
Excellent. Yeah, and I actually have up on the screen right now just showing everybody all about the VX120. And I noticed actually in the matrix down here, right, there is a VX130 Plus.
There is. The 130 doesn't have the dry eye component. Instead, it does all the same things that the 120 does, but it also has a posterior cornea. So I find that's more helpful for somebody who does surgeries. So like for an OD, I think the 120 is perfect, gets you into more dry eye. And then the 130 is better for an MD who's doing, cataract surgery.
Right.
So, but they're great. I mean, the best thing is Jordan has a small space because like I said, he does his own testing. So literally he's got the chair, the slit lamp, our digital 4-opter, the 120, and he's also got a fundus camera sitting there. And he does all that, has a complete exam done, on the patient in, the testing part at least in, 5 minutes, honestly, because the patient sits behind the two devices he's got, and ours takes 90 seconds, and then the fundus camera he has, is automatic and takes about another 2 minutes, and then he's ready.
Yeah, it's very impressive. You can actually, up on the screen, I have the footprint so people can kind of see just how small it really is.
It is, because he's got a small exam room, and so you walk in the door and literally the two devices are there, and then the patient sits behind those. He's sitting on the side over by the slit lamp, and then the patient walks over and sits in the chair, and then he does the 4-opter, and then he takes the pictures if he needs to, additional pictures, like he has a camera on his slit lamp. So it's a pretty cool little setup he's got going.
Does he have the equipment in both offices?
He does, yes. He has another doctor. She runs the Chicago office. He mostly stays in the Orland office. And they've got the same equipment in the Chicago office also. So
he is a good customer.
I'm sorry, what? Yes, he is. They also have, you talked to John Vulich yesterday. He also has our edging equipment too, the Brio Waco stuff, which I don't know anything about. So, but I'm just Visionics. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yesterday, the two people that were here, and they filled us in.
Yep. Yeah. So
well, and one of the things. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say it's interesting. One of the big things that we have been pushing on with you guys is the integration of all your technologies together. And I think, the webinars that we've done have shown that off pretty clearly as well, too, right? How when you start going with multiple product lines, you really start gaining extra efficiencies as well, right? So in the old days, people used to mix and match a lot of the stuff. And these days, there's something really to be said for sort of this integrated chain of equipment, whether you're buying an Apple computer and the phone and everything else that goes with it, or the technology in your office. Things, that are designed to work together better.
Exactly. And, our 4-opter, digital 4-opter is tablet driven. And like Jordan, he may be taking a couple days off now because of the new baby. He says when he has somebody have to come in and cover for him, it's really easy. Like he can teach another doctor because literally the screen shows a 4-opter head. So it's really easy to adopt. So if a replacement doctor comes in for him, they get how to use our digital 4-opter right away, and they're able to use it. So,
speaking of use, I noticed that we have a whole bunch of representatives throughout the nation. Do you have people going into the offices once the equipment is set up?
Besides you.
Actually, yes, we have 4 clinical application specialists now. We just hired 2 more in March. So we literally span the whole country. Like I'm in the middle, the Midwest, and then we've got Deidre out on the West Coast. We've got Mary on the East Coast, and then we've got James who carries like the southern area, like Texas, Alabama, Mississippi, that area.
Oh my gosh! So your territory is actually huge.
It is, yeah. So like I cover like let's see, all the way over to Nebraska, Colorado, and then I cover to Ohio, and then down to like Kentucky, Missouri. So, but I love it, and I love my customers. It's a lot of fun. Like I'm headed out after this phone call. I'm driving to Peoria, Illinois, to go to a doctor and install an eye refract. So I'm looking forward to it.
Very cool. I hope your car can handle all this. I'm thinking practically.
The funny thing is, yeah, during COVID, I did rent cars and drove. I drove out to New York, which is, and I drove down to Atlanta, because I wasn't ready to fly, because of COVID. So I got to know the highways really well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. If I didn't live up here in the Pacific Northwest, I would seriously consider driving to places too. But of course, for us, driving anywhere is, 2 days.
Exactly. Yes. So, and Deidre covers your area. So, like doctors up there, they would get Deidre. She covers California, and Washington, Oregon, Arizona, Las Vegas.
Oh my God. Yeah. So hopefully she's not driving that too much, because even just getting across our state here in Oregon can take forever by car.
Yeah, she's used as a train up and down the coast there. She finds that really convenient.
Oh, that's hilarious. Oh my gosh. So yeah, so it looks like Jordan is not going to make it, but well, at least we had you here, Melissa, to fill us in on all this stuff. And what I think we're going to do also today is we're going to play out, when we leave here this afternoon, we'll play out that other webinar we did with Dr. Gerson that we did recently, because that was another really interesting one. Again, talking a little bit more about automation and integration between the devices too, which I thought was a pretty cool topic. Yeah,
Dr. Gerson is great. He's based out of the Kansas City area, and he's got our 130 because he's in an OD practice. He's got our VX40 and, again, our digital 4-opter. So, and he's lovely. So thank you for sharing that again.
Yeah. All right. Well, I guess that's it for us then. Too bad Jordan couldn't make it. We'll invite him next time. But next time, we're going to do this the more modern way. We're going to use Zoom. Because we know people can handle that, and we know it works. And I was just, this is my fault today because I didn't want anybody on camera, because I didn't want to be on camera because I'm still recovering from my COVID vaccination. So I look like a corpse.
I'm sorry.
So that's why this happened. But next time we'll all go on camera again, and it should work much better.
Great. Well, you guys have a good rest of the day. Thank you. I appreciate seeing you guys.
Yeah, well, thank you, Melissa, and we'll talk to you next month.
All right.
All righty.
All right, bye.
Bye. All right, so that was Melissa, and too bad about Jordan, but we'll catch him next time.
Well, they had. It's interesting that the two parts of the company. I find that with a lot of companies, like for example, Zeiss, we used to buy equipment from or bought equipment from, as well as do the ophthalmics, and one division has no idea what the other division does. And she said the same thing about the edging equipment versus the high-tech stuff.
Well, because if you look, actually, let me put up the Luno logo so you can see it. Remember, they're made up of a bunch of different companies that were acquired, right? So Luno was the parent, and they acquired all those companies underneath, right? So the high-tech instrument business, the edging business, these were all different companies functionally, right? And so now they're just under this one umbrella. So I guess that's how that happens. Although it's funny with technology, I think you're going to start to see more of the pieces come together and be more integrated as they talk to one another. So again, this is why companies coming together, there can be synergies that they can take advantage of much more easily these days. So pretty cool. Yeah. All right.
Okay, we have one more. Hope to be able to make it in. I did email the two company representatives that would get the information to him to use the cell phone if the other one didn't work. So we'll see if that's a problem.
Yeah, I'll keep my fingers crossed that he can get in. It's just been a challenge here with our conference call provider today, but
he can dial in early too. We have time.
If he wants to.
He wants to dial in now.
Yep. The funny thing is, of course, this is the first time in 15 years of us using this conference call provider that it's failed. So as much as I want to get on their case, I'm actually sort of impressed.
And it's not a bandwidth issue. We don't have 3 million people on the call.
No. This is totally on their side, that they're having problems connecting certain phone networks right to their switchboard, and I don't know why. What the actual issue is, where some will work and some won't. Frustrating for sure, but yeah, that's the first time I ever remember it failing. Then again, of course, this morning when we tried to actually get the stream started, that also wasn't so good. Took a little bit of finagling to get the software to work. So it's been a challenging day of tech today.
We're prisoners of technology.
And it's funny because you can plan as much as you want, but until you actually do it, you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, at least the courses went well.
Yeah.
Going well.
Yep. So, we'll knock on wood. The courses have been smooth as silk. No slowdowns, no cutouts, no nothing. People have been doing fine. We've had 1,000 people on, and they've been doing great.
And even I go from room to room, as just seeing if there's any questions and stuff, and it's literally instantaneous. Well, normally it would turn for a little while, so obviously they're giving us more resources, which is good.
Yeah, I read them the riot act a little bit, letting them know that, because I think that in their minds they would think there's going to be a drop off. The second session won't have as many as the first, but I told them, no. You got to give us, as much as you can, because I could feel it in my bones that we were going to have a popular session today. So I'm very glad, because most of the conferences that they do, I don't think they get this many simultaneous people usually. So I'm just glad they were able to allocate us all that bandwidth.
And I just refreshed, and there's a few less people, but not a lot, 70 less people. So you're right. At the end of the day, but it's still about 860. So that's still a lot of people in one particular interface.
Yep. And Sunday, if you've noticed, we stacked the courses so that on Sundays there's a lot of 2-hour courses. So there's probably some stamina issues here as well, sitting through so many 2-hour long courses. So we'll see what people can tolerate.
It's amazing the depth of knowledge of some of our interviews. The people that we interviewed really are top notch, and I would encourage your ODs to be like them. Know everything, be proactive, learn the new stuff before others do, and you'll be successful in private practice, public practice, or a university setting. It's great. Rubenstein, Polino, Bismente, all those guys.
Yeah, it's been really great talking to them too, and just speaking with them in a sort of a casual setting like this has been great as well. So hopefully next time around, we'll nab some different speakers, and maybe a few of the same people again, just so we can get everybody's different perspective. That's always fun to hear.
Mm-hmm. It's nice to put some of these interviews up on ODwire so people can listen to that at their leisure and really, first of all, learn something, and two, learn kind of what the all-stars think of the field.
Yep, yeah, because most people, when they listen to this, they're not going to be sitting through this 3.5-hour-long archive or whatever this is. This will probably end up being 4 hours today. Most people don't leave this on in the background and just let it run all day. What I do, and if you're listening to this, you may be seeing this on ODwire itself. I cut this up into small interviews, and that's where most people see this. So for instance, like last night, I just started cutting things up when I had a few minutes, like with Gary Gerber's interview about Treehouse, which was really interesting, right? I learned much more I thought I knew about Treehouse. I thought I knew what they were trying to do, but as it turned out, I didn't. So it was good to hear it from the horse's mouth. What is Treehouse and how it works? And so I'm cutting up that interview right now, and most people are going to see that on ODwire or elsewhere on social media when we post the clip. So that's how these things go.
Hey, definitely pivot. I thought Treehouse was going to be individual practices all over the country, focusing only on myopia control, and that would be it. But they did that, and now they're doing private offices also, where it becomes they have the tree-out method, but they're using it within the confines of general optometry.
Yep. Yeah, I had no idea. So it's always, that's why we do these interviews, right? We actually learn something sometimes, occasionally. Yeah. So cool stuff.
And it's stuff that was in a lecture. You're not going to lecture on this, whether it be practice management or otherwise. You're just going to talk about the subject matter. But when you're free flowing and somebody asks you a question, you got to answer it, unless
Yep.
you're a politician and you divert to your talking points.
Yep. And, we're going to be speaking, hopefully, to the CEO of Vices Therapeutics for our last few minutes here today. Hopefully he can make it, knock wood, because talk about learning. Like, this is something that I know very little about. And hopefully he's able to share with us, what's in the pipeline. I don't know how much he actually can share outside of what they've already published in their press releases. I know, they have to be kind of tight-lipped about things, right? They can't just shoot off the cuff, but I'm hoping that he could tell us a few things at least about what's going on.
Yep.
Yeah, it was amazing that I actually just saw an email from them, just some sort of announcement, and I hadn't even included the drug in my lecture, being that it wasn't in the literature too early. And it turns out that it could be best in breed. And even though Mark Lumenstein said the same thing, so he researched the same thing, but he had no reason to do it other than for general knowledge. But hopefully he'll be able to get on and tell us whatever he can tell us that the FDA permits him to tell us. I don't think he's going to tell us that it cures cancer or bunions even, but if it does, we'll find out in the future. Hello?
Yep, still here. Sorry, I'm just typing a letter to the folks at Vices.
I sent it to both Michelle Gray and to Carrie to let them know that they can't get through on the landline to call and sell.
Actually, let me see if I can do something for these folks. If they want to actually try doing it over IP, I didn't think about that. I'm going to do something crazy here. This may or may not work, okay. But if he wants to just use a computer instead,
being a CEO, he might be on a jet plane with Wi-Fi.
I mean, you never know if he may be able to do it this way. Okay.
Do you have Michelle and Carrie's email?
I think you just carbon me on the other folks, right? Yeah, you did. So I have everybody.
Yeah. I don't have his direct because they didn't give it to me, I don't think. No. Yeah. Okay. Not to have a downtime, I'm going to sing. Everybody, please turn off their computer.
Oh no. Okay, so actually, I just sent an email to those folks. So hopefully, if the phone fails, they can try using that URL to dial in. This will be interesting to see if this blows up. But again, next time we'll use Zoom, because we don't want to have an outage like this. I wonder what's going on with our conference call provider. And you know what's funny about all of this?
Will they tell you?
Well, a lot of good companies will have status reports to tell you what's happening. Not that it's useful, right? I mean, other than to tell you that it's down, which we already knew. What's sort of frustrating about us and the way we work, of course, is our conferences are on weekends, and good luck trying to get people to snap to it to fix something right on a Sunday. That's always one of the complicating factors. A lot of times, if something bad happens on a weekend or after hours, it can be more challenging getting it fixed quickly. So, the A team is not always working on Sunday, unfortunately. So we will see though.
No, in about 5 minutes or so.
Yep. So hopefully he can get in on the phone. But that URL should work. I mean, if he wants to do it on a computer, if he's got a decent machine, he could also just use the speakers and mic on his computer.
And also, just for the people who are listening or planning to attend the May-June event, which you get for free because you paid for this event, if you did pay for it, we have several more lectures we're going to be adding, so it should be even more diverse. The famous Dr. Carolyn Macher is going to be talking about what subject, Adam?
Something OCT related. I think we've asked her to do, so we'll see how that goes. Yeah, so we're going to try to get a couple more lectures in here towards the end. Anyway, I just sent off that email, so we should be good with those guys. And I'm trying to see, what we might want to do while we have a few minutes here. Steve, your lecture was all about this topic that we're going to talk about, right? These new classes of drugs, and maybe you just want to give everybody just a primer for a second before we start talking, to Ben about this.
Sure. If I'm talking to optometrists, you all know what the word presbyopia means, and you know a lot about how the accommodation system works, etc. Well, the two approaches that are being done with drugs as we speak, some are in phase 3 end trials and probably will be approved before the end of the year, if not the next couple of months. There's two approaches. The one basic approach, which is the majority of companies, is where they're making the pupils smaller, and that smaller pupil gives you a pinhole effect. And by doing so, you can get better near vision. They're doing it in such a way where it doesn't compromise distance vision. Some of the drugs that cause the pupil to get smaller have significant side effects. So many of the companies are using other drugs with the pupillary constriction drug to make it such that there's either no or less side effects. The gentleman who will be interviewed, hopefully in 5 minutes, has, I think, a combination that I won't take his force away, that is probably the best in terms of the combination. The other method, which has the most promising effect, is a new drug by Novartis, which should get approval also by the end of this year, if not early next year. We're talking about 2022, so perhaps 7-8 months. That drug actually softens the lens and allows certain chemicals within the lens to migrate through the lens and make the lens more pliable, so it actually makes some accommodation come back. So there's just two methods of doing it now. One with the pupillary effect by making the pupil smaller, and one by making the lens more pliable and able to accommodate. Now, my view is that we're going to get some things approved, and as time goes by, better methods of doing the same thing will come out, and perhaps combinations of these things where you use a lens softening approach. Obviously, the pupil getting smaller could be used on anybody. It could be used on somebody after cataract surgery. It could be used on somebody after LASIK surgery. It could be used in any age, because the optics of making the pupil smaller is age independent. However, a lens softening approach is obviously going to work better when the lens is softer to begin with. So the young 42, 43-year-old presbyope will probably work better than somebody who's 60, 65 years old. But all this is yet to be seen. Most people with all these drugs, some drugs last about 4 hours. The gentleman we were talking to, Ben Berger from Vices, his drug lasts 8 to 12 hours with one drop. So that's enough to get through the day. And if you can put a drop in and get through the day, we had to talk a little bit of conversation with Dr. Blumenstein about will this obviate the need for reading glasses and actually ruin our profession in that particular economic stream. And my thought is no way, because people are not going to use the drugs all the time. It's going to wear off. They're going to need a secondary pair of glasses. So if anything, it's going to be a profit center as well as a outcome center for the patient.
Yep.
That's pretty good.
Yep.
No,
good summary.
Yeah.
Hey,
And
what about
this is going to be half our patients.
Yeah, well, what about the softening drugs, though, in terms of the effect? How long does that actually last? I mean, is it cumulative? You keep taking it every day, you're going to get softer and softer?
Yes, I should have said that. The ones with the pupillary effect are 4 hours, 8 hours, depending on how long the pharmacology lasts. The softening drug, though, it's a therapy. As you take it over time for a period of 8 to 9 months, I believe Novartis said, it should then last for a period of time with you not taking the drug. So it actually changes the structure of the lens temporarily, but on a daily basis, you're going to have to use it at the very beginning to keep that effect happening. And as you use it more and more and more, it should become something that you don't have to use after a period of time. So that has real good potential of maybe not curing presbyopia, but pushing it back and maybe doing a secondary treatment 9 months down the road afterwards, or 6 months. That's all yet. They're determining the exact protocols of when they're going to stop the drug, when it's advisable, when you have to continue it again. I would think it would be based on age and the optics of a particular person. Somebody who's a -1, who's 50 years old, might have to use it less than somebody who's a +1.
Right.
But yes, I failed to say that the lens softening drugs are drugs that are used which will cause an effect. Interesting enough, I can give you an analogy. I love this analogy because way back in the 90s, I used to perm my hair and get it nice and curly, and also people straighten their hair. And I'm going somewhere with this. They would do that by our hair is made of protein, which is held together by disulfide bonds, just a double bond. And what these chemicals do that smell awful, like rotten eggs, when you perm your hair, what they do is they break all those bonds, and then the curlers will hold the hair in position with another chemical that reforms those bonds. So the disulfide bonds are broken, put the hair into a form that you want it to be, and then you bring back those bonds. Well, the lens softening drug does exactly the same thing. It breaks the disulfide bonds within the matrix of the lens and allows the lens to change its shape. But we're not putting in a neutralizing agent like in a perm or a hair straightening approach. You're just letting the disulfide bonds not work, which makes that is what makes the protein softer.
Right.
During our lifetime, we create more disulfide bonds, which makes the lens stiffer, and eventually affects our accommodation.
So Steve, I'm going to have to stop you there. First of all, I absolutely must get a picture of you with the perm. That's thing number one. But thing number two, I believe that I believe that Ben has actually been able to call in. Ben, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Hey Ben, it's Adam Farkas. Yeah, I hope you heard that. So it's we're going to get a picture of Steve, but you have with you here today Adam, Paul, and Steve, and thank you so much for making it out.
Thank you for having me.
So Steve was going over not just about his fabulous perm that he had in the 90s apparently, but also going over sort of the different ways to treat presbyopia, or emerging ways, I should say. And so we're really grateful to have you here today because of what you guys are working on.
Yeah, fantastic. Okay.
Why don't you talk first and introduce what your company's doing, and we can segue into it. As you know, I'm pretty well versed in this field, being that I have a lecture on it in this particular forum, this conference. But why don't you introduce what Vices is doing and what your drug is, and we'll go from there.
Sure. So Vices is developing a proprietary formulation of carbachol and brimonidine tartrate in the category of miotic drugs for treating presbyopia. So there are a number of companies using different miotic agents. The majority of them using pilocarpine to treat presbyopia on a daily basis. And these eye drops are in different stages of clinical development, as you're well aware. And this would be a drug that would be obviously sold to patients, which they would use anywhere from once a day to potentially multiple times per day to be correcting for their near vision, which obviously is unlike what you were just talking to, which is obviously looking to try and soften the lens. What we're doing is inducing meiosis on a temporary basis so that patients again can restore their near visual acuity as they go through their workday. And so Vices was founded in October 2019. We acquired some patents from Dr. Herb Kaufman, a legendary ophthalmologist and inventor, and went through some formulation work last year and some non-clinical studies. And we've just commenced our phase 2 study recently, and we're dosing patients in that study right now.
That's great. What I was most impressed with, and I had a conversation with another doctor, Dr. Blumenstein, who just happened to know this stuff, which was amazing, is that your drug has certain benefits that I'm concerned about. I think it's actually the best in breed of all the miotic formularies using brimonidine. Firstly, it seems to brimonidine seems to potentiate the effect of the carbachol, and it lasts a lot longer than some other formularies, and therefore be much more convenient to use. The secondary thing is the meiosis from the alpha-GAN and bromonidine will also potentiate that, and it keeps the carbachol in the eye longer, if I'm correct, and lets that work. Also, I think it was a wise decision to use carbachol because it's a little stronger agent for meiosis than pilocarpine. So you have certain advantages of getting better acuity, longer lasting, and the biggest thing is the bromonidine causing much less side effects. We all know the drug Lumify, at least most people should, and that's exactly the same drug in a lower concentration. And what does it do? It makes the eye nice and white. Well, that's what alpha-GAN will do. So the miotics tend to make the eye red and irritated, which would obviate that particular effect. So I really like this combination compared to some other formulators that are out there. And I think that even though probably you're not going to be first to market, you might be last to market, meaning people pivot to your drug when they find out how much more effective and longer lasting it is. I know the FDA has certain requirements. Could you speak about those talking points a little bit?
Sure, and I support and impressed with obviously your overview of the combination. And you're correct, carbachol is a stronger miotic than pilocarpine. We know that from its previous usage in glaucoma. We know that again, as a stronger agent, we expect to have a longer duration of effect, a deeper but also longer duration of effect. You're correct. Also, we've conducted a number of studies ourselves. Beyond the clinical studies, which Herb was able to organise, if you like, and coordinate prior to us acquiring the patents. And we did find from those studies that again, bromonidine does potentiate the effect of the carbachol, increases the presence of carbachol in the iris ciliary body, and so therefore, again, we get an extended duration. And you're correct also, bromonidine ends up, blocking that spasm of the ciliary body. So we end up, we believe that's the reason that we end up with, less headache and brow ache. We know that bromonidine obviously, through its usage in Lumify, reduces redness in the eye. And also an important point, I think, is that we know that, some of these miotic agents can cause a miotic shift. And a myopic shift obviously is going to reduce distance visual acuity, whilst you're obviously getting the benefit of increasing near visual acuity. And it appears that, again, because we do block that ciliary muscle from contracting, that we're able to improve near visual acuity without any loss of distance vision, which is important. Getting to your question about the agency's requirements for a combination like this. When you combine two drugs together, FDA does want to see that the benefit of the two monotherapies used together dominates the effect of either of them used separately, which is the combination rule. So we have to prove contribution of elements. That's really the purpose of this phase 2 study, is for us to demonstrate in the way the study is designed that we can demonstrate that, again, brimacol, which is our proprietary formulation, is better than, the carbachol used by itself. And if we're able to demonstrate that to our satisfaction through the study, then obviously we move ahead, with those formulations into our pivotal studies. But you're correct; that is something we do need to meet as a combination drug.
I used to use alpha-GAN in that form years ago as an off-label use for people after LASIK surgery, cataract surgery, when they had glare at night. So in and of itself, the miotic effect caused those side effects to go away. Even working with those patients also, just in combination. Are you experimenting with different combinations? I did read your studies, but are you working with different combinations of the two drugs to get the best formulary to cause the least side effects and the most effectivity, or are you pretty much set on what percentages you're using at this point?
Well, we have two proprietary formulations, brimacol and brimacol F, and we are obviously observing the performance of those two formulations in this phase 2. Again, they're both proprietary, and we haven't released a lot of information on those formulations at this point in time. But yes, we are looking at the effect of those two formulations on both efficacy and then obviously tolerability profile. and then that will determine obviously how we move into our pivotal studies. But we're quite confident that potentially both of them have a place within this meiotic category, and we do look to take them both forward pending this phase 2 data.
I have a question. Well, these are the questions you might not be able to answer. Once you're finished with phase 2, you're going to be moving into phase 3. Will you be using optometrists and ophthalmologists for the phase 3 study? And how would an interested optometrist communicate with you that they'd be interested in going into the study?
Well, they could. I guess they could reach out to us. We don't have all of our sites selected as yet, so I can't tell you the proportion of ophthalmologists or optometrists we may be using in that study at this point in time. But certainly they could reach out to us. I'm sure you have various contact details, or I can provide those offline, or we could get those to you. But yes, they could reach out to us and express some interest. We are obviously moving through planning for those 2 pivotal studies at this point in time, but haven't made a final determination as to how we're going to set up those sites as yet.
Sure.
Great.
If you had a roadmap for the timing of phase 2, phase 3, FDA, what would you say would be your most ambitious one of having the drug actually approved? I know I won't hold you to that.
No, certainly, yes. So the phase 2, we expect to wrap out and have a readout around the middle of the year sometime, and then commencing the 2 pivotal studies in Q3 of this year, filing the NDA in Q3, second half of next year, which would lead to an approval in second half of 2023. That's the timeline we're still working to at this point in time.
So a year from now, we might be seeing you in our offices. That's really great. So it's
2 years from now. 2 years from now. So filing the NDA in the second half of 2022, and then receiving an approval from the agency in the second half of 2023.
Understood.
Yeah. So so your comment correct. Your comment earlier is absolutely correct. We won't be first to market, and we don't expect to be at all. We do expect to be a highly differentiated product, however, and we do expect to have obviously some significant benefits to offer patients after they've been introduced to the category. And so we're excited to be able to offer that to patients as we come to market after the first maybe 1 or 2 approvals in this category.
Will studies be done overseas prior to the U.S. study to avoid the FDA problem?
No, we're moving forward with the US as our first target territory, and that will be our first regulatory approval.
Okay.
I think that's a good comment you said, Mr. Berger, that you'll not be first to market, but people who experience the presbyopic drugs, and certainly we might find a lot of side effects, or people not happy with the 4-hour timing or something like that, or the lens softening just doesn't do that much after a certain age. And doctors, as I said, will pivot to newer drugs that potentially will do better. I used an analogy in my lecture of a glaucoma drug where at first we used Xalatan, then Lumigan, and then Vyzulta and Roclin, and doctors are pivoting into the new drugs because they're just more effective. But the old drugs did something. That's kind of what I expect to happen in presbyopia. But your population is huge, maybe 120 to 150 million people. So it's one of the pillars of optometry and ophthalmology. So real exciting. I think 5 years from now, we'll be treating our patients a lot differently.
Well, I think so. And this whole category of presbyopic eye drops give the patients just a huge amount of choice. At the moment, most patients are not fully satisfied with all the choices they have, but now this just provides them with something else and gives them a mix, something within the mix, and we do expect that a large number of patients will start to use these eye drops every single day and all the time, all the way through to occasional use, But we're very, very excited to be amongst that category, and again to have something that's highly differentiated to offer to patients. And the whole team is really buoyant about bringing this to market as quickly as possible.
Yep. In many ways, being second or third to market is possibly a good thing, right? Because this is a totally new category. So you're going to have other folks making large marketing efforts to educate the public about this and clinicians. And by that point, when you're ready to hit the market, maybe it's a little more mature, and it'll be a little bit easier to get out there.
Well, look, we certainly do see that aspect in that case. So yes, correct. I think by the time we are launching, the category will be known. A number of patients will understand that there's an option there. A large number of patients may have tried one or two other drugs, and then again they're introduced to Brimacol. And we hope that they're delighted by using our drug once we launch.
Great. All right. Well, Ben, thank you for coming here and sharing this with us today. I'm sure the story, we're going to be hearing an awful lot about it over the next year or two. And I know with Steve here, he's going to keep on top of it since this has become sort of a pet project of his.
Very good. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I appreciate it. It was a good conversation and questions, and please stay in touch as we move forward, and you can keep abreast, obviously, of our progress through our website and other pages and in social media. And again, looking forward to moving to our pivotal studies in the second half of this year.
All right. Thanks again.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Have a nice Sunday.
Appreciate it. Bye now.
Okay. We have learned a lot.
Okay. It's almost like science fiction,
See,
isn't it?
What
happening so fast.
What I've learned is that if everyone can move a little quicker, then I won't have to deal with presbyopia as much. So hurry up, everybody. I got to start with the lens softening. That's going to start, and then I can move on to this other product in a couple of years. So I'll be in good shape.
Well, both together.
It takes so long. It takes so much longer. If you don't realize that it's years until something comes to market. How the heck they can continue funding it without getting outside money?
Well, they do get outside money. So, for instance, this company, if you look sort of at their financials, they had a series closed by J&J, I think it was, invested $30 million. So, that's how it works, right? It's like a startup.
They might be a Shire Pharmaceuticals who made the drug Xiidra, and then it's brought out by Takeda and Novartis. So they might just get it to the point of being marketed, and then a big company will swoop in and buy the whole shebang.
Yeah, because it looks like J&J, I don't know what percentage of ownership they have in it now with that $36 million investment, but it's significant. So, yeah, that's interesting.
And like you said, the whole world is science fiction now. I can't even say Alexa because she'll go in terms of what we do now, and I don't know if it's improved. I don't think people are any happier. I think people are happier 10, 20 years ago. We could do more things, and yes, I could find my wife on Google Maps and know she's not cheating on me, stuff like that. But
well, I mean,
I can tell you from a marketing point of view for a practice, those optometrists that can get into a phase 3 for this, and if they're not limited publicizing it to their patients, they're going to have a tremendous advantage in the market just by being a phase 3 study person. They'll have a year ahead of everyone else. So
at first, it seemed like snake oil when the first drug comes out and they start advertising it. But boy, everybody's going to want to try this drug. I know I would. And the one thing I don't understand, Adam, you probably know this better than I in terms of the FDA, these are two drugs that have been used safely in the optometric and ophthalmological field for many years. Carbachol for probably 40 years, if not more, and brimonidine for at least 15, 20 years. Mm-hmm. So it's just a combination that has to be proved safe and effective.
I think I think that's what it's about. Because looking at this, I think what they're looking for is to see if the two compounds are going to interact with each other, And I think they may want to also look and see if the duration of action for each one is altered by mixing them together, right? Because you want, optimally, you want the drugs to have this a similar duration, if not the same. And I think that's probably what they're looking at as well.
Yep. So what the studies do show is that the alpha-GAN or brimonidine will keep the carbachol in the eye longer by the very reason that it controls glaucoma in terms of the aqueous outflow mechanisms. And because of that, the carbachol has more time in the eye to do its miotic effect. So it's kind of cool that the drug that also makes the eye have less side effects is also making the drug work better, and also has a miotic effect also a little bit. Again, Lumify, alpha-GAN, brimonidine, this is all the same drug in different concentrations for the audience that's listening.
Yep.
So real interesting, and we'll see how it goes. By next year, we'll be talking about it probably, at least in terms of phase 3 trials.
Yep, absolutely. All right, guys. Well, I think it's just about time to wrap up here, and I'm going to go pass out. But it was another fun show. I'm glad that technically things have worked out for the lectures, right? It sounds like people are having very few problems. So we should be grateful for that.
Are you going to run this right through after the webinar you're putting on? Is this going to be running right through the day and into the night?
So once the webinar finishes, this is just going to loop. It'll be on a loop permanently, actually, until the next time we do a live stream, which is a month from now. So this whole thing is going to be playing in a loop if people go to that page over and over again. But I'm going to be, obviously taking these interviews, cutting them into small chunks so people can watch them on ODwire as well.
Great.
All right.
Okay.
So that's it. So guys, have a great day. And I guess we will do this again about 1 month from now.
Okay. So get some rest.
Will do.
Get you a perm picture.
Yes, please do. All right. Have a good night, guys.
Bye-bye.
The tech revolution in eye care has been going on for at least the last few decades, right? An optometric office from 40 years ago is almost unrecognizable these days because it's been so completely transformed. In the beginning, of course, people used to they'd upgrade their technology in kind of a piecemeal way, where they'd buy one unit from one company, they might have a different an autorefractor from another, and the pieces never really spoke to each other too well. These days, of course, one of the big advantages of modern systems is a higher level of integration, and this is what I think tonight's lecture is all about, talking about how modern systems work well together to improve efficiencies in your office. And fortunately for us, we have an expert tonight, Dr. Jeffrey Gerson from Grin Eye Care in Olathe, Kansas. So you probably have heard of Dr. Gerson's work before because he writes a ton in review and in optometric management. You've seen him certainly at ODwire and CEwire. And he also participates in a lot of industry panels. So sometimes he gets sort of sneak peeks and behind the scenes looks at up and coming technology. So he's gotten to evaluate a lot. So it's really great to have him here tonight to walk us through this and how he is using technology in his office in the most modern way to streamline his practice. So Jeff, thank you so much for being here tonight.
Yeah, Adam, thank you. Thank you for the introduction. And I agree with everything wholeheartedly that you said as far as technology, and that the optometric practice of today doesn't look anything like the practice of just a few decades ago. And the thing that you mentioned that I'll point out is, the difference of upgrading piecemeal, kind of like you said, oftentimes happens, versus doing it in, I guess, a more thoughtful manner where you're getting different instruments that all talk to each other and to really, really optimize your efficiencies. And I think in this, it's a long title here, but to me, the most important word is efficiencies. How can you do things in a way that's better than what you've been doing before? Efficiency doesn't necessarily mean faster. To me, efficiency means doing something in a way that's better. Usually it is faster, but it's faster, at least in this case, it's faster with better quality. And so that's truly creating efficiencies. So let's go ahead and jump in and get started. See, there we go. All right. So let's talk about what I'd like to accomplish. Obviously, first, I'll introduce myself, my practice setting, talk to you about optimizing workflow by integrating new upgraded technologies. and enhancing the patient experience with multimodal screening technologies. And then finally, talk about some of the key benefits of optimizing my practice with new technology. So, I'm not here to talk to you about something that's out there. I'm here to talk to you about something that I use in my practice every day when I'm in the office. And so it's something that I have real world practical experience with that I think is really important whenever we're talking about something. And then obviously the last thing I want to do is have a question and answer session and really hear the questions that you have on your minds and be able to give you the answers, at least that I have, from my perspective as someone using the technologies that I'll be talking about. All right, so Adam already did an introduction, but I've been practicing for over 20 years and seen a lot of different technologies come and go. A lot of times I'm pretty quick to jump on, sometimes not quick enough to jump off, but usually pretty quick to jump on to new technologies and try to take advantage of them, because I think it's a way to really enhance the care that we're able to provide for our patients. Grin Eye Care, where I've been practicing for the last 7 years, actually I got a message from my office manager today that today was my work anniversary. Random day. But we're a pretty busy ODMD practice that focuses on primary care. So we're not really a tertiary care center. We're seeing patients just like you do. Patients that come in to get their eyes checked, that need new glasses, and taking care of all the same basic needs that you're taking care of for your patients as well. So we're a pretty busy practice where it's really important that we're efficient. And one of the places that a lot of us lose efficiency is in refractions. That, sometimes we'll look back and say, how did it take X number of minutes or that long to refract that patient? And so it's really important, really, for all of us to not just be good at refraction and give our patients the right prescriptions, but to be able to do it in an efficient way that we're able to continue moving with each patient and on to the next one. Again, to me, efficiency means doing things not just more quickly, but also more accurately. It has to be both. Because if you just become quicker at something, but the output is garbage, then what good is it? And the flip side of that is if you're doing a fantastic job, but you're only able to see 4 patients a day because of how much time you're spending, that's not a great situation either. So we need to address both. In our practice, our techs are enabled to go, not just do auto refractions, but to confirm auto refractions, do refractions, and really help us, again, with our efficiency. And because of that, because a lot of times techs are starting refractions, it's really important that our auto refractors do a really, really good job, so that it makes it a whole lot easier to confirm or do a refraction when you have a great starting point. And so for me, refractions start with the auto refraction done in the pretest area. So we'll talk about that. Now, one of the things that I would tell you is I know that I spend less time refracting than I used to, which gives me more time to be able to just sit back and chat, talk with my patients, review the exam findings, discuss options for them. And the reason for that is, again, I keep using this word, because my refractions, especially when I'm using our digital phoropter, have become so much more efficient. For me, adapting to using a digital phoropter has been really rewarding because of that ability to be able to spend more time just talking with my patients. That's something that I think a lot of us feel like we lose out on. We don't have time to just talk. And our patients oftentimes feel like they don't have time to just talk to their doctor. But when refractions take less time and I'm more confident that I'm getting great end results, I have more of that time to be able to sit back and chat with my patients. So what am I doing to optimize the workflow? And how am I doing this using technologies that are integrated together? So let's talk about that. So it starts when one of my technicians runs the Visionix VX40 lens analyzer. It is a digital lensometer that, really you just set the frames in, press one button, and then everything is read. So prescription, PD, it shows a profile of the progressive lens, it reads prism, it does everything that you need to be able to do in an accurate way. and it then integrates into your EHR. So after that's done, or while that's being done, our patient sits in front of a Visionix VX130, which is it's actually not even close to accurate to call it an autorefractor, and you'll understand why here in just a minute. I think a more accurate description would be an anterior segment analyzer, and you'll understand why I say that. And so in 90 seconds, we gather a whole lot of information. I'll share with you what I mean by a whole lot, that again integrates into our EHR. And then in the exam room, I'm using our Visionix VX65, the digital phoropter, to do the refraction, which is quicker, easier, more laid back and relaxing. And I'll tell you what I mean by that. To do my refraction, and then with just a press of a button, I'm able to show you one button, here's your glasses. Next button, here's what we found today. What do you think? It makes it really easy to show my patients how much better they'll be seeing with their new refraction that I did with the digital phoropter. And by the way, patients are incredibly impressed with a digital phoropter because for most of them, it's something they've never seen before. If you've never seen one, there it is over my right shoulder. I'm in one of our exam rooms doing this talk for you right now. So again, how does all this data integration work? Well, all the different instruments go into your EHR. So everything is just in one spot. Everything is right there. So when you're sitting in your exam room, you have access to the information that was gathered in the other rooms. And so it makes it, again, very easy to be very, very efficient with our time. And patients really like this. So the data uploads directly from the VX40 and the VX130. So the VX40 is the lens analyzer. The 130 is the anterior segment analyzer, goes into our EHR. So it's all put into one place. We can then export it to the digital phoropter, so I can make my starting point either the autorefraction that the analyzer did, the anterior segment analyzer did. I can make my starting point the patient's current pair of glasses, or I could choose something else if I wanted to. What I know, excuse me, is that I get consistent measurements to start from, regardless of who it is operating the instruments before I see my patient. No matter who it is that's using the anterior segment analyzer, I know that I get very accurate, very consistent data every single time. And this is great because in the office, you know, when I'm seeing patients tomorrow morning, there'll be 3 different technicians. I don't have to wonder, well, gosh, I wonder who captured this data. It doesn't matter. I know that the instrument did it, and I know it does a great job every time. I don't need to put any second thoughts into it. Because this all integrates, it allows for improved documentation as far as accuracy and what is documented, because it can be fed straight in from the instruments into your EHR. All this adds to enhanced patient experience, because when you have everything in one place, you know, how often do your patients ask you, well, doc, how much did the new prescription change from the old one? And what we're used to saying is, oh, not very much. Well, now what I can do is, you know what, let me show you. Click, there's your old. Click, here's your new. Can you see a difference? And it makes it very, very easy to make this a better experience for our patients. Obviously, it also improves workflow, because anytime you make anything easier, it makes it, well, easier. And it makes your day go by easier, and it just makes it more fun. You know, this is really one of the things that in the last few years has really changed the way that I'm able to practice and really make things a lot easier for me without any compromise to the quality of care. As a matter of fact, I think it improves the quality of care. All these instruments have a pretty small footprint. Digital phoropter, obviously, it fits on an arm on a stand in your room, just like any other phoropter. The lens analyzer takes up no more space than a traditional lensometer. And the anterior segment analyzer, again, basically the same size as any autorefractor. However, it does way more than the average autorefractor could ever think to do. So here is the Visionix VX40 lens analyzer. So one-click lens analysis. It gives us consistent, repeatable readings. Again, regardless who measures the glasses. I could have my 17-year-old come in here. I could have my 11-year-old come in here. And all I have to do is say, here's how you put a pair of glasses on this, and then press this button. That's it. So it is incredibly easy to use. It accurately measures prism, which I think is a really big deal. It's amazing how many times someone comes in to interview as an optician and they have no idea how to read prism. I would tell you that using an automated lensometer like this, you may think of it as a minor, but I would tell you it is a very meaningful improvement to your patient flow and how it works. I'll show you how I have mine set up and how it's used on a regular basis, and be able to explain to you how it really, really helps my technicians to be more efficient. This is another one of the things that when patients see it, it is a huge wow factor, because the lenses move, right? It analyzes one lens, then it moves over to the other lens, it analyzes that, and all of a sudden it pops up on the screen, and patients are wowed by this every day. So this is really the wow factor of what patients see. One of the other things is this shows, and you can kind of see it on the screen there, it shows the progressive lens design. And so we've had instances where glasses are made to the right prescription, but we're able to show a patient the, I guess, topography or design of their progressive and how that's the problem. It's not the prescription, it's the lens design. And it's the cheap lenses that you got instead of getting them from us that may be the problem. And it really helps to keep some of our patients in-house as far as optical. So here is the screen that I look at once we've done our anterior segment evaluation. On top, we have autorefraction in both photopic and mesopic conditions. So simulating what it's like to have your night vision when you have slightly larger pupils. So sometimes we're able to show patients, like in this case, that, wow, look at that. You have a 3/4 diopter or a half diopter difference in your prescription at night. That's why you have a harder time seeing at night. Maybe you ought to have a pair of nighttime driving glasses. We can see the K readings. We can see the topographical map. We have central corneal thickness. So we have pachymetry. We have IOP measurements. And we have adjusted or corrected IOP measurements based on the central corneal thickness. So all this with one press of a button. And so less than about a minute and a half to gather all this information with one press of a button for your technician. It's fantastic. Techs like it because of how easy it is and how all this on one instrument. What I would tell you is important to me as a doctor is the information is incredibly accurate and consistent. My refractions are so much quicker now because the auto refraction is so good. What really impresses me is how well it works with my high cylinder patients, and that I rarely have to change axis by more than just maybe a couple degrees. It really does an overall excellent job of visual assessment. Gives us 26 different diagnostic measurements in approximately 90 seconds. This is just some of them. There are more. There are quite a few more corneal measurements that it does. It's amazing how much data is gathered in such a short period of time. In our practice with the ophthalmologist, we were looking at getting a pentacam for purposes of doing refractive surgery and for doing refractive lens exchanges, LASIK, all those kinds of procedures. As it turns out, we got this instead because it does all the things essentially that a pentacam does or other similar instruments, but way more. And so it's something that's not just a specialized instrument to use on our refractive surgery patients, but it's something we use on all of our patients. So some other things that it does that are helpful for patient education. It shows a simulation of what their vision looks like uncorrected versus corrected. It shows us what the lower order aberrations do to our vision. It shows how we can correct that with proper prescription. It shows what we do with that in regards to refractive error. So it just gives so much information that we can distill down and show to our patients. It's pretty easy to show our patient, hey, look at these images on the left. That's how you see things without your glasses or contacts. And look at the one on the right. Look how clear that chart is. Look at the pinpoint of light on the bottom right there that looks like a pinpoint of light. Whereas on the left graphs, you can't even tell it's a pinpoint of light. It's so out of focus. So all these things are things that we can demonstrate to our patients that we're able to show them that makes our job easier. Another thing that's important in today's world is the logistics of doing a refraction. And so I can sit 4, 5, 6 feet away easily. I could sit 10 feet away or more if I wanted when I'm refracting my patients, because I'm not reaching up and have to do anything with the phoropter. I'm doing all my refracting with my tablet. And so I can be sitting with my tablet as close as I want or as far away as I want from my patient. I can be 6 feet away quite easily. So it's quite easy to be socially distanced, which is something that's obviously good for us, but it's something that's important to a lot of my patients as well, that they like that they don't have somebody in their face when they're doing something. And ergonomically, it's much easier. You don't have the same reaching up and strain on your shoulders. It's so much easier and so much more comfortable for me to be able to do it. It's actually kind of fun. The other thing I'll tell you is that patients are incredibly impressed, and it really changes their perception of the practice. Every other eye doctor they've gone to since they were kids, since they can remember, is using the same thing, which is better, 1 or 2, and click, click, click. And this is something totally different. It's something that most of them have never ever seen. And I'll show you some examples of some of our Google reviews where people are really impressed with technology. It makes it really comfortable because instead of reaching up and wear and tear on your shoulders, again, it's just in my hand. I've got my tablet and I'm refracting from the tablet right here. So it just makes it so much easier and more comfortable. Less shoulder and back pain at the end of the day, at the end of the week. Very, very easy. The chart that we use, it's a very flexible visual acuity chart. And what do I mean by flexible? You know, just like any other digital chart, it's probably not all that different. But again, linked up to the tablet. So I'm changing the chart from the same tablet that I'm doing my refraction from. So I'm able to do both at once. It's not 2 different controls or 2 different places. Obviously, you know, we can show multiple lines, 1 line at a time, vertical, horizontal, 1 letter at a time. It offers different languages that it has the letters in. It has different contrast levels. It has ETDRS chart. I could go on and on and on all the options of the chart. So, but I think the most important thing is that it's integrated into the same tablet that I'm doing my refraction from. So when I'm doing my refraction, what does my tablet look like? Well, I can choose to have it look like either the one on the left or the one on the right. The one on the left is trying to really simulate a traditional phoropter where it's green, you just drag on it. So we drag the dial up or down for a quarter diopter, or where it's blue, you just tap on it to make changes. So it makes it very, very easy, very intuitive. The one on the right is a little bit different. And when I was first shown this kind of as a prototype, I wasn't sure about it, but it's actually what I use every day now. And just to change, you know, the sphere, cylinder, axis, add, and you can see on the bottom there, we can change it by a quarter at a time, half at a time, diopter at a time, 1 eye at a time, both eyes at a time, any combination of what you want. And by the way, what you'll see on here, since these are screenshots from the tablet, and the upper right is what's on the chart. So I don't have to be looking at the phoropter and then looking over here at the chart. I'm just looking at my tablet. And my tablet is how I'm refracting, how I'm changing the chart, and how I know what's on the chart. So it's just one place to look, all the information literally in the palms of your hand. So really, really great. And I love the option of being able to use which interface I want to be able to use. Now, the other thing that I should really point out that's part of my, I guess, refraction or exam room suite is a slit lamp. And, you know, you wouldn't think, well, gosh, Jeff, if you're talking about digital phoropter, why in the world would you be talking about slit lamps? Well, let me tell you why. When we first got our digital phoropter, I found out that Visionix made a slit lamp. I said, you know what? And at this time, we were outfitting a new lane. I said, you know what? Why don't we just get the whole lane from you? Let's put in one of your slit lamps. Let's give it a try. And from day one, I was blown away by the slit lamp. And that may sound odd, like what's great about a slit lamp? Well, the optics are amazing. It's a really, really great LED that gives fantastic uniform illumination. Actually, let me go back to that for just a second. And so let me tell you a story. The office that I'm sitting in right now has 5 exam rooms. And in this office, we started out with one of these. And then we had one very high dollar I won't mention the brand name, but I'll just say kind of the Cadillac or top of the line slit lamp, and then 3 other kind of mid-level ones. And I always kind of gravitated to the room with the digital phoropter and this slit lamp, where my colleagues were kind of like, well, gosh, what's in Jeff's secret room? And once they started using this slit lamp, what we actually did was we took the other 4 slit lamps in this office, moved them out, moved them to our other office, or traded them in order to have 5 of these. So we changed out all the other slit lamps in the office to be able to have the Visionex slit lamp, including the really, really high dollar, high-end slit lamp that we didn't think was certainly no better than what this is. So, you know, an opportunity to have a really, really great quality at really good value slit lamp. It's something that I just want to make sure to tell you about, because I don't want you to overlook this as part of your exam room. So here's actually our pretest area, where we don't have to have much, because if we have the VX130 that does autorefraction, tonometry, if we want topography, pachymetry, all the other things that I told you about, that's all in one instrument. And so while the patient is sitting there having all that done, Kira, our technician, just turns to the side, puts the glasses on the lens meter, and reads it while the patient is being autorefracted. So very, very easy for the patient. Just as they you know, move into the autorefractor, technician takes the glasses, reads them while the patient's sitting there. The patient hardly even knows that it's even being done. So this multimodal screening, getting multiple things done at once without having to move around to multiple rooms or really do anything more than to get all this information, all that Kira had to do is press 2 buttons. Basically on the autorefractor on the VX130, just press go. And with the lens meter on the VX40, also all she had to do was set the lenses in and press go. So really with the touch of 2 buttons, gets all this done. So my staff really like this because it really makes things very, very efficient and easy. What are some of the glaucoma metrics that a VX120 or VX130 can read? So here's kind of a summary page, but it can measure tonometry, so it does NCT if you wanted to. It measures pachymetry, as you see here at different points along the cornea. It gives us compensated tonometry, so what's our tonometry once we take into consideration what the corneal thickness is. It gives us an angle measurement. It gives us white-to-white measurements. So all these different measurements for glaucoma. Now, as far as corneal and refractive diagnostics, so this is looking at the cornea mode. We can have a summary screen of topography. It will also uses basically a keratoconus detection index to help flag patients that have keratoconus. I actually had one just a couple weeks ago, where when I looked at it, it just stood out to me. You couldn't miss it. And then once you really start analyzing topography, you say, oh yeah, how could I miss that? Well, when you have a machine that basically tells you to look for something, you really can't miss it. So we can also have a corneal thickness map, posterior axial map. And what I'll tell you is our cornea specialist, we have a fellowship trained cornea specialist, could spend, it seems like forever, but it's probably just minutes sometimes, flipping through all the different screens of all the topographical information, especially looking at the posterior surface of the cornea when he's looking for different degenerative processes, or really analyzing somebody before he wants to do a corneal, or before he does a refractive lens exchange. So incredible volume of information that you can pull out of these instruments. It can also help you to know about cataracts. So it's looking for opacities. So looking for opacities in the lens, which obviously can pick up cataracts, secondary capsular opacities. So if someone's developing posterior capsular opacification and need a YAG. Capsular tags will show if somebody has a decentered IOL, a tilted IOL, or toric rotation, so off-axis IOL. So all these things, this instrument can pick it up. So these are all different metrics that are getting screened on every patient where you just press the one button. It's doing all of this. So one of the things I really like about this is last week I had one of my patients where, auto refraction went fine, but the technician came and told me, hey, before you do your refraction, just want to let you know, I think they have a cataract. And it's not because they looked at the slit lamp or knew what to look at, it's because they saw this opacity map. And so my technician already knew and kind of warned me, hey, don't spend too much time refracting because I don't think you're going to get very far. And it turned out to be the case. So really, really helpful and enabling for our opticians. So I've mentioned almost kind of interchangeably the VX130 autorefractor and the VX120. And here you just see, I guess, a chart of the different testing modalities that are available in both or any of these instruments. So just some subtle differences that we can talk about in more depth a little bit later. But I just wanted you to realize that there, as far as we'll call it autorefractor or anterior segment analyzer is really the better term. As far as that goes, there are a number of different options as far as what options do you need? What's important to you? How much information do you want and are you going to use? Because some of us might say, that's great that you can get all that information, but I don't really need it. I don't want it. Can I have kind of a more stripped down version? The answer is yes. And then some of us may say, you know what? I find value in all of that. Can I get something that has all of that in it? Yeah, you can. That you can get one of these instruments that basically does everything. So what are some of the key benefits of optimizing my practice with new technologies? So this is actually a picture of me doing a refraction, and what you'll notice is I've got my feet propped up on a drawer that's pulled out. And yeah, I actually do that. When I said it's kind of fun to do refractions and it's more relaxing and it's easier, it really is. I'll literally have the tablet in my lap and my feet propped up on a drawer sometimes. And my patient doesn't see it, so why not be relaxed? I don't think that's unprofessional. I'm still doing a great job and doing a fantastic accurate refraction. It's just easier on me to be able to do it that way. So it can sometimes almost be relaxing doing a refraction. So for sure, it's more comfortable. But with new technology, with better technology, I'm more comfortable relying on my autorefractor data and my tech refraction because I know that they have a great starting point. I use my retinoscope less, again, because of the accuracy of the autorefraction, even in kids. Refracting from a tablet is much easier and much more comfortable than doing a traditional refraction where we're always reaching up and reaching over and then reaching with this hand and doing both. And it's so much easier just to sit and click, click, click. I would tell you that I spend somewhere between a half and a third as much time doing my refractions as I do if I'm using a manual phoropter. And I really do think that they're more accurate. But I think there's times where patients just get fatigued. You can only say one or two so many times until your patient is fatigued or confused, and we start to have diminishing returns. So being able to do it more efficiently, again, more quickly, I think helps with better results. Again, to me, that's what efficiency is. And I really have less worry about mistakes by others in my office, by staff. And so because of that, it allows me to have a greater reliance on them, knowing that this makes it easier for them. And so I can rely more on them to do more tasks. And then again, more information allows for better analysis and better decisions to be able to make. The more, what I always tell people is the more pieces of a puzzle that you have, the easier it is to tell what the puzzle is a picture of. If you have a 1,000-piece puzzle and you've only got 40 of the pieces, you don't know what it is. But once you've got all the pieces, you know what it is that you're looking at, and you know what it is that you're going to do with it. And so I like having more information right there at my finger, literally at my fingertips. What's the staff feedback? Well, staff thinks that it's really easy to use technology, and who wouldn't when it's just simple. For these two instruments, a touch of a, one button click and everything is there for you. And with refractions, it didn't take staff long to figure it out how easy it is. So they like the easy use of technology. A lot less training. Again, with the anterior segment analyzer and the lens analyzer, it's literally put your chin here. We're going to press a button, go. And for the lens analyzer, it's set the glasses here, press one button, go. And so, quite frankly, it doesn't take much training to be able to do that. And anyone in the office could perform these tests now because it's easy to be able to train them to be able to do so. It also allows for effective multitasking like you see here, like I pointed out. While the patient's being auto-refracted, their glasses are also being read, while the technician is able to still stand there in case something happens, patient has a question, which they don't, but they're right there. So able to do multiple things at one time is really, really good. I remember earlier I mentioned about patient experience. And again, what I will tell you is that patients are impressed with the technology and the setup that we have in the office. And it's amazing how often people say things like, well, I've never seen anything like this. Or, wow, it's really cool that you have, you know, they point to or point out one of these instruments. So, you know, from that perspective, it's been really, really helpful. Patients appreciate the efficiency. You know, just like we want to be more efficient with our time, our patients want us to be more efficient with their time. They don't want to be in your office any longer than they have to. And I get it. If I go to see a doctor, I don't want to be there any longer than I have to. And patients, I think, really appreciate that. And we're able to be just more efficient with our patients because of technology. And my ability to be able to spend more time just talking with patients, I think, is reflected in some of the reviews that we get. Because again, when it takes you less time to do refraction or auto refraction or whatever the case may be, I guess one thing you could say is, well, I'm just going to do more exams. Well, the way I see it is, you know what? I'll do the same number of exams, but I'll get to spend more time with each patient, just talking, just figuring out what's important to you, and then showing them that we can provide that care. So I really think that that helps patients overall have a better experience and a greater level of satisfaction compared to when I wasn't able to utilize some of these technologies. So, you know, I've never had exceptional treatment like that, was what one of these patients said. Very personable and efficient staff. So personable, well, what that generally means is people talk to me. And when it doesn't take a whole lot to run instruments, you're able to spend more time looking at your patient, talking with your patient, giving them a more personal touch, a more personal feel to what's going on. And, you know, here's an example of a patient that noticed the efficiency. So again, the efficiency is not just for our sake, it's for the sake of our patients as well. And they do appreciate it, that, you know, they can spend less time and get just as good or better results. All right, so that's what I had prepared for you. And what I would love to do is spend as much time as you all want or need to answer any of the questions that you might have on your mind. So I would encourage you, as Adam pointed out at the beginning, to go to the questions tab, go ahead and type it in, and we can go through any of the questions that you may have. So very, very happy to be able to do that with you. So we'll wait here just a second.
All right. So Jeff, thank you for taking us through all this. And by the way, for everyone, just so everyone knows, if you have a product question, a nice thorny product question, we have James Walker here with us as well from Luno, who can sort of help us out with the thorniest of product questions. So why don't I pull up the questions box, Jeff, and I'll ask you the questions as they come in. Question number one. So, you know, you mentioned in your own practice, you know, you have a fairly large practice, right? You have multiple lanes. How long did it take your techs to get up to speed with what was going on? And, you know, did they freak out when you actually tried to implement all this stuff, or was it a pretty smooth process?
Yeah, you know, to be honest, at first they did freak out. And so did the other doctors. We're kind of like, what's Gerson's little toy that he's got in the corner over there? What's he making us try to use? And but really, that's the reality with any new technology. When you first see it, is you kind of question and think to yourself, oh man, is this going to be tough to do? But what I found was with the staff, once they tried it, they kind of liked it. And I don't think that so luckily these were all people that had experience on a phoropter already, so on a manual phoropter. And so it didn't take long to show them that, hey, you know what, instead of reaching, you do it here on the tablet. They picked it up pretty quickly. So, you know, I don't know how many refractions it took for them to feel comfortable, but I don't think it'd be going too far out on a limb to say within the first 10 of doing it on the digital system that they were pretty comfortable doing it that way. So
Right.
In my mind, I would say it really didn't take very long to become really comfortable with it.
Right. Question here, how long after pushing the button does the anterior segment analyzer take to catch all the info?
Yeah, so the answer to that question depends on how much information you're actually having it get, because you can choose for it to do everything, or for example, we generally don't do the tonometry. We generally do Goldman tonometry, so we don't have it do that part of the sequencing. So it takes less than a minute and a half to do everything. It would take about a minute and a half if we were including the NCT. I would say it probably takes about 70 seconds maybe to do it still gets autorefraction, Ks, topography, pachymetry, all the glaucoma measurements that I showed you, except for the tonometry, all the corneal measurements, anterior and posterior surface, the keratoconus index, the in light and in dark pupil measurements and what that means for refraction, the lower order aberrations, all that stuff in about 70 seconds.
Wow. And a question here, this is an interesting one. Can you design ortho K lenses off the topography?
So it's a good question. So we're not currently doing any ortho K. So I don't know that I can answer that directly. What I can tell you is it is the topographer that we're using for fitting RGPs and sclerals. So we do that in the practice. But for ortho K lenses, I don't have an absolute answer to that. What I can tell you is again, it's the corneal measurement device that our cornea specialist chose for our practice to have instead of a pentacam. So it gives incredible information, both anterior and posterior surface of cornea.
Right. Question here, do patients notice the difference in the technology? Or I guess the real question is, do they actually comment on it to you?
Yeah, they do. They really do. Oftentimes when they first walk into the room, because sometimes I'll be the one that'll bring them into a room. When they first walk into the room, they'll say, wow, that looks kind of different. And then once we start using it, especially when we're done, they'll say, wow, that was kind of different. Or a lot of times, so that's kind of cool. So yeah, patients absolutely notice it. Now, that being said, it's not rare, but every once in a while, people walk into a room with a manual phoropter and a slit lamp, and they'll say, wow, this stuff all looks really new and high tech. And what I want to say is, well, that that thing that you go like that's the same as it's been for over 100 years. But it's a very regular occurrence with this instrument for people to remark about it. Yeah, they actually do.
Right. And you mentioned the slit lamp and the 100-year-old tech and stuff, but
Yeah.
Question here, this new generation of slit lamps, does it have any photography capabilities that you can use in your office?
Yeah, so it doesn't come standard with photography, but you can actually put a digital camera, anterior segment camera into it. So like most other slit lamps, doesn't come with one, but you can integrate one into it.
Right.
And what I would tell you, one of the things that's really important for any slit lamp photography you're doing is optics. And the optics in this slit lamp are just so much better than what we used to have. It's really noticeable.
Yep. And let's see, so other questions here. You mentioned, and we got to see examples of it in the presentation. This is a tablet-driven system, a lot of it, right? So looks sort of like to me anyway, a pretty standard tablet. It looks like it's a Samsung tablet that they're using, right?
Yeah.
So I guess the question is, there we go, there it is. So the battery life is a pretty, normal tablet-like battery life that you get from this when you're using it?
Yeah, it is. And, you know, we generally either just keep it plugged in throughout the day or at least plug it in over lunch. And so then we've never had a problem with it. We haven't had to replace it. We've had it for, gosh, I don't know, 4 years, maybe a little longer. And we've had no problems, you know, needing to replace it or haven't had to do anything with the tablet. So having a tablet-driven system has worked out really fantastic so far.
Great. Here's an interesting question. So since you switched over to the new lensometer, have you changed your choice of progressive lens that you use?
No, we have not. But really, the people that it's really helpful on, and unfortunately, we all have this problem, whether we want to admit it or not, is people that take a prescription and go somewhere to get cheap lenses. And what this really helps me be able to do is to show patients the difference between cheap lenses and, I guess, value or quality lenses, and really able to show them, see this little very thin little strip in the middle that's supposed to be your computer vision. Well, now let me show you what it's supposed to look like. And oh, okay, now I understand why, you know, the progressive lenses I got for $89 for the lenses don't work as well as the ones that were going to be more expensive in your office. So we don't use it as much for which lens we use, but showing why people shouldn't be going elsewhere and getting really cheap lenses that some other places may use.
Right. And also, speaking of the lensometer, does it check prism as well? Is that something it can do?
It does. Yep. So again, with that same one press of the button, it tells you about prism, which is a fantastic quality.
Right. So one anxiety that a lot of people have around all of these systems, you know, the internet sort of is sits in the background of a lot of these technologies, and they worry, you know, can I actually implement this in my office? Do I need a fast internet, or what if, God forbid, the internet goes out, right? I mean, this is everyone's daily anxiety for the past year. You know, if the internet goes out, you're cut off from the world. What about with this system?
Yeah. So if internet goes down, you can still use the system. It's fine. And we've had that happen where we didn't have internet. I can still use this. Now I can refract with it. I can auto refract. I can refract. I can do everything. But you know, when the internet's down, our EHR is down. So then I guess, you know, it's not integrating into it because the EHR is not there to be able to integrate with. But I can still do my refraction with it. It's no problem.
Right. So basically, if people are using a cloud-based EHR, right, they should understand sort of what that means and the risks that come along with using the internet. And
exactly, yeah, exactly. But yeah, can still refract. I guess, you know, I guess the one thing that would preclude you from being able to refract would be if the electricity goes out.
You have bigger problems probably if the electricity went out.
Yeah. Then number one, you have bigger problems. Number two, then you have no chart for them to be able to look at. So then it really doesn't matter. So I would tell you, as long as you have electricity, then you're good to go.
Excellent. You know, question here, and this is an interesting one about the return on investment. So your practice in particular, right? You know, you sound like you're the tech champion of the office, and you know, these are you have fun actually implementing this stuff. But when you bring it up to your partners, you know, do they start shaking their head? How did you justify it to them? You know, how did you make it happen?
Yeah, so it's pretty easy, I think, to justify the ROI or to show ROI from a couple different perspectives. Number one, my remake percentage is just about zero. It's not zero, but it's well under, I think industry average is somewhere around 4%. I'm way under that. And I think, and my doctor remakes are, I believe for the last 3 months have been zero. And so just by that helps with the ROI. That's one thing that I would tell you. Number two, what I would tell you is the cost differential and what it costs to be able to do this. It's not as much as what most people think. So it's not as much of a need for justification as most people imagine that there would be. So I think those would be the two main things that I would point out: is a lot less error and not as much additional cost as what I think a lot of people would think.
Right. Excellent. And I completely remiss from bringing this up, the idea of integration, right? This has been the entire thrust of the lecture, and you mentioned the EHR before. You happen to use a cloud-based one. Do you have
Yeah.
any sense of how that integration works?
Yeah, so actually, I may defer this one to James, who's on from Luno. But the most important thing, if someone has a specific question, but what I can tell you from a more global picture is that it does integrate. It does integrate into most EHR systems pretty easily, and just like you would expect from any other company or any other product, it's something that they help you with and get it integrated for you. So it's something that's relatively easy to be able to do, and again, streamline and create better efficiencies for you. But if someone had a more specific question about a specific AHR, James could probably help us to know the specifics about that.
Right. So James, are you there?
I am, yes. Just as Dr. Gerson was saying, it is relatively easy. The steps that we take to integrate that for you, it's just a matter of getting in touch with your EMR or EHR system. Once we talk with them, we know what pathways are needed, and it allows us to integrate it as quickly and easily as possible for you.
Yep, and I assume that you can integrate with most of sort of the major eye care EHRs that everyone's using right now.
Yes, sir. That's correct. We've even worked with the small ones too. As long as we get to speak with someone with their department, we'll know exactly what pathways we need to go to.
Excellent. Well, it looks like we are just about running out of time here, but Jeff, I wanted to ask you, do you have any sort of parting words of wisdom for everyone before we go?
Yeah, I think that what I would tell you is that so when I look at any technology, even though I generally, a champion for technologies, I'm also a very hardy skeptic. And it takes a lot to be able to get me to really jump into something. And this was really one of those things where at first I was a little slow because, if you've been refracting one way for a long time, it's tough to teach an old dog new tricks, or at least you might assume it would be. But don't let that prevent you from jumping into this, because it's something that I really think that the majority of people that try digital refraction will enjoy it, will like it better. And really, I keep using this word, but it makes you more efficient. So I would just encourage people to embrace this opportunity, check it out. And it's, the other word that I've used a couple times that people might think sounds kind of corny is it's kind of fun. So it's nice to have something that's more fun than it used to be. So I would just say check it out. You may surprise yourself how much you like it.
Excellent. Well, Jeff, thank you so much for sharing all this with us tonight. And remember, everyone, if you want to get a virtual demo online, go to lunotechusa.com/efficiency. It's up on the screen right now, and they can set you up with that so you can see an even more in-depth demo of what it's all about. So, Jeff, thank you for being here. And again, this will be posted on ODwire within the next couple of days, so you can watch there. And if you have any follow-up questions, people can ask right on the site. So thanks again, everyone, and I look forward to seeing everyone online.
Thank you, Adam. Thanks, everyone, for attending.